Each of his fingers possessed a unique ability: the divine index finger that crushed all things, the divine middle finger of judgment, the divine ring finger with healing powers. His name was the One God. And how did he get this strong? Just by crushing ants in his mobile game. And it all began on an ordinary day, when he discovered that a strange new game had appeared on his phone. The moment he tapped on the treasure chest icon, it burst open dramatically. The screen displayed the words, "Welcome to Evil God Creator." Moments later, an ant crawled onto the screen, followed by a line of incomprehensible text. Instead of questioning reality like a sane person, he figured he would just tap randomly and see what happened. To his surprise, the ant was instantly crushed under his finger. A coin popped out of the screen, and the phone calmly announced, "Life of number 1 terminated. You have obtained 1 divine coin. Congratulations. You are 1 step closer to becoming a great evil god who pursues absolute power." He stared at the phone in confusion, wondering if he had just awakened some kind of hunter ability. If this had happened 20 years ago, he would have checked himself straight into a psychiatric hospital without hesitation. Unfortunately for his mental health, times had changed. 20 years ago, spatial rifts had opened across the world, and countless monsters had poured out like an interdimensional infestation. Humanity had nearly gone extinct. But everything changed when humans awakened supernatural abilities. The energy obtained from hunting monsters became humanity's last hope of survival. Hunters were classified from the godlike SS rank all the way down to the embarrassing G rank. Once a hunter's rank was determined, changing it was almost impossible. Shortly after this realization, he arrived at the ability testing center to have his powers evaluated. The staff member smiled politely and announced, "Congratulations, Mr. One God. You possess an ability constitution." His heart nearly exploded with excitement. His mind immediately filled with delusions of becoming a legendary hunter surrounded by admirers, fans, and probably several people willing to forgive his personality. In silent desperation, he prayed to anything listening. Just give him D rank. Hell, even F rank would be acceptable. Anything but E rank. The machine beeped. The staff member glanced at the result and spoke again. "Your rank is G rank." The word hit him like a brick to the face. G rank. The absolute bottom of the food chain. His ability was no different from that of an ordinary civilian. The staff member confirmed it with professional indifference, and then asked if he would like to register as a hunter for a fee of 8,000. He briefly considered it before realizing he couldn't even access a dungeon. Paying that fee would be like setting money on fire for fun, so he declined and left. That evening, he returned home irritated and mentally exhausted. Just as he was about to sleep, the phone beside him suddenly rang, snapping him awake instantly. Annoyed and wide-eyed, he picked it up and began crushing ants again, venting his frustration like a deranged god with anger issues. Before he knew it, divine coins were scattered all over the floor like loose change after a bar fight. The next morning, when he woke up, all the coins had merged into a small pile. The number displayed had changed from 1 to 100. The phone chimed again. "Congratulations, unnamed god. You have met the conditions to unlock the divine shop. Would you like to open it?" Without hesitation, he tapped yes. Opening the shop required 100 coins, and he spent them instantly without thinking twice. 1 coin on his bed physically vanished, confirming this bullshit was very real. However, once the shop opened, all the text was written in strange characters he couldn't understand. Even worse, every item inside cost 1 billion coins. He spent the entire night grinding ants like a lunatic and only managed to save up 300 coins. The prices were so absurd they felt personally insulting. Then the shop refreshed, and suddenly the top item only required 100 coins. Shrugging, he casually tapped it. A notification appeared. "You have obtained the exclusive skill, Blind God's Eye." He stared at the name in disbelief. Blind God? What kind of dumbass skill was that? Was it the eye of a blind person? What use could that possibly be? The answer came immediately. Everything went pitch black. He couldn't see a damn thing. Panic set in as he groped around for his phone, only to slam his toe into the corner of a table. The pain made him cry out like the universe had personally told him, "Fuck you." Then, just as suddenly, his vision returned. Terrified, he picked up his phone again, only to realize that he could now read the previously incomprehensible text in the shop. Inside were countless skills and items. After scrolling for a while, he found a universal ability, called Divine Index Finger, that crushes all things, classified as a growth-type skill. He tapped to acquire it. The phone confirmed the purchase. He stared at his finger skeptically, wondering what the hell this divine finger actually did. Almost immediately, the air conditioner behind him turned on by itself. He pointed at it and said, "Divine Index Finger." It turned off. He pointed at the computer, and it powered on. In the end, he realized the horrifying truth. His god-tier ability was essentially a glorified remote control. After discovering that his so-called divine power was basically a glorified remote control, he returned to the only thing that brought him peace: crushing ants. Black ants popped like bubble wrap under his finger, divine coins dropping out one after another. Then suddenly, a red ant appeared on the screen. This one was different. He tapped it once. Miss. He tapped again. Miss again. No matter how fast or how aggressively he tapped, the red ant dodged everything with infuriating precision. It moved like it had foresight, reflexes, and an ego problem. Realizing this had to be some kind of boss, he started tapping like a crackhead trying to win a claw machine. His finger cramped, his patience shattered. The red ant, the smug little bastard, escaped. Furious, he could only vent his rage by massacring more black ants. The phone coldly displayed a notification stating that his actions had exceeded 800, and that only 200 more actions remained before he obtained the evil god title. By this point, he was mentally and physically drained. He collapsed onto his bed and immediately passed out. While he slept, the phone activated Blind God's Eye automatically, unlocking an exclusive ability. That night, he found himself inside what looked like a movie theater. On the massive screen, the red ant appeared again, now walking with a cane like some tragic war veteran. The red ant limped toward a cave entrance and shouted to the ants inside that it had found where their food supply had fled to, but that it had been attacked by a terrifying god of the dark tribe. It warned them that escaping was the limit of its strength and that they needed to strike first. The ants inside burst out laughing, mocking it mercilessly. They called it a coward, saying a mere dark tribe god was nothing but a joke, and suggested it should have just died there instead of coming back to whine like a bitch. Suddenly, an elderly ant entered the cave, silencing everyone. Stroking his whiskers like a cliché anime elder, he declared that he sensed the presence of the dark god. This land belonged to the great emperor, and the existence of an evil god here was unacceptable. They would execute it immediately. The old ant placed his hand on the red ant's head, releasing a surge of energy that instantly healed its wounds. He ordered the red ant to lead the way, announcing that he would personally subjugate the so-called evil spirit. The ant army roared in unison, screaming about delivering death to the evil god. At that exact moment, he woke up. He dismissed the whole thing as a weirdly vivid dream about ants, because clearly that was the most reasonable explanation. His phone chimed. The red ant appeared on the screen again. His fighting spirit surged, and he prepared to crush it once and for all. Then things escalated real fast. Multiple red ants appeared, surrounding the screen. The one in the center shouted, "Nature's judgment upon great evil." A blue light shot out from the phone and sliced open his forehead, drawing blood. On the other side of reality, the ant army charged their power, chanting about subjugating an evil god and praising their sage. Before he could fully process what the hell was happening, a red light crashed down in the ant world, wiping out countless ants in an instant. On his end, he completely lost his shit and started smashing his phone like it had personally ruined his life. He slammed it so hard that smoke started coming out of it. Only after nearly destroying his beloved phone did he regain his senses. The screen was shattered, the room was filled with divine coins, and the phone calmly displayed a message. "Your actions have reached 1,000. Congratulations. You have obtained the evil god title Cruel Slaughterer." He stared at the screen in disbelief. Cruel Slaughterer? This was bullshit. He was a law-abiding citizen who paid his taxes and minded his own damn business. That title didn't fit him at all. As the coins began merging together, a ring formed from them. He picked it up and examined it. The ring emitted a faint fragrance that instantly refreshed his mind and cleared his thoughts. Curious, he slipped it onto his pinky finger. The moment he did, energy surged through his entire body. All fatigue vanished as if he had just been reborn. The phone chimed again and activated Blind God's Eye to appraise the ring. Druid's Ring. Contains the life force of the forest. Enhances rapid growth abilities. With a ring like this and an appraisal skill that could see through bullshit, he began to wonder if his hunter rank had increased. There was no way someone with gear like this was still G rank. Fueled by blind confidence, he decided to return to the testing center. When he arrived, the staff member looked at him skeptically and reminded him that the error rate of the test was less than 1%. Retesting would cost 580,000. Hearing that number instantly crushed his soul. Reality slapped him back into place, and he apologized, saying he would come back another time. Clearly, the ring had gone to his head. As he sat down on a nearby sofa, Blind God's Eye activated automatically and began appraising people around him without consent. A 30-year-old man with hemorrhoids, a 41-year-old man with kidney deficiency. Then his attention was drawn to a young woman in the distance. Unlike everyone else, her appraisal displayed a name and a strange condition tingling. Confused and curious like an absolute dumbass, he walked toward her. Reaching out, he awkwardly asked if she was experiencing a tingling sensation. The woman stared at him like she was deciding whether to kill him on the spot. Lightning gathered in her hand. She was clearly seconds away from turning him into charcoal. Just as things were about to go catastrophically wrong, his phone rang. He grabbed it and bolted like a guilty man escaping the scene of a crime. After narrowly avoiding being electrocuted into a smoking corpse by the lightning girl, he escaped the testing center in record time. His phone rang again before his heart rate could return to normal. This time it was his sister, ordering him to pick up his niece from the park. He complied, because even newly minted evil gods understood the fear of older sisters. When he arrived, he found his niece waiting, small, adorable, and radiating pure chaos. Looking at her face, he couldn't help but think how someone so demonic as his sister could give birth to something this angelic. Naturally, his hand moved on its own and pinched her cheeks. She immediately exploded in rage, stomping her feet and yelling that she told him not to do that. He knew instantly that this tantrum was going to last at least an hour. At that exact moment, Blind God's eye activated again. The appraisal result appeared clearly. Kai Cheng Yen, current desire chocolate cone. Without wasting a single second, he suggested they go get ice cream. Her anger evaporated immediately. Her mouth watered. Crisis resolved. They headed straight to an ice cream shop. The clerk greeted them cheerfully as he pulled out a pile of coins to pay. The enthusiasm on the clerk's face vanished instantly. The clerk silently sorted the coins like someone regretting their life choices, then handed over a noticeably smaller than normal chocolate cone. He stared at it, deeply offended by this injustice. That was when his god complex kicked in. Activating the divine index finger, he pointed at the ice cream machine. The machine went absolutely fucking berserk, dispensing ice cream nonstop like it was possessed. His niece hugged the cone like a dragon guarding treasure, refusing to share even a bite. He sighed and accepted his fate. At that moment, the phone chimed ominously. Title activated, cruel slaughterer. Due to title effects, your combat fortune has greatly increased. The ground began to shake violently. Crimson eyes opened in the sky like reality itself had just woken up angry. A massive horned monster emerged from a spatial rift and immediately began destroying everything in sight. Cars flipped. Buildings cracked. Panic spread instantly. He grabbed his niece and ran like hell. Unfortunately, she tripped over a rock. As he helped her up, the monster loomed right behind him. The creature roared and lunged. With nowhere to escape, he closed his eyes and prepared to get absolutely obliterated. At that moment, lightning tore through the air. The lightning girl from earlier appeared out of nowhere and slammed the monster with a thunder attack. The monster tanked it without a scratch. She fired again. Still nothing. She cursed under her breath, realizing she was completely outmatched. A-rank monsters were on a different level, and even as a B-rank hunter, she couldn't win. She noticed him and his niece behind her and immediately shielded them, shouting for them to run while she held the monster back. Before she could finish speaking, the monster struck again. Her energy faltered. She couldn't activate her power in time. Death was seconds away. Inside her mind, emotions exploded. Rage, regret, and an overwhelming desire for revenge flooded her thoughts. At that exact moment, a voice echoed in her consciousness. Crush all things. Divine index finger. Power surged into her body like a lightning storm breaking loose. Strength beyond anything she had ever felt filled her veins. She unleashed a thunderstorm so violent it tore the battlefield apart. When the dust settled, the monster was subdued. The crowd erupted into cheers, calling her the Thunder Emperor. She stared at her hands in disbelief, unable to understand what had just happened. He approached her with his niece, thanking her sincerely for saving them. She waved it off, relieved they were safe. Later that evening, he stood alone on an overpass, replaying the incident in his mind. That monster hadn't appeared randomly. It came for him. It wanted his divinity. The phone confirmed his suspicion. Trial overcome. Cruel slaughterer rank elevated by 1 stage. Reward evil god abilities may now be obtained without consuming coins. All of this chaos traced back to one thing: the phone. The thought made him want to throw it into the ocean. Before he could act on that impulse, the phone displayed a new message written in strange characters. In another world, the ant army was invading the Dark Tribe's stronghold. The Dark Tribe's saint was praying desperately for salvation. The phone asked him if he would save the trembling little creature begging for help. He hesitated for half a second, then tapped the screen. The red ant was crushed instantly. The phone asked for his name. He entered it. The one god. The saint pledged herself to him. Immediately, a new title appeared. Good God title obtained benevolent savior. Now holding both good and evil god titles, his alignment shifted from evil to neutral. As a reward, he received 100,000 divine coins. Overjoyed, he rushed into the divine shop and purchased a bottle of growth god's protection. After appraising it and discovering its extremely questionable origin, he shrugged and drank it anyway. Then he drank more. Nothing happened at first. Then everything went dark, and he collapsed. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying at home, his body feeling strangely refreshed, despite having blacked out like a drunk god. His phone lit up up immediately, informing him that due to the increased synchronization rate with Evil God Creator, several systems had been upgraded. Before he could even process what that meant, something brushed against his hand. He looked down and froze. His bed was crawling with ants, not metaphorical ants, not imaginary ants, actual, physical ants, swarming over his sheets like he had personally offended the insect kingdom. He panicked and jumped off the bed, sprinting for the door. It wouldn't open. The ants opened their jaws and began biting him, tiny stabs of pain stacking up until he was hopping around like an idiot performing some kind of cursed ritual. He rushed for the window, forgetting he lived on the 3rd floor. He tried smashing through the glass, only to rebound off it and slam onto the floor. As despair kicked in, rage surged. He activated the divine index finger and crushed dozens of ants instantly. That's when the remaining ants calmly picked up bows and arrows like this, a goddamn medieval siege. Arrows flew. His body was pierced over and over until breathing itself became difficult. Just as everything was fading, his eyes locked onto his lifeline, a can of insecticide sitting nearby. With the last of his strength, he grabbed a lighter and ignited the spray. Fire erupted, incinerating the ant army instantly. This, he realized, was the power of a god. Unfortunately, it was also the power of an idiot. His room caught fire immediately, and his body refused to move. As smoke filled the room, the phone displayed another cheerful notification. A high-ranking evil god offers you a gift. Accepting may lock your alignment to evil. He tapped accept without hesitation. Nothing happened at first. Then the phone informed him that fragments of the silently creeping nightmare's power were infiltrating his abilities. Panic set in. His divine index finger wouldn't activate. Just as he was about to die roasted like an idiot, the window shattered. Lightning crashed through the room. The lightning girl appeared again and dragged him out moments before the flames consumed everything. He woke up in the hospital. His niece immediately demanded proof that he was really her uncle and forced him to say an extremely humiliating password. Before he could recover from that emotional damage, his sister stormed in, screaming about being called a chubby auntie. Before he could even apologize properly, a flower basket mysteriously appeared at the hospital door. Somewhere nearby, the lightning girl stood on a rooftop, watching him thoughtfully like a stalker who hadn't accepted it yet. After recovering, he noticed that the ants were still harassing him in the most disrespectful way possible. The phone notified him that the ant saint and her followers were offering tribute. He accepted, and a glowing stone appeared, fruit of the world tree. He ate it and immediately regretted it, because it tasted like something that had marinated in an outhouse for 80 years. Still, the warmth that followed healed him completely. As a reward, a new function unlocked divine grace. He wondered what ants liked, glanced at a nearby bag of sugar, and dumped it as divine blessing. In the ant world, sugar rained from the sky. The ants healed instantly, limbs regenerating, morale skyrocketing. The phone informed him he had gained 101 true believers. Faith generation unlocked. He found this ridiculous but also weirdly satisfying. Shortly after, he visited a second-hand item market to sell something for house repairs. While there, Blind God's eye continued appraising people without consent, exposing frauds and scammers left and right. When 3 shady men attempted to sell fake armor for hundreds of millions, he interfered like an idiot with a justice complex. One of them grabbed him aggressively, demanding accountability. He activated divine index finger. The armor crumbled instantly. The scammers immediately bowed and fled, realizing they had fucked with the wrong person. The shop staff stared at him with awe, assuming he was some reclusive high-ranking hunter. The staff examined it. Magic power value 2. At most a D-rank item. He snatched it back. Blind God's eye whispered. Best given to Sparky nearby. No, not the Sparky from Clash Royale. Sparky was indeed lurking, watching him recover from near death like it was nothing. She thought, could it be a supreme potion? He is just G-rank. How the fuck did he get that? Maybe he is truly high-ranking. Then she scolded herself. Wait, I am acting like a stalker again. He approached her, blushing like a dumbass, shoved the ring into her hand, and said, please accept this. It will help you. Then he bolted. Sparky stood there, bewildered. Later at the testing center, researchers freaked out. Your energy reaches 7,000. Exceptional even among A-rank hunters. Sparky stared at her hands. That ring had casually elevated her to A rank. Nearby S-rank hunters applauded. Sparky's sister, Shang Wei, sneered. Do not get carried away, Shan Li. You are merely a rank. If you act on revenge, I will not forgive you. Sparky thought, sorry sis, I cannot obey. As long as that man helps me exceed my limits, revenge will be mine. Meanwhile, he was asleep, dreaming of the Ant Emperor. The Emperor ordered General Kamakiri to lead 5 million troops to subjugate him. Kamakiri bowed. I obey. He jolted awake, panicked. Shit, this is not just a dream. Last time it was 100,000 ants. Now it is 50 times that. The phone confirmed it. 3 days until invasion. As if that wasn't enough, the silently creeping nightmare contacted him again, asking for human sacrifices. He blocked it instantly. Blind God's eye then projected the image of an ant general, Kamakiri, announcing her intention to sever his head. He tried appraising himself. After nearly popping his eyes out, it finally succeeded. Fragile and timid, he cursed. He sits on his bed in exchange for necessary items. Grant's fire works better with a divine index finger. In reality, it produces flames weaker than a lighter. He is deceived again. He should have discarded it back then. He remembers Growth God's protection. He consumes 200 bottles consecutively. The evil god creator synchronization rate increases to 10%. He polishes his sword 20 times and collapses at his computer desk. Sparky purchases small gifts, hoping to engage him in deeper conversation. She arrives at his door. She rings the doorbell. No one answers despite repeated attempts. Sparky notices the door is not fully closed. She carefully opens it and calls out to see if her boyfriend is home. His room is empty, and now he is a captive in some warehouse. But because he drank 20 times yesterday, the protagonist is still asleep, adrift in a sea of pleasant dreams. His 3 kidnappers watch him in confusion as he laughs to himself. Excellent. He wants them all. He awakens. What is happening? A kidnapping. The rooster headman says mockingly. Impressive that he can sleep in this situation. Blind God's eye displays male human. Special note uses low, grade flame. Male human. Special note underdeveloped muscles. Looking at these descriptions, these are the fraudsters he encountered at the item shop. What do you want? The protagonist asks. The rooster headman says, we seek compensation. Naturally, he ruined our transaction. The protagonist says awkwardly, what should he do? He does not have his phone. The thin man holds up his phone. They brought it for him. Blind God's eye alerts our boy that the ant army is 20 meters from reaching his location. He shouts urgently, "Onti me quickly," and throw away the phone, but it was too late. Countless ants pour from the phone. They cover the thin man's body instantly. Within 1 second, the ant army devours him completely. The rooster headman and his companion watch in shock. He turns to the protagonist and curses, saying he can control insects. The goon gathers fire in his hand and unleashes flames toward the ant army, burning and consuming everything. The protagonist watches. This is supposed to be a low-grade flame. The rooster headman incinerates the ant army. He turns toward the protagonist menacingly. Now they will settle the account for killing his subordinate. Our boy tenses up. He is done for. Suddenly, the rooster headman stumbles. He collapses. A stone strikes his head. Blood pours from the wound. The protagonist looks down. The ant army has deployed catapults. The large man attempts to escape. The door will not open. The ant army's catapults launch. Blood splatters. The protagonist panics. Even those massive flames cannot eliminate the army. Can he escape this place alive? Had he known they were this formidable, he should have discarded the phone from the beginning. The ant general mocks. Evil God, your subordinates are dead. Now, he will eliminate him immediately and transform him into His Majesty's sustenance. The protagonist's phone chimes. The display reads, activating minor miracle. Lightning strikes. Countless ants are eliminated instantly. Sparky descends majestically before him. He rejoices. The ant general thinks with fury at such contempt for the emperor's army while not acting personally, and to command such a powerful subordinate. That evil god is truly an evil god among evil gods, capable of destroying the empire. The general removes its armor and roars. Today he, Kamakiri, shall perish here, but he will at least eliminate one more of your subordinates. Sparky continues electrocuting them. Protagonist stands behind, grinning foolishly, completely unaware of the approaching danger. The ant general whispers, 1,000 blades that sever all. I am your servant. Grant me your great power. I sacrifice all my subordinates to you. The unaware subordinates shout for the general to take cover. The ant general severs the heads of the remaining ants with one strike. Sparky and protagonist are stunned. After eliminating its subordinates, the ant general emanates overwhelming pressure. Blind God's eye activates. Kamakiri, female. Special note, Imperial General intends to sever Sparky's head with 1,000 blades. Before protagonist can react, the ant general leaps toward Sparky. Sparky hastily activates her lightning. The ant general splits the lightning. It charges toward Sparky with overwhelming momentum. The blade flashes. Sparky lies in a pool of blood. Rage consumes protagonist's mind. These cursed ants. She saved his life 3 times. A notification appears. You may use divine power to alter a mortal fate. This will consume 100 Zalazar divine coins. Protagonist confirms without hesitation. Golden light fills his eyes. Using divine power to reverse time and alter fate, he returns to the moment the ant general severs the lightning. The ant general charges towards Sparky with overwhelming force. Sparky has no time to react and prepares for death. Protagonist's chains shatter. He stands and pulls Sparky behind him. He glares at the ant general with murderous intent. Sparky observes his fierce display. She thinks he truly is a master. Protagonist shouts, a mere lowly ant. He raises his middle finger under judgment. Divine middle finger. The ant general is obliterated by this strike. Protagonist watches all this with a calm expression while Sparky gazes at him with admiration. He picks up a small knife and asks curiously what it's for. The next moment, he throws the knife away because it's scorching hot. She removes her helmet and excitedly asks if he's the hermit. Then she actually kneels down and begs protagonist to take her as his disciple. With a shocked face, He says he's just the lowest ranked hunter. He only defeated the Ant General thanks to his system. There's no way he can teach her anything. But Sparky still clings to him. Even when he's watching wholesome content, Sparky watches along with him. Protagonist asks her speechlessly how long she plans to stay at his place. Sparky says she'll leave when he accepts her as his disciple. Protagonist tells her helplessly that he's just a G rank hunter. Sparky says that just the ring he gave her made her much stronger. Since he gave her something so precious, she wants a chance to make amends. Afterwards, Sparky carries bags of cement and starts repairing his house. Before long, his previously dilapidated room becomes exquisitely renovated by Sparky. Then, protagonist plans to find something to eat with Sparky. But just then, an emergency call comes in. Sparky says there won't be time for a meal. She puts on her helmet and prepares to leave. Protagonist takes out a bottle of Growth God's protection for her to bring along. After thanking him, Sparky flies off into the distance. Moments later, he arrives at a restaurant to eat. The restaurant is playing news. The host announces that the S-rank monster Tra has appeared. Fortunately, a hunter arrived at the scene in time, but buying the citizens time to escape is already her limit. The hunter currently facing Drake alone is B-rank hunter Thunder Empress. Meanwhile, after rescuing a citizen, Sparky stays behind to cover the retreat, facing an S-rank monster. Even Sparky feels uncertain, but there's no time to think. The monster's attack is already upon her. Sparky jumps and unleashes her lightning power. After being struck by this attack, Tri falls silent. The on-site host commentates that Hunter Thunder Empress has defeated Trey. The crowd erupts in cheers. Sparky also happily thinks she's defeated the S-rank monster. But the next moment, a tentacle strikes. With one blow, it sends Sparky flying. This strike directly causes Sparky to lose her combat ability. At this moment, Sparky sees the Growth God's protection beside her. Meanwhile, Tra is charging straight toward the crowd. The next moment, after drinking the potion, Sparky is back at full health. Her entire body surges with lightning power that can tear through anything. Then, she unleashes 1 billion volts. This strike directly tears the S-rank monster apart. Afterward, a reporter interviews Sparky. Sparky excitedly says to the camera that she did it, and that it is all thanks to the potion her teacher gave her. This video already has 2 million views. A celebrity like this is actually eating noodles at his place. The protagonist tells her that she should probably go home, or her family will worry. Sparky says bitterly that no one will worry about her. The protagonist comforts her, saying that what parents would not worry about such a beautiful daughter. Sparky says dejectedly that her parents both died in the Abyss Falling Dragon incident. The Abyss Falling Dragon was incredibly powerful. Humanity suffered millions of casualties to kill it. The protagonist immediately covers his mouth in shame. Then, he tells her to eat his portion of noodles with black bean sauce as well. Sparky immediately beams with joy. At this moment, his phone displays a notification. You have fulfilled the other party's affection and trust values. If the other party says the next key word, you can activate faith. Keyword to activate faith: believe in the one God. The protagonist thinks dismissively that this is not some girl-raising game, but then he thinks again, will activating faith give him lots of divine coins like it did with the saint? Who knows when the ant army will attack again? Either way, the more divine coins, the better. Then, he asks his future wife if she can repeat a phrase after him. It is believe in the one God. After saying this, he kneels on the ground and says shamefully that it is too forced after all. The protagonist apologizes for saying such strange things. With no hesitation, the beauty says she believes in the one God like a cute puppy. The next moment, the protagonist's phone notifies him that faith has been successfully generated. Congratulations. Song Miri is your first follower on Earth. The skill sharing option has been generated. You can borrow your believer's power. He immediately says furiously that this damn game is not giving him any coins, and that he will uninstall it right now. Sparky looks at him with confusion. At this moment, a portal appears behind Sparky. Many ants emerge from it. They are carrying treasure chests, wanting to make peace with the protagonist. Unaware of this, the protagonist wants to test whether he can use Lightning Storm. Then, he raises his hand and activates skill sharing. The next moment, he actually unleashes Lightning Storm. Instantly, the massive energy directly rips off his roof. This strike also electrocutes the ant delegation into ashes. Sparky looks at him with an excited expression. Teacher, so you can use lightning too. You are really amazing. Meanwhile, he wants to cry, but he has no tears. His house was just repaired, and his neighbors scouted that the protagonist should let them live peacefully. On the other side, in the ant world, after the ant emperor learns that his delegation was annihilated by the protagonist, he immediately sends out all his elite forces in fury, vowing to eliminate the protagonist. Meanwhile, he is currently watching Sparky run. Before long, Sparky completes 100 laps. The protagonist hands her a bottle of Growth God's protection. To him, it is just a drink, but it is effective for Sparky. Since he has decided to take her as his disciple, he must do something for her, but he can only give her these potions. At this point, Sparky asks what to do next. He tells her to do squats first. Then, he thinks of using the blind god's eye to appraise her. Maybe it can tell him how to conduct training. So, he begins appraising Sparky. But the next moment, the system notifies him that he has reached the inner mind of the target. The protagonist arrives at an extremely empty place. Then, a blinding light appears before his eyes. A massive lightning tiger, bound tightly by iron chains, appears before him. Sparky's true nature is S-rank, sealed for 10 years. So, Sparky is an S-rank hunter. Back then, the divine index finger that crushes all things briefly unsealed her. In other words, breaking those chains will release all her power. Then, he attacks the chains with the divine index finger, but he can only break a small portion at a time, so he has to give up for now. Moments later, he bids farewell to Sparky. Then, the protagonist returns home, looking at the messy house. He is quite troubled. At this moment, his phone rings. Silently creeping nightmare is looking at him mournfully. All-slaying heavenly blade is looking at him resentfully. He thinks to himself, is this guy the owner of that fruit knife? But all-slaying heavenly blade says his sword is not some mere fruit knife, but a divine blade capable of slaying gods. The protagonist expresses disbelief at this. Wait, can these guys actually read his thoughts? These damn stalkers have now become two. Silently creeping nightmare requests to be unblocked. All-slaying heavenly blade requests the return of his divine sword. Watching this scene, the protagonist becomes furious. He nearly lost his life to obtain the divine sword. All-slaying heavenly blade proposes that if he returns the divine sword, he will give him back the offering from the ant delegation, 2 million divine coins. The protagonist curses angrily that he is truly despicable, flaunting stolen money. Silently creeping nightmare scoffs at this, stating that if he hands over the divine sword to it, it will pay 10 million divine coins. The protagonist is immediately tempted. With 10 million, he can purchase suitable lower-tier omnipotence or items, and buy many potions for Sparky. All-slaying heavenly blade feels very uneasy about this proposal. Seeing his appearance, silently creeping nightmare mocks him as a beggar. All-slaying heavenly blade is angered by this and proposes to grant him his authority. Then, all-slaying heavenly blade demonstrates his authority zenith of the sword. He says that using his authority, no master will be his match. He agrees with this. Throughout history, the sword has been every man's aspiration. Silently creeping nightmare laughs mockingly, while demanding that he should accept its authority rose that blooms at night. It says that using its authority, he can subdue enemies effortlessly. The protagonist immediately devises a plan. Do either of you want to add anything more to your bids? Moments later, the protagonist obtains zenith of the sword, 2 million divine coins, and 3 uses of the all-slaying heavenly blade treasury, plus rose that blooms at night. He thinks to himself that the all-slaying heavenly blade treasury can only be used 3 times, so he needs to use it sparingly. Then, the protagonist wants to try the other 2 abilities. He sits on the ground and shouts, "Rose that blooms at night," but nothing happens. His phone notifies him that Rose that blooms at night can only be activated when the owner is asleep. He shouts speechlessly that it activates after he falls asleep. So how is he supposed to know what ability this is? He is a fool for believing the stalker's words. Then, the protagonist uses zenith of the sword, but still nothing happens. This scene angers him enough to cause constipation for 3 years. The next moment, his phone notifies him that zenith of the sword is activated. Then, the protagonist uncontrollably mutters that he is going to cut everything down. The small knife in his hand radiates evil power. Then, the protagonist uncontrollably licks the small knife and runs toward the restaurant next door. After arriving, he frantically helps the restaurant chop 100,000 green onions. By evening, he returns home exhausted. The protagonist mutters, "What kind of terrible zenith of the sword randomly controls people?" Fortunately, nothing major happens. Before long, he falls into a deep sleep. Moments later, the ant army appears on his rooftop. Seeing him asleep, they charge toward him. At this moment, a rose actually grows from his chest. The rose opens its enormous mouth and devours all the ant forces. Then, it closes its mouth. The mother mosquito exclaims in shock that it is the nightmare flower. 3,000 years ago, it devoured 90% of the continent's population and was called the sinful calamity god, the apostle of the silently creeping nightmare, the nightmare flower. The mother mosquito says calmly not to fear. Today will surely go down in the Blood Clan's history. Then she charges toward him. Seeing this, the other ants also begin their assault, but their attacks have no effect on the rose. In the blink of an eye, the rose devours all the ants. Seeing this, the mother mosquito roars that although she cannot kill the evil god, she will at least make the calamity god's apostle, the monster flower, accompany her in death. Then she unleashes her strongest strike, but the rose devours her ultimate move in a single bite. The mother mosquito watches the scene in disbelief. Then the rose devours her in one bite. When the protagonist wakes up the next day, he only feels extremely bloated. He groggily picks up his phone. It displays that the saint and her followers are desperately requesting aid. He quickly activates the blind god's eye to see what is happening. The saint and her followers have been poisoned by the bee clan. He thinks to himself, did you poke a beehive trying to get honey? He opens his computer, wanting to search how to treat ant poisoning. His phone notifies him that due to the one god's concern for the believer's earnest plea, the miracle option has been activated. For believers, miracles are one of the meanings of a god's existence. According to his miracle orientation situation, believers will either revere him more or fear him more. Activating a healing miracle requires 100,000 divine coins. He clicks confirm without hesitation. Part of the fruit of the world tree that the one god absorbed will be used as material for the miracle. They should be fine now. After doing this, he suddenly feels very sleepy. In the blink of an eye, he falls back asleep. His phone notifies him that the benevolent god title, Benevolent Savior, has risen from E rank to D rank. The one god's alignment has changed from evil to neutral. Several benevolent gods, especially Endless Abundance, are beginning to notice him. On the other side, in the ant world, the saint and her people all have ashen faces. They are all praying for a miracle. The next moment, a raindrop falls. Immediately, countless raindrops follow, and the deadly poison on the ants is washed away by the rain. The saint rises and shouts that the one god has saved them once again. Now, they must repay the god with the tribe's most sincere trust. They will create offerings to sacrifice to the god. After an unknown amount of time, he wakes up groggy. Sparky is actually at his place. She says the training time passed and he did not show up, so she came to check. Then she asks what the statue on the table is. The protagonist looks up. The statue of the one god was made by the dark tribe with a grateful heart, imitating the one god. Its feature is that it is extremely ugly. The protagonist says speechlessly that he does not know what that hideous thing is. But Sparky says the statue is just like him, looking more handsome the more you look at it. Then she asks if she can take the statue. The protagonist tells her to do as she pleases. After sending Sparky away, he prepares to watch some wholesome content, but his phone notifies him that the world tree sapling is sick and will wither in 24 hours. He hastily takes out Growth God's protection, but it does not work. The world tree is the fruit that healed him when he was injured. In other words, if he cures it, he can sell its fruit. He searches through the divine shop for quite a while and finally finds an item, Tears of Endless Abundance. Only those certified as good people by the goddess can use it. Purchasing it will generate a quest. Moments later, he arrives on the street picking up cigarette butts. To save the world tree, he actually has to do this kind of thing. After picking for a long time, his goodwill only increases by 10%. He still needs 90% more to complete the quest. Suddenly, a voice calls out, asking what he is doing on his turf. The protagonist turns around to see a very muscular homeless man. He thinks to himself that he has heard homeless people are very sensitive about their territory. He quickly pulls out a $1 bill and hands it to him. But seeing this, the homeless man actually shouts angrily that he dares to give charity to Choi Gang-san. Choi Gang-san. The protagonist remembers that he is an S-rank hunter who started as a sanitation worker. Choi Gang-san snatches the dollar bill and says that since it is his sincerity, he will accept it. He looks at his phone puzzled, thinking that he clearly gave charity to someone, so why has his goodwill not increased? He looks at Choi Gang-san drinking alcohol. He actually gave charity to that kind of drunkard. No wonder his goodwill did not increase. The protagonist calls out, dissatisfied, Grandpa, and Choi Gang-san immediately shouts angrily, asking why he called him Grandpa. He quickly takes out a plastic bag and says quietly, asking him to please put the bottle here and that he will take care of it, calling him Big Brother. Hearing him call him Big Brother, Choi Gang-san immediately beams with joy. Just then, an alarm sounds in the distance. A monster has appeared. Protagonist immediately decides to make a run for it, but Choi Gang-san swiftly grabs him. Then, with one leap, he takes flight. After coming to his senses, he looks down. He nearly dies of fright on the spot. Before long, they fly to a factory building. Meanwhile, protagonist has already lost consciousness. When Choi Gang-san releases his grip, he collapses to the ground. Before them stands a massive toad monster. Choi Gang-san mutters that tonight's drinking snack will be toad legs. After saying this, he charges toward the toad. At this moment, protagonist's system notifies him that it has detected killing intent threatening the authority owner. Then, the nightmare flower emerges from his body. The nightmare flower opens its enormous mouth and bites toward both the toad monster and Choi Gang-san. In the blink of an eye, the nightmare flower swallows them both in a single bite. Meanwhile, in his daze, protagonist arrives at a forest. He stands up, only to discover a person wearing white clothes standing before him. He steps forward and asks, stuttering, where this is. That person removes their hat and says that he has returned, his great and merciful God. As he stands stunned, cracks suddenly appear before his eyes. Then he returns to reality. He immediately sees Choi Gang-sen lying on the ground, covered in filth. Choi Gang-sen cries out for his mother, saying he's scared because a huge flower ate him. Good grief, why does it smell so bad? Did he fall into an outhouse? Protagonist mutters. Then protagonist's phone notifies him that he has defeated the evil god's subordinate, contributed to world peace, and exceeded the goodwill quest. As a reward, he is given the miraculous item, Tears of Endless Abundance. The tears effect activates to heal the sick world tree sapling. He immediately beams with joy. He can sell the world tree fruit and become wealthy. Congratulations on successfully reviving the world tree. He has laid the foundation for the Dark Tribe's revival. To thank him, the members of the Dark Tribe have additionally offered a statue of the one god. After sending Choi Gang-san to the hospital, he returns home. Looking at the statue on the table, he is speechless. Where does this thing even resemble him? His phone notifies him that because the statue resembles him, the empathy rate between him and the ants in the evil god creator's world has risen to 10%. At this moment, a message pops pops up on his phone. Our great and merciful one God. He looks at his phone, never imagining he would one day be messaging with ants. Then another message appears, begging him to save their poor tribe members, dying dark tribe members in a special situation after being attacked by magical beasts. Protagonist looks at the ants lying on the ground. He immediately shouts angrily, asking who did this. He tells them to take him to find those magical beasts. He will crush them with his own hands. After hearing his words, the ants immediately cry tears of emotion. Then he tells them to lead the way. Perhaps because they are ants, they move very slowly. Finally, the ants stop and gaze ahead in terror. He immediately zooms in on his phone to see what is happening. When he sees clearly, he tenses up. It is actually a dense swarm of cockroaches. Immediately, protagonist turns around and flees at full speed. The ants leading the way also panic at the sight of the cockroaches, desperate to escape. However, the saintess tells them not to panic. She points behind them and shouts that the one God who protects the tribe has always been with them. But when she turns around, she sees him running away. The saintess cannot believe what she is witnessing. The other ants see him fleeing and cry out in despair that they have been abandoned by their God and that they are screwed. Moments later, he stares at the cockroach corpses covering the ground. Fortunately, because he hates cockroaches, he had stocked up on plenty of cockroach poison at home. The ants clean up the battlefield, finishing off any cockroaches still clinging to life. He looks at the dejected Saint Tess with confusion. He asks her what is wrong, since they have already driven back the beasts. Upon hearing this, the saintess bursts into tears and cries that she dared to briefly doubt the one God's intentions, that she is unworthy of serving the one God, and begs to be executed. Protagonist is about to comfort her when his phone displays a notification. The message states that he has met the conditions to generate an exclusive divine power, divine thumb of multiplication. He immediately clicks to obtain it. Looking at the overly dramatic description, it is as embarrassingly pretentious as always. Just as he is about to test this ability, his online manager sends a message asking to meet in person. But when he arrives at the location, he discovers that the person is actually a man. He is left speechless. He decides to freeload a meal and then make his escape. However, the man keeps staring at him and shouts at protagonist to work hard on his manhwa, saying that as a manager, protagonist has full potential but is wasting it. Protagonist stammers, trying to figure out how to deceive him. Suddenly, his phone rings. The screen shows that another group of beasts is attacking the Dark Tribe, asking if he wants to multiply the Dark Tribe ants to drive them away. He immediately selects multiply. The man notices that he is playing a game, stands up, and slaps him hard across the face. Meanwhile, in the ant world, the ants stand ready in formation below. The saintess stands on a high platform with both hands raised, shouting that the Great One God will soon eliminate all the beasts. Shortly after, his phone displays that he has successfully defeated the Destruction God's beast and earned 300 million divine coins. At this moment, he walks alone on the street. After a struggle, he has successfully protected his dignity. His phone notifies him that Endless Abundance has offered to sponsor him as a special reward for his ranking as a benevolent savior. The one God can freely choose any ability, with all costs covered by Endless Abundance. In that case, he naturally chooses the most expensive option. He selects Heaven and Earth Creation, an exclusive divine power of the supermoon god, with a price tag of 1 followed by 100,000 zeros. However, the phone notifies him that the one God is far from meeting the requirements to use Heaven and Earth Creation to adapt to the one God's level. Heaven and Earth Creation has been partially adjusted and is now changed to a one-time use of false Heaven and Earth Creation. The world undergoes certain changes. That night, everyone stares at the sky in shock. A second moon has appeared beside the original moon. In a different place, a man was trembling with fear. In front of him, a naked man was standing amid piles of bloody corpses. The Tarzan look-alike guy asks if the Lightning Emperor was the one causing trouble for the guild master. The man confirms it with a twisted look. The perverted Tarzan declares that he will toy with her under the beautiful yellow moon. The following day, suffering from a throbbing headache, the protagonist sits on the steps while training Sparky. Sparky manages to finish 500 laps in only 5 minutes. After that, he asks her to hold a plank so he can once again enter her mindscape. He strictly tells Sparky not to move, then activates Blind God's Eye on her. Soon after, he steps into Sparky's inner world again. By now, the Lightning Tiger no longer shows hostility toward him. Using the Divine Index finger, the protagonist begins breaking the chains. While many chains are still intact, a significant number have already been shattered. The Lightning Tiger then affectionately licks his face. Once he exits the mindscape, the protagonist asks Sparky to test her strength to see if there is any progress. The outcome exceeds expectations. Sparky excitedly declares that the training is truly effective. She then heads off to complete another 200 laps, while our boy's phone suddenly receives a notification. Saint Tess asks him to give her a proper name. After some thought, he realizes that calling her Saint Tess forever is not ideal. From that moment on, she is named Little White. Upon hearing the name, Saint Tess is overwhelmed with joy and bursts into tears. The other ants immediately ask for names as well, but naming hundreds of ants individually would be far too time-consuming. As a result, the protagonist assigns them simple numbers such as number 1, number 2, number 3, and so forth. Not long after, our boy returns home. His phone informs him that the ant tribe has evolved into the Formica tribe, thanks to the names granted by the one god and the experience gained through hunting beasts. He finds them incredibly adorable. With the evolution of the Formica tribe, the one god's level increases to 2. This advancement unlocks civilization renaissance. Through his guidance, the protagonist helps the ants build walls, establish training grounds, and develop farmland. Saintess Little White proudly announces the miracle performed by the one god, urging everyone to witness it and worship the great one god together. The protagonist finds himself growing more and more fond of these tiny ants. Next, the protagonist selects the third question mark option. Without warning, a tower radiating sinister energy materializes. The Tower of Warriors appears. Only those possessing exceptional courage and faith are permitted to challenge it. According to the special notice, the survival rate of challengers is merely 1 in 10,000. At the sight of the Tower of Warriors, the ant tribe descends into panic. In response, the protagonist destroys the surrounding walls to seal off the tower's entrance. He firmly warns the ants never to approach the tower out of curiosity. Among the crowd, a single ant looks down at its own hands. It remembers the countless moments when the tribe was pushed into danger, wishing it had been strong enough to protect everyone. Fixing its gaze on the tower, the ant makes a silent but firm resolve. At the same time, within the ant empire, the ant emperor erupts in fury at a cockroach. Even his cockroach army had failed to eliminate protagonist, the dark god of the dark tribe. In a fit of rage, the ant emperor raises his left hand and kills the cockroach in a single blow. He roars angrily, condemning the insects as useless and questioning whether he must personally intervene. Just then, a calm voice interrupts him and asks him to restrain his anger. "Your Majesty." A spider spirit steps forward before the ant emperor and speaks respectfully. It tells him to leave worldly affairs in its hands and focus solely on preparing for ascension to the divine realm. The spider spirit vows that the dark tribe insects and the evil god they follow will be completely eradicated, even if it costs its own life. This mosquito is a true king among its kind. With just one bite, it can drain a person completely dry. At this moment, it has just finished sucking a zombie empty. From the distance, a figure slowly approaches. It is the spider spirit. In her hand is an item known as the cursed needle. She hands it to the mosquito and orders it to kill protagonist, the dark god of the dark tribe. The mosquito laughs sinisterly, saying it wants to taste the blood of the evil god. The spider spirit replies coldly that it may do whatever it wants. Attaching the cursed needle to its body, the mosquito schemes silently. Once it absorbs the evil god's blood and gains immense power, it will overthrow the ant emperor and proclaim itself the new ruler. At the same time, the protagonist is busy trash-talking his teammates. Our boy unleashes the full power of his 20 years of solo hand speed, typing furiously to defend his family's honor. He does not stop until the keyboard is practically smoking. When he finally finishes his rant, he picks up his phone to check on the ants. For now, they are all fast asleep. Suddenly, he notices a stone shaking slightly. In the next instant, an ant lifts it up. The stone is several times larger than the ant itself. This ant is number 1, a warrior of the Gayami tribe, training relentlessly to protect its people. The protagonist scratches his head, wondering if he should lend a hand. In the end, he hands over a bottle of the growth god's protection. Upon receiving it, number 1 is so overwhelmed with emotion that it can barely express its gratitude. Our boy then returns to his computer and resumes trash-talking his teammates, completely unaware that a mosquito is observing him through the window. After watching for some time, the mosquito finally makes its move. It flies over and bites him squarely on the forehead. Instinctively, he slaps the shit out of mosquito. Seriously, why are there still mosquitoes when winter is almost here? In the very next second, an icy chill spreads through his body, as if he has fallen into a frozen abyss. He sneezes, and to his shock, a stream of mucus shoots out 8 meters long. The protagonist decides to head to the bathroom to wash his face. When he looks into the mirror, he sees a demonic mark etched onto his forehead. His blind god's eye immediately recognizes it as the mark of the ugly plague rider, activating the chilling curse. What is this thing? He still has to defend his parents' honor in the game. There is no time to dwell on it. Soon after, the fever curse activates, followed by the muscle pain curse, and then the anemia curse. Panicking, he searches through the divine shop and finds Huada's pill. Just as he clicks to buy it, a mission notification suddenly appears. Filled with despair, he decides to go to the hospital on his own. Meanwhile, inside the hospital, a man cautiously scans his surroundings. He is a devoted follower of an evil god, completely brainwashed into believing only in that deity. His goal is to carry out a suicide attack and offer human sacrifices to the evil god. Back on the protagonist's side, he finally reaches the hospital. By now, he can only crawl along the ground, and it is obvious that the absurd mission was never designed for him to survive. The mission demands that he save 100 humans with sincere devotion. Otherwise, he might as well die. Inside the hospital lobby, the evil godfollower is holding a nurse hostage, gripping a detonator tightly while shouting for everyone to stay still. Sparky faces him from across the room, ready to act at any moment. The protagonist stares at the situation in confusion. When the evil godfollower notices the demonic mark on his forehead, he immediately assumes our boy is an ally. Without hesitation, he shouts at him to come over and help. Let's offer sacrifices together to welcome the descent of the destruction god. Hearing this, Sparky erupts in anger, demanding to know what nonsense the attacker is spewing and telling him he has the wrong person, because that man is her teacher. The bald man sneers and points out that the skull mark on the protagonist's forehead is their sacred symbol. He immediately senses a sinister aura. There is no doubt that this man is a trusted operative dispatched by Mr. John. Our boy fixes his gaze on him and activates Blind God's Eye, successfully peering into his memories. Within those memories, a purple-haired man orders him to intensify the fear of the sacrifices before killing them, so that the destruction god's descent will be fueled by even more offerings. After witnessing this, the protagonist understands just how grave the situation truly is. At that moment, the bald man bellows a chant to the destruction god and prepares to trigger the detonator. Seeing this, the protagonist swiftly extends his index finger, unleashing the all-crushing divine index finger. However, the detonator has already been pressed. Exhausted, the MC shouts to Sparky that this is the decisive moment. The bald man stares at the detonator in shock. No explosion follows in the next second, and sheer terror spreads across his face. Without hesitation, Sparky's lightning descends mercilessly. The bald man is electrocuted on the spot, losing all control over his body. Meanwhile, the protagonist collapses to the ground, already unconscious. Just before his awareness fades, a voice resounds within his mind, activating the necrosis curse. He finds himself in a vast and empty expanse. He walks through this endless space for a long time before a voice finally speaks. Newly born infant god, you have truly forced me to intervene personally. I will make you endure boundless fear, death, and suffering. In the next instant, several towering demons hundreds of feet tall materialize before him. As the protagonist stands frozen in shock, the nightmare flower emerges behind the demons. In a single bite, it devours the once arrogant monsters. Mission complete. Congratulations on surpassing the mission's requirements to save others and survive. The master of the medicinal book is highly satisfied with your benevolence. You have received Huwada's pill. The protagonist awakens a day later with something resting in his mouth. Acting on instinct, he chews it. In the very next moment, every physical injury and ailment is completely cured. As an extra reward, a fragment of that being's divine power merges into his body. Nearby, Sparky is surrounded by crowds begging for autographs. Taking advantage of the confusion, the MC quietly slips away. Back at home, he relaxes on his bed, amazed by the remarkable effectiveness of Huwada's pill. Suddenly, his phone rings. Number 1 is desperately requesting the One God's assistance. The message appears on the screen. One God, I apologize for troubling you. May I receive more of the medicine you once granted me? The protagonist jolts upright and asks what has happened. Number 1 is lying on the ground, his entire body trembling. He intended to pass all the tests in the warrior tower to protect his tribe. As he opened the first door, the tower's voice announced that candidate number 1 was beginning the test. The rock test on the first floor started, requiring him to climb the stairs to the second floor to proceed. Number 1 ran forward, focused. He remembered how the drink given by the great god had raised his level, even forcing him to change professions so he could wear his powerful armor. Lost in thought, he failed to react when a stone suddenly flew at his head. The impact sent him tumbling down the stairs, pinning him against the wall. The stone faded away, but the pain remained real. The ant cried out and called to his god. The protagonist read the subject's memory and stared at number 1's broken body. Worry ran through him as he wondered if the ants he had once killed for fun had suffered like this. The system warned that number 1's life would end in 10 seconds. Panicking, the protagonist granted him the blessing of the god of growth, but it had no effect. With 8 seconds left, then 7, the boy grabbed his head in despair. Suddenly, he noticed his hand and remembered a reward he had received earlier. With 5 seconds remaining, he purchased a special right to use divine healing medicine for 100 coins. His hand glowed as he activated it. With 3 seconds left, he pointed at number 1 and used the medicine. Number 1's body stirred and slowly rose. The protagonist smiled in relief and told him that he had come back to life. Number 1 broke down in tears, thanking his great god. The protagonist sternly reminded him that he had warned him not to enter the tower. Number 1 lowered his head and said he only wanted to protect his tribe. The protagonist tried to lead him out, but the doors would not open. The system declared that number 1 could not leave until he cleared the 50th floor. Confused and frightened, number 1 asked what he should do. a reward from the seeker of eternal right arrived. The protagonist cursed the unfairness as he opened several bottles. A knock sounded. The protagonist drank one bottle and handed the rest to number 1, telling him to drink them. Outside stood a tall man wearing glasses, who asked if the protagonist was the hunter. He introduced himself as Teen, an elite scout of the Guild of the Magnificent, and said it was an honor to meet him. The protagonist quickly stated that he was not a hunter, but Teen replied that he would become one soon and asked for a short conversation. While the protagonist spoke with Teen, number 1 returned to the stairs. Empty vials lay scattered around him. The seeker of eternity watched him warmly as number 1 chose to try again. The crystal above the stairs glowed, and a massive stone ball rolled out of the tunnel. Number 1 clenched his fist and struck it with a shout. The ball shattered. The system announced that candidate number 1 had passed the rock test and would receive a blessing. Meanwhile, Teen explained the offer. The annual salary would be 300 million, and they could sign immediately if the protagonist agreed. The protagonist imagined a future free from his harsh manager, filled with writing, good food, and gifts for his beloved niece. He smiled, but Teen added that the guild would take 70% of all hunting rewards. Lost in thought, the protagonist barely noticed Teen's irritation. After assessing him, the protagonist realized with horror that Teen was a servant of the god of destruction. The promised money was bait. The protagonist nervously declined, saying he was busy finishing chapters and was not motivated by money alone. Teen apologized politely and said the guild master sincerely wanted the protagonist. Sweating, the protagonist claimed his stomach hurt and asked to use the toilet. Teen coldly replied that he would wait. Inside, the protagonist stared at his reflection, convinced Teen was like the terrorist from the hospital. He opened his phone, wondering who he could call. Suddenly, the bathtub wall collapsed. Teen appeared through the opening and demanded to know who the protagonist was calling. The protagonist froze in terror, certain that he was finished. Teen frowned at the hero and reminded him that he had asked a question. Who was he supposed to call? The protagonist quickly realized and said that he was contacting the publishing house regarding an important matter. Inside, he trembled like a leaf. Suddenly, a powerful strike hit him, sending his body crashing through another wall as he groaned in pain. Teen adjusted his tie, clearly annoyed. He questioned why they had summoned him when anyone else could have handled it. Grabbing the hero by the throat, he said he would drag him away by force. With ease, the brute lifted him off the ground and shook him mockingly from side to side. The protagonist's vision blurred, and his eyes slowly closed. Teen warned him not to struggle so he could knock him out without much effort. His pupils rolled back, his eyelids slammed shut, and darkness swallowed him. A system notification popped up. An urgent mission had been issued. A mission to save a believer. The protagonist jolted awake. He had to save his only believer on Earth from death. Teen whistled in surprise, noting that the hero was enduring far better than an ordinary person who would have already passed out. The protagonist grabbed the strongman's hand, but the difference in strength was overwhelming. He knew he would be killed at this rate. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, glowing blue. Before him appeared a ladder, with an unknown figure at the top offering him power. Looking closer, he recognized number 1, shouting for the great god to keep him fighting. The transfer skill activated. Lightning surged from the protagonist's eyes, and the transfer of Steve's body was successfully completed. He looked down and activated the number 1 skill. Teen chuckled, but his expression shifted as the boy's body swelled, becoming incredibly muscular. He stepped back into a defensive stance. He assumed the hero was a hunter specializing in matter creation. The now powerful protagonist stood confidently, and Teen finally understood why the guild master had been so interested in him. The big man removed his jacket, admitting he had feared the mission would be too easy. It seemed he had been premature in envying the one entrusted with lightning. Unsure if the Empress had already been dealt with, he decided to stop holding back and finish the task swiftly. Teen ordered the hero to attack. The protagonist charged forward. Teen dodged and acknowledged the strength behind the strike. As the hero continued to attack recklessly, Teen noticed numerous openings in his defense. Red electricity crackled around Teen's body. He was certain the hero was still inexperienced and swung his fist with a hint of pity. Suddenly, the protagonist seized his head with both hands and drove a knee into his face. Teeth flew, blood sprayed from his nose, and Teen screamed as he bent forward. The protagonist then raised both hands and slammed them like hammers onto Teen's back, smashing his face into the floor. The protagonist quickly pulled out his phone and tried to call Sparky, but it was turned off. Panicked, he asked the system to locate her. The database of followers of the nameless god initialized, projecting a map of the Earth. Sparky's location appeared as the protagonist's eyes glowed blue, locking onto her signal. An unknown figure was approaching Sparky's body, tossing a blade over his shoulder while reassuring her that it would not harm her. He was the sword demon. Bloodied, Sparky called for her master. The demon raised his sword, and blood splashed. A gust of wind carried a flyer announcing the search for the Empress of Lightning into the air. The master sighed heavily. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Could some fool have really finished off Sparky? A terrible premonition gripped him. These events had not yet occurred, but they were quickly becoming reality, reminiscent of the case with the demon of death. Overjoyed, the protagonist decided to change the fate of his follower using the right of God. He noticed a note indicating the sword demon's obsession with swords. Turning to his laptop, he realized he needed a sword. All he had was a small knife, but he took it along with his phone. The cost of altering fate was deducted. A blinding light enveloped him. At his current level, he could perform a miraculous feat. A glowing sphere formed in the apartment as a violent whirlwind spun around him. At the same time, the sword demon looked at the injured girl as she struggled to sit up and asked what he wanted. He replied that it was nothing personal, that he was simply doing his job. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, turned sharply, and leaped back. A glowing figure materialized before him. The man demanded to know who he was. The protagonist glared and said he intended to cut him down for daring to touch his student. The demon scowled at the hero, remembering how, after walking the path of the sword, he had slaughtered countless geniuses to reach his current realm. He lifted his blood-stained blade and questioned whether the hero was truly allied with the Lightning Empress. Using his skill, he had defeated enemies far stronger than himself. The protagonist moved forward, laughing hysterically, madness clearly written across his face. Never before had the sword demon encountered an opponent who wielded nothing more than a fruit knife. He slid his katana back into its sheath and assumed a battle stance, finally acknowledging the hero's seriousness. A purple aura slowly began to leak from his body. He suddenly lunged, delivering a sweeping horizontal strike aimed at the protagonist's throat. With cold confidence, the demon believed that even S-class fighters would be unable to endure his blade. However, the protagonist remained completely unharmed, still giggling as he held up his knife. There was not even a scratch on his body. The demon's eyes twitched when his attack was stopped by a simple fruit knife. He retreated a step in disbelief, swung again, and unleashed a wave of dark energy. The protagonist casually deflected it. An explosion echoed behind him. Startled, the swordsman released a rapid barrage of slashes, unable to track the hero's position. Calmly, the protagonist blocked every attack. The demon then noticed the Lightning Empress addressing the hero as master, and instantly understood that the hero was a hermit hunter outside the association. Cold sweat dripped down his face as realization struck. He produced an ampoule, fully aware that it would consume his life force in exchange for a single decisive blow. After swallowing it, his eyes shone purple and dense aura wrapped around his body. Lightning crackled as a symbol formed on his face. Showing respect to his opponent, he spoke the protagonist's name and ordered him to prepare for death. The protagonist simply grinned wildly, with veins turning black. The demon charged forward. The moment he entered the kill zone, the protagonist swung. The knife passed cleanly through the demon's neck, activating Shadow Step. The swordsman reappeared behind the protagonist and struck. Dust burst into the air as his sword stabbed into the asphalt. Certain of his victory, he lifted his gaze only to see his sword shatter apart. He dropped to his knees, staring blankly at the broken weapon. Maniacal laughter rang out from within the dust. The protagonist smiled and softly whispered, "Cut." Terror flooded the demon's eyes. Although the protagonist's back was turned toward him, his head twisted unnaturally to stare straight at him. Blue light pierced the demon as countless slashes struck. Moments later, he realized he had not been injured at all. The true battlefield had been behind him. The demon demanded to know why his life had been spared. The protagonist replied that killing him had always been possible, but he chose otherwise. Steam poured off the protagonist's body as he laughed, proclaiming himself the god of the sword. The swordsman felt dread as he understood the truth. Only someone standing at the very peak could carry such a title. Suddenly, the protagonist's strength faded. The system announced that Body of Steel had expired, temporarily sealing his enhancements. Witnessing this, the swordsman collapsed, acknowledging his defeat before the great god of the sword. Surrounded by destruction, he begged to follow the protagonist, swearing to devote his life to reaching the same heights. Feeling awkward, the protagonist thought the man was clearly unstable. The system then confirmed that the swordsman had become his second fanatically loyal follower. Nearby, Sparky lay injured and bleeding. The swordsman rushed over and fed her a healing potion. Golden light wrapped around Sparky as her wounds healed. Trembling, the demon apologized for his disgraceful performance. The system announced that the mission to save Sparky had been completed. Overcome with guilt, the swordsman blamed himself and begged for punishment, even offering to rip open his own stomach. Once again, the protagonist concluded that the man was mentally unwell. When asked whether he would obey any command, the swordsman agreed without hesitation, boasting that very few in the country could rival him. The protagonist ordered him to destroy the Guild of Magnificence in his name. The demon hesitated, fear flickering across his face, before kneeling down and accepting the sword god's decree. A cruel smile spread across the protagonist's face. The system informed the protagonist that he had obtained extraordinary loyalty, The requirements to activate a special privilege had been fulfilled. A notification popped up, stating that the god's multiplying thumb required 100 coins to activate. He imagined himself diving into piles of gold coins and bars, a grin forming on his face as he wondered whether the skill could multiply money. Deciding to experiment, he did not hesitate. Beneath the dark night sky, light spilled from his window as the young man desperately searched for his hidden savings. He shook a piggy bank, and a single coin dropped out. He stared at it blankly, double-checking and confirming that he possessed only 1,001 coins. With an uneasy smile, he raised his thumb and pointed it at the coin. A sharp sound echoed, causing the hero to stiffen. The system announced that the god's multiplying thumb could not be applied to physical objects. The protagonist's face crumpled instantly. Enraged, he tossed the coin away, furious that his life was still plagued by useless abilities. A message arrived from the user's silent nightmare, telling him to stop complaining and start acting like a god. Paired with a terrifying smiley avatar, the user suggested killing someone to release his frustration. The protagonist agreed without hesitation. He was sick of being the one attacked. It was time to make the first move. He asked the system how he could grow stronger. Other users replied. Generous abundance suggested gathering good karma. Silent Nightmare sneered at the idea, calling it inefficient, and proposing a massacre instead. 1,000 Blades cutting through space itself supported the violent approach and mentioned upgrading the Ultra Blade. After some thought, the protagonist decided to pursue both paths. The system unlocked the God-Creator interface, explaining that his choices would shape whether he became a benevolent god or a malevolent one. Sitting on his bed, the protagonist chose to activate the god's multiplying thumb to expand his ant army. He used the skill and commanded his followers to advance. The system announced that vast numbers of Ant Clan warriors were marching toward the Empire's forces and would arrive in 24 hours. Energy poured out from the phone screen as the protagonist laughed, declaring that the enemy would be annihilated. Within the game world, the Holy Maiden healed an injured ant using the god's healing ring finger. She stood tall, urging the others to place their faith in their god and promising them a better future through his blessings. The ant people grew fanatical, and the system reported an increase in good karma as believers multiplied. The protagonist realized that, thanks to the Holy Maiden's efforts, he no longer needed to personally focus on earning good karma. At that moment, his manager called. The protagonist asked about chapter deadlines before casually mentioning that he needed a short break for personal reasons. The manager exploded in anger, shouting and accusing him of slacking off after having already taken a vacation. Irritated, the protagonist wondered what might happen if he turned the god's multiplying thumb on himself. He pressed his thumb against his forehead. A burst of red energy erupted, and a dark-haired clone materialized in front of him. The system confirmed successful activation of the skill, displaying a remaining duration of 6666 seconds. The protagonist ordered the clone to assist with combat while he focused on writing new content. Instead, the clone punched him square in the face, scolding him for his stupidity and beating him repeatedly before finally walking away, looking refreshed. Bruised and sprawled on the floor, the protagonist could still hear his manager screaming through the phone. The clone picked it up and ended the call without hesitation. The clone then activated Cruel Massacre. Its body transformed into that of a horned demon, a grin spreading across its face. A surge of energy flooded into the game as gigantic monsters appeared, smashing through the battlefield and charging toward the ant army. The ants panicked, convinced the enemy was overwhelming. The monsters laughed until streams of red energy descended from the heavens, destroying the enemy monster. The system announced that Cruel Massacre had advanced to C rank due to large-scale slaughter. Elsewhere, enemy forces finally understood they were facing an evil god. Survivors warned the Lord Lady that this being was closer to a demon, explaining that corpses disintegrated into dust after death. Lady Spider immediately ordered the 10 Swords and the Great General to be summoned. Despite the danger of leaving neighboring borders vulnerable, the Black Flame had to be eliminated before the Emperor returned. Hidden in the shadows, an unknown individual listened quietly, swearing to personally claim the evil god's head. Back in the real world, the protagonist sat on the floor, battered and drained. He cursed his isolation, feeling betrayed even by his own clone. Generous Abundance jokingly asked to meet the handsome clone. The protagonist then noticed 21 missed calls and multiple messages from his manager, all confirming the termination of his contract. The system reported total success. The Holy Maiden had retrained as a missionary, prisoners were secured, attributes had increased, both light and dark coins were obtained, and levels had risen. The protagonist shouted that none of it mattered anymore. The system announced that after the successful expansion of the nomads of the Ant Kingdom, the territory of the believers had grown. A total of 131,502 captives from the Grass Kingdom were taken. Number 1 advanced to Novice Muscle Warrior, Number 2 advanced to Spearman, and Number 3 advanced to Archer. The White Tiger was promoted to a soldier within the military group, and a large amount of light and dark coins had been gathered. The protagonist shouted that he had a deadline and did not care about the game. However, a new structure appeared in the system window. Rescue a fanatically devoted believer. The target was the sword demon. The reward stated that the hero's talent would bloom like a flower. He attempted to ignore it, but the system automatically began displaying events from the sword demon's perspective. The sword demon was bound in chains. Chiolmi from the Magnificent Guild, protected by the god of destruction and able to wield powerful flames, grabbed his hair and warned that if he talked, she would grant him a painless death. Beside her stood Chioldu, muscular and marked with scars. The sword demon said nothing. Using his special right, the hero gained access to the believer's memories. The sword demon had been sold as an infant to a black house and raised to become an assassin. His training was brutal, doing push-ups with a heavy stone boulder on his back. After awakening his Teichi abilities, he began carrying out assassination assignments. Later, he encountered Chiolmi and Chioldu, who shared a similar past. They became rivals. As he pursued the way of the sword to grow stronger, his swordsmanship eventually brought him to true enlightenment. Now imprisoned, he was accused of attacking the Magnificent Guild. Chioldu insisted on killing him immediately, but Chiolmi argued that Apostle John would pay millions to receive him alive for sacrifice. Chioldu even threatened her in frustration. He seized the sword demon by the hair and lifted his fist to strike. At that moment, the system activated the transfer to the believer in danger. The protagonist borrowed number 1's steel body, and just in case it was forgotten, number 1 was the ant who climbed the tower in the previous chapter. Strength surged through his body. As Chioldu attacked, a surge of energy tore the sword demon free from his chains. Lightning crackled around the hero. He tried to merge Spurky's lightning storm with number 1's steel body, but a system restriction triggered a reboot. With his current divine power, he could not use more than one powerful believer skill at the same time. Chioldu's kick struck his neck. Lightning burst outward and instead hit Chioldu, knocking him down. The system confirmed that the hero endured the reset thanks to steel body. Chiolmi then unleashed flames. The system reported that he resisted them due to steel body. Although the fire burned intensely, it felt oddly comforting, like relaxing in a hot spring. Chiolmi was certain she had reduced him to ashes, yet he remained standing, faint glowing shields shimmering before him. When she attacked once more, he countered by striking her neck with his palm. The borrowed time expired. Steel body returned to normal. Chiolmi collapsed. The system declared that the mission to rescue the fanatically devoted believer had been successfully completed, and the hero's talent would now bloom fully. He waited for a dramatic change, wondering if his writing talent would become extraordinary. Nothing noticeable happened. Instead, the sword demon gazed at him with admiration, praising the incredible way he had defeated his enemies. Before they could depart, dark smoke swirled into view. Apostle John stepped forward with a smile. He was the one overseeing sacrifice rituals for the god of destruction. He expressed that it was an honor to meet the main character. The protagonist inwardly labeled him another lunatic. He shouted, then froze in place without responding. The protagonist concluded that this pervert was truly a genuine psycho. The protagonist lifted his eyebrows in shock when he saw the total number of ritual sacrifices. He lowered his stance before the apostle, realizing he could not read the inscription hidden behind the question marks, so he had to remain cautious. Johann placed his hand over his chest and smiled, calling him brother. The protagonist stiffened, silently commanding him not to step any closer. Johann opened his arms wide, trembling with excitement because he had finally come face to face with the protagonist. The sword demon moved in front of his god, warning Johann not to advance, but Johann clicked his tongue in irritation, struck him across the face, hoisted him into the air, and flung him away, leaving a glowing streak behind. The protagonist found it unbelievable that the sword demon, who had once defeated the Lightning Empress, was cast aside so effortlessly. Johann then questioned which god the protagonist served. Our boy lifted his fist and firmly declared that he followed his own god. A skill transfer began. He unleashed Lightning Storm, sweeping his arm forward as a radiant trail cut through space and bolts of lightning wrapped around his fist. Johann's eyes widened as the luminous punch collided with his chest. At the same time, a butterfly-winged creature headed toward the black tribe village concealed within a thick forest. A man, carrying bundles of branches, cautioned the children not to wander too deep while ants scurried and played nearby. The creature's bright eyes flared open as it released a wave of poison. Vivid green currents burst from its body, and the ants began coughing, clutching their throats in pain. He understood that eliminating followers would reduce the evil god's strength. Returning to the fight, the protagonist struck Johann once more, another glowing trace marking the blow. The apostle was hurled backward and slammed into the ground. The MC inhaled heavily, reflecting that even in combat the pervert still held true. Yet streams of energy gathered around Johann's feet, and he rose again, encased in shining power. No matter how often he was hit, Johann kept getting back up, calmly declaring that it was pointless, since he would always revive. The time limit on the borrowed powerful abilities had run out. The protagonist had nothing remaining. Johann taunted him, asking if that was the extent of his brother's strength. Realizing Realizing he had no alternative, our boy pressed his thumb against his forehead and activated the skill that multiplies the thumb of a god. A flash of light erupted, and an irritated clone appeared before him. Johann chuckled, entertained that the hero possessed a second personality. The protagonist felt uneasy because the clone had beaten him before. The clone exhaled deeply and warned that the Gayami tribe was in peril, reminding him that divine power diminished when followers perished. Wrapped in spiraling energy, Johann attacked again. The clone evaded swiftly. The MC attempted to shield himself, but the shock wave blasted him backward. Calling Johann a worthless weak thing, the clone instructed protagonist to burn it and then vanished in a streak of light. The protagonist shook with uncertainty while Johann prepared another strike. Suddenly, our boy recalled the radiant energy that had once surrounded his hand. Realizing the clone's meaning, he slowly raised his middle finger toward Johann. With a confident smile, he activated the divine middle finger, understanding that his own power had been with him all along. Standing before Johann, the protagonist unleashed the condemning middle finger of a god. His hand radiated light, and the man's eyes widened in astonishment. The protagonist let out a battle cry and swung his hand. A wave of fire surged toward the apostle. In reality, only a faint flame flickered above the guy's middle finger. Frowning, he realized he had forgotten it was just an ordinary lighter. The villain frowned miserably and asked if his opponent was finished playing games. Waves of dark energy swirled around him. The young man extended his burning finger, trying to think of a move. The hero closed his hand and activated the multiplying thumb of a god, snapping his fingers. Several small fireballs shot into the air. Johann raised his eyebrows in surprise as the flames stopped before him without causing harm. Turning aside, the man declared the game's over, noting he was running out of time. The apostle summoned clusters of purple energy. Closing his eyes, the hero resigned himself to the possibility of dying here, abandoned by everyone, even his second personality. Frowning in fear, he begged for help, wondering why he hadn't been finished off yet. A loud sigh echoed in the air. The villain clutched his side, noticing the deep wound. Johann asked why his regeneration wasn't working. The system reported that the merciless hellfire was absorbing the enemy's strength. Flinching, the protagonist realized he should have been warned that his skill could act this way. The man raised his hand, and the guy's eyes widened tensely. The apostle couldn't believe such a bizarre ability had nullified his regeneration. A wave of dark energy knocked the young man to his knees. He gritted his teeth against the sharp pain. Inside the game, the villain narrowed his eyes, disdain written across his face. Flapping his wings, the moth resolved to annihilate the black tribe to weaken the evil god. Suddenly, a strange premonition made the monster look upward. A man was flying toward him, the evil god of the black tribe. Taking a fighting stance, the insect promised that soon nothing of his power would remain. The protagonist's clone thrust his fist forward. The monster's eyes widened in shock. The doppelganger struck him hard, leaving only a cloud of smoke in the monster's place. Seeing the ants lying on the ground, the young man asked if they were truly dead. Lying on the floor, the protagonist felt excruciating pain, as if all his bones had been crushed to mincemeat. The system reported that the number of believers was dropping, potentially weakening divine powers. Gritting his teeth, the player pleaded with the game to stop sending so many notifications. The system asked if he wanted to spend 5 million coins to save the believers. Raising his eyebrows, he wondered if he could use the healing ring finger of a god on himself. Grinning, the protagonist decided it would make him invincible. Placing his hand to his forehead, he activated the healing skill. Johann shuddered as waves of green energy radiated out. The notification indicated that healing himself would cost 10 coins. Throwing up his hands in frustration, the guy was indignant that each follower cost 1 coin. Sitting in the lotus position, the young man confirmed the action. The system reported he received 5 million coins for saving lives. Joyfully clasping his hands, the hero mused that karma truly exists. The apostle asked how his opponent was still standing. Dark energy surged toward the player. Frowning, he activated the steel body skill, forming a protective force barrier. Extending his middle finger, he declared it was his turn. Using the god's divine middle finger, the protagonist unleashed a wave of fire. Johann leapt to the side to avoid it. Landing, the man closed his eyes and laughed, deciding his opponent would not become a meaningless sacrifice. Holding the fire, the boy called for silence. The apostle announced that 9,099 sacrifices were ready. The youth raised an eyebrow in confusion, pointing at him. The villain declared his enemy would be the cherry on top of the sacrificial offering in the name of his god's indulgence. Johann laughed, thanking him for choosing the final victim. The ceiling opened. A red glow spread through the space. A massive yellow eye appeared, observing the heroes. Trembling, the hero asked what it was. Pointing his index finger forward, the protagonist attempted to stop it. The notification stated that this rite could not be used on the god of destruction. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock. The man bent over, coughing blood. The apostle shouted, insisting they hadn't agreed on this. The villain fell. Waves of dark energy filled the area and moved toward him. Closing his eyes, he thought this was the end. His silhouette appeared in the sky. He had hoped for a bright future. The mountain valley was shrouded in clouds. Holding a knife, the young man leaped forward, aspiring to become a powerful and merciful god, but all hope lost meaning. The great god who devoured mountains was the god of destruction. The monster rose, opening its fanged mouth. Blood covered the surroundings. The inscription Abyss flashed on the ground. A bloody girl lay there, losing his beloved. The god of destruction's world shattered, as did his mind. He screamed, scarlet blood flowing from his eyes. A flash appeared above the protagonist's head. His eyes were closed. Suddenly, they opened. The god of destruction had once sought peace, but had now become the embodiment of vengeance. A colossal sword etched with ancient hieroglyphs stood embedded in the earth. Frowning, the protagonist decided to aid the god in taking revenge on the villains. The blade suddenly ignited, glowing crimson. When the protagonist lifted his gaze, a vast yellow eye appeared in the sky, while purple tentacles twisted around him. Paralyzed by terror, the sword demon longed to assist the sword god, but could not move a single finger under the crushing horror. The protagonist called out while cracking his knuckles, ready to demonstrate how to fight enemies, especially those serving depraved masters. Hearing a voice, the young man turned. Johann, wrapped in snakes, insisted everything was a lie and not what they had agreed upon. He pleaded for mercy, shouting that God could not take the life of his humble servant. The apostle's body shriveled as his life force drained away. The god he worshipped was nothing more than a bloodthirsty demon. The enormous eye glared downward. The protagonist frowned and told it to stop staring. The sword demon believed the burning gaze alone had nearly withered Johann. When he saw his comrade raise his hand, the man decided he would not be afraid. A radiant sword materialized in the player's grasp. The brunette's eyes gleamed while the apostle looked around in shock as the demonic pupil tightened. The hero slashed forward and activated Ultra Blade, a power bestowed by 1,000 blades capable of tearing space itself apart. The weapon expanded tenfold, becoming an incarnation of carnage that greatly strengthened close combat. The gigantic eye appeared fearful, and the face of its owner manifested before the blade. Seeking vengeance, the eye unleashed its tentacles and roared. Leaping into the air, the muscular youth swung furiously and ordered the enemy to be silent. Tentacles lunged toward him. His eyes widened with fury as he wished the creature back to hell. The giant eye faltered, its pupil flashing with sudden vulnerability. Meanwhile, the 12th district lay in devastation. Soldiers spread through the area searching for survivors. One man speculated that the rift was SSS rank, meaning a monster capable of destroying an entire nation awaited them. With his hands in his pockets, a hunter asked what had happened. A soldier reported that someone had survived. The association had arrived, stunned that anyone had lived. When questioned, the survivor only laughed. The hunter concluded he had lost his sanity. Before them sat a withered Johann, and the commander ordered that he be taken for medical treatment. The apostle recalled the giant eye releasing its tentacles while snakes coiled around him. A violent explosion shook the room. The protagonist rested the sword across his shoulder as the villain laughed. The protagonist's eyes shone brightly, and he could be regarded as a god among gods. Later, the corpse of a dragon lay before a gathered crowd. Mena frowned as people praised her. Yuen asked whether she truly possessed S-rank power, since dragons resist mental attacks. She demanded the stone be returned. The young man reluctantly tossed the artifact back, lamenting its value of 100 million. She warned him to obey if he wished to live, dismissed the dragon as a sluggish lizard, and vanished. The swordsman called her eternally dissatisfied and suggested celebrating their S-rank dungeon victory without casualties. 2 days later, blue clouds drifted above the buildings. The protagonist's niece placed a damp towel on her uncle's back and teased him for being old. He shivered at the pleasant sensation and protested that he was not old, pointing out that he did not even have a wife. His muscles still ached from the recoil of the giant sword. Suddenly, the child pointed ahead. A sword demon cloaked in dark energy knelt with his head to the floor, asking for his master's command. The boy asked whether he had repaired the bathroom door. The follower confirmed he had. Embarrassed, he declared he would never forgive himself for inconveniencing the sword god. The young man realized he was dealing with a religious fanatic and would have to tolerate such odd behavior. The protagonist asked whether all tasks had been completed. The sword demon saw no reason to clean up the remains of the splendid guild. He explained that an S-rank huntress and the Hunter Association's special team had begun a large operation to dismantle underground organizations across Korea. The player asked if they meant Mina, whom he often saw on television. The follower confirmed this and described her as a recognized beauty. The protagonist noticed she and Sparky shared the same surname and assumed they were related despite being completely different. Rising from bed, the young man told his niece to return to her mother. He intended to visit the healing center to test his new healing ability. The system announced that he had prevented the descent of a fragment of the god of destruction and awarded him 1 million coins. Smiling, he realized his rise had been extraordinary. ordinary. Then he read that the eye he fought was only 1/100th of the true monster. Imagining its real size, he wondered how it compared to the dragon of the abyss. A notification asked whether he wished to accept a promotion mission. The system explained that he must gather 1 billion believers and eliminate 1 billion intelligent beings. The poor boy frowned, realizing he had to accomplish both. From the top floor of the apartment building came a disgruntled voice, as he wondered how he could possibly complete both tasks at once. The protagonist's eyes widened in disbelief as he wondered if he truly had to recruit 1 billion believers or slaughter them. Then he noticed an alternative: recruit or eliminate 10 S-rank hunters. A system window appeared, listing the promotion missions. Low-rank Good God mission: gather 1 billion believers or convince intelligent beings of S-rank or higher to follow him. Low-rank Evil God mission: accumulate atrocity points by killing at least 1 billion sentient beings or slay S-rank or higher sentient beings and absorb their power. The protagonist pressed his palm to his forehead, convinced there had to be another way. A faint smile formed as he imagined character icons and realized he could pit these stalkers against one another. With subtle manipulation, he could complete the objectives. He chuckled while staring at his phone and mentally commanded them to begin fighting. A girl nearby watched him nervously. He stood in a hospital corridor packed with people. Hearing loud puffing sounds from behind the door, he stepped inside. Sparky was doing push-ups despite being wrapped in bandages. From now on, let us call her Marie. She sprang up happily when she saw him and said she was glad he came. When he asked why she was not resting, she replied that she could no longer lie down because she felt glued to the bed. Turning around, she showed him her back and said she was already healed and even the scars had vanished. Embarrassed, he turned away as she began removing the bandages. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind him, ripped off her mask, and smacked Sparky across the back in anger, causing Mari to scream. Mena crossed her arms and scolded Mari for undressing in front of a man. She seized the protagonist by the collar and demanded to know his relationship with her sister. Realizing this intimidating woman was Mari's relative, he awkwardly introduced himself as a physical education teacher from the academy, while Mari secretly gestured for him not to reveal the truth. Mina questioned his rank, dismissing him as weak. Mari defended him, insisting her master was impressive and possibly stronger than her sister. Mina removed her cap and glasses. The protagonist recognized her as a famous S-rank hunter known for her beauty and likely Sparky's older sister. Mina challenged Mari, asking whether reaching A rank had made her fearless. Her eyes gleamed as she activated mind control. Mari froze and was ordered to kneel. She struggled but ultimately obeyed. The protagonist stepped forward and asked Mina to calm down. She shouted at him to leave and used mind control on him as well, but it failed. Mina's eyes widened in shock. Mari stood up and proudly declared that her master had resisted her sister's primary ability. Mina demanded his rank. Sweat trickled down his face. Admitting he was G rank felt humiliating. To his surprise, Mina suddenly bowed, apologizing and saying it was difficult to recognize a mountain standing too directly before one's eyes. She asked him to look after Mari and left porridge for her, acting indifferent yet revealing her concern. Mina, age 24, is the messiah of the god of destruction and carries the curse of the abyss. Before she left, the protagonist asked about her recent hunts and whether she had been cursed. When he mentioned sensing the curse of the abyss, her expression turned frightening as she demanded how he knew. He explained that he sensed it through a detection skill. She brushed it aside, though her mood shifted abruptly. Inwardly, he compared her to the two-faced Janus. After she departed, he reflected on her overwhelming presence as an S-rank hunter with telepathy and wondered how he could ever persuade her to believe in him. Mari noticed his concern. Instead of answering, he suggested they train on the roof. She agreed eagerly. On the rooftop, lightning flashed across the dark sky. Behind him appeared a giant tiger bound in chains, radiating electricity. He pointed his finger and used the crushing index finger of a god, but nothing happened. He tried again. The lightning flickered and dimmed, yet the chains remained intact. Exhausted, he bent forward, realizing that freeing the beast would elevate Sparky to S rank and make her his first high-rank follower. Frustrated, he tossed an item onto the bench and wondered whether he was doing something wrong. He positioned Mari, and a system window appeared above her. Mari, 19 years old, first believer of the protagonist on Earth. S rank currently sealed. Electric abilities partially sealed. He forced himself to focus on the seal as if threading a needle. Mari asked why he was staring so intensely. Another system prompt appeared. He asked who had sealed her. Confused, she asked what he meant. A bead of sweat slid down his face. He then asked where her sister had gone. Mari touched her cheek and asked why he needed to know. With a faint smile, the protagonist realized They could not move forward without having a heartfelt conversation with Mina. Elsewhere, the voice reassured the apostle not to be afraid. The moment he descended to earth, every inhabitant of this world would receive salvation. At the center of the raging waves stood a massive concrete prison. Uniformed guards patrolled the corridors without pause. Inside one of the cells, Johann knelt with his head lowered. In his darkest moments, he had always relied on God's miracle, yet everything had proven to be a lie. Johann looked down at his trembling hands. Salvation had been the sole idea driving his body and mind, yet he had believed in God with blind devotion. Tears slid down his cheeks as he questioned why he had once considered it an honor to become food for a god. A gigantic eye suddenly opened, its red pupil glowing ominously. Johann looked up in terror, screaming that it was disgusting and not what he wanted. Even so, he believed the protagonist was different, the one true God, a god among gods. He pictured the protagonist's somber face, blazing eyes, and body wrapped in streams of flame. Staring through the barred window, Johann pleaded for the world's salvation and for forgiveness for himself. Closing his eyes, he prayed that the merciful protagonist would accept his fallen soul. The system answered that he had converted to the faith of the protagonist. A tremor ran through his body as he thanked the protagonist for accepting his sinful soul. Without warning, a figure dressed in dark clothing appeared behind him wearing a plague doctor mask. A masked girl stepped forward beside the figure. Johann looked up in fear, wondering how anyone below S-class could possibly reach him. Assuming the association had come to claim his life, he declared they were jealous of his abilities, admitted to killing many people, and insisted he could still kill her. The girl laughed coldly and said he had never even set foot in the abyss. Energy gathered at her fingertip as she declared he would answer for attempting to kill her sister, Miri. Agony burst through Johann's chest. Streams of dark energy coiled around his body as he screamed, his cries echoing throughout the prison corridors. Elsewhere, the protagonist sat cross-legged, irritated that meeting Mina was so difficult. Celebrity life must keep her busy, he reasoned. He felt relieved that the sword demon had finally left him alone and imagined a farewell letter promising to remain with him in spirit. His phone lit up with a system notice that a new follower, Johann, a human and former follower of the god of destruction, was now fanatically devoted to him. Promotion progress appeared showing 512, 326 ordinary followers out of 1 billion required. Followers with S-class potential or higher were 1 of 10. Johann should count as above S-class, he thought. He had resolved 2 problems at once. Moments later, the system reported that the fanatic Johann had died. Before he could fully process it, red system windows appeared. Everything belonging to the fanatic would be absorbed. The absorption process could cause unbearable pain. Energy burst from the phone. The protagonist screamed as power surged into his body. Light poured from his apartment window, while energy spiraled around his fists. Gasping for breath, he realized he had absorbed Johann's abilities and wondered if the process could be any less painful. News reports soon stated that an underground hunter gang leader had died of a heart attack in his cell. Though unnamed, the protagonist knew it was Johann. One S-rank follower was now counted in both the good and evil promotion missions. He lay back on the bed, unsure whether he should feel relieved. Johann had been a follower of destruction. Could this truly be good news? Thinking about the future, the protagonist considered becoming a hunter for fame and money, but quickly dismissed the idea. He was a writer, even if only a third-rate one. After uploading 10 chapters based on real events, he checked the comments. One reader wrote that the author lacked talent and rushed the story. Another felt sorry for the ants being slaughtered. A third simply wished him a good night. The protagonist froze, realizing he might need to find another job. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Assuming it might be the sword demon, he rolled up his sleeves and opened it. Instead, a worried Miri stood outside. She dropped to her knees, clasped her hands together, and begged her master to help with an extremely difficult matter. Miri shut her eyes and continued pleading for help. Guys, is it just me? Or is Miri becoming cuter chapter by chapter? The hero watched her and felt he simply could not refuse. A face like that was a forbidden move. Saying no to those eyes would make him a complete idiot. Protagonist frowned, then gave a thumbs up, and Miri shouted with delight. The system immediately reported that the follower on the ground had gained 10 faith points. The hero lifted his brows in surprise, realizing that merely agreeing had earned him faith. Miri beamed and said her master was the best. The guy looked at her suspiciously, wondering what she wanted, because he had a bad feeling about all this. The following day at the Hunter Academy, crowds gathered near the entrance. Wearing a business suit, the main character walked ahead of the girl and asked if she truly wanted him to act as her guardian. Miri smiled broadly and confirmed it. He assumed she had missed too many classes, and that a guardian had been summoned. He briefly wondered whether asking his older sister would have been easier, but the protagonist pictured a terrifying scene and quickly dismissed the idea. He frowned, finally understanding the price behind those 10 faith points. Miri admired his suit and asked why he did not dress like that more often. He replied that he only owned one. She offered to buy him several since she had plenty of money, but he refused, telling her to spend expended on herself. They hurried toward the steps to avoid being late. A man approached and asked what he was to Miri. She smiled and said he was her older cousin. Junuk stroked his chin and remarked that they did not look alike. The protagonist thought they had already been exposed. Miri insisted they were very similar, while he wondered who she thought she was fooling. Junuk, 33 and famous for his muscular build. Miri clenched her fist and demanded how he could call her brother ugly. Junuk apologized, saying he had expected Mina to come. He assumed the protagonist must also be a hunter, since the girl's entire family was exceptional. The protagonist pointed at himself and insisted he was ordinary, but Miri turned proudly and declared her brother amazing. Nearby hung a sign reading Principal's office, with a horn attached to a wooden board. Scene shift to past. A soldier scanning the sky spotted a massive stream of dark energy forming. A giant creature with glowing green eyes roared. The soldier warned that such a monster could tear Korea apart. It was a demonic ogre, a Supreme S-rank monster. The uniformed officer demanded immediate action, but even the hunters present were no match for it. Suddenly, a man appeared beside the ogre's head, blue energy gathering in his hand. He drove his fist forward, releasing a blinding flash. The ogre collapsed, cracking the ground beneath it. The man stood beside the corpse, surrounded by streams of bright energy. Witnesses were stunned that he had defeated a Supreme S-rank monster alone. No one recognized him. Inside the academy, Choi Kang-sen leaned against a nightstand with folded arms, saying he only wanted a peaceful life. Yet monsters kept interrupting everything. He noted warily that some people still thought of him as a janitor. He added that he was too old for that role, and now needed to train the younger generation and cultivate the academy's talent. He mentioned one troublesome girl, Miri, who had recently grown stronger. Only the association's higher-ups knew about the internal barrier restraining her power. She simply needed control and gradual development. She was scheduled to visit today, and he planned to explain everything. Outside, Junuk asked whether the protagonist was really a writer. He admitted he enjoyed reading and asked about his work. The protagonist explained it was a story about an ant colony controlled through a mobile phone, featuring a holy virgin and a muscle-bound ant. Junuk repeated the words muscle-bound ant in bewilderment. They arrived at the director's office. Junuk knocked and announced Miri and her guardian. The protagonist nervously straightened his tie, bowed, and introduced himself as Mira's cousin standing in for her guardian. Choi Kang-sen greeted them warmly. Suddenly, both men shouted in recognition. Protagonist remembered seeing Choi Kang-sen drinking from a bottle during their previous encounter. He froze, realizing this was the S-class hunter Choi Kang-sen, known as the janitor. Choi Kang-sen also smiled, thinking it impossible that the same man would appear here. The protagonist greeted him cheerfully, glad to see him well. Without warning, Choi Kang-sen told him not to come closer and dropped into a fighting stance. Junuk sensed the tension and stepped between them. Afraid an ordinary man, like the protagonist, might die from a single blow, Miri rushed forward, begging them to calm down. But Choi Kang-sen shouted for her not to interfere, warning that a terrifying creature could appear at any moment. Junuk could not understand, yet he sensed the director feared something about this man. The protagonist protested, asking if this was how one treated someone who had kindly given him 5,001 the last time they met. Choi Kang-sen cried out in fear, spun around, and smashed through the window. He leapt from the third floor, landed in a cloud of dust, and sprinted away while stunned onlookers stared. Junuk stood frozen in shock. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and wondered aloud what was wrong with the director. The boys stood quietly in the director's office, unsure of how to react. Looking out the window, they saw Choi Kang-sen sprinting away in terror. Junuk muttered an apology, explaining that the director had been a bit off ever since the last mission. The main character realized he had not been thinking clearly before. The old man quickly disappeared, his heels flashing as he ran, and Junuk remarked that the director would be back soon. Later, Choi Kang-sen sat calmly in a chair, sipping tea. The main character Miri and Junuk were all present. After sampling the cookies, Miri froze for a moment before handing one to the protagonist, insisting he try it. He refused. As she tried to persuade him, the old man's gaze fixed intensely on the protagonist taking the cookie. He noticed the director staring sharply and saw a notice indicating that Miri had presented him a tribute, Choi Kang-sen's favorite snack. Surprised, the boy wondered if that explained the intense stare. Standing up, he asked the principal what he wanted to say, offering to step outside for a private discussion. The director panicked, insisting it be addressed in front of everyone. Confused, the protagonist suggested contacting the guardian since Miri had been skipping classes, emphasizing she needed supervision. Closing his eyes, he assured them he would take care of it. Junuk thanked him, thinking this might be sufficient. As the protagonist and Miri prepared to leave, the old man shouted, halting them. Choi Kang-sen, serious, declared that he could not allow them to go. The protagonist asked asked why. The director asked if he knew how long he had been searching for him, then jumped up, pointing at the protagonist and shouting that this was fate. He mentioned that the academy was well equipped and suggested conducting tests. Raising his fists, he proclaimed he wanted to measure the protagonist's strength. Confused, the boy asked why. The director promised to grant anything if he succeeded. Without hesitation, the protagonist requested that all of Mira's absences, past and future, be ignored. Choi Kang-sen agreed happily, and Junuk was ready to intervene, but the director insisted they not let this opportunity slip by. In the lab, the protagonist entered the capsule. The assistant asked if it was dangerous for an ordinary person. The director reassured her it was important but safe. Reviewing past records, the girl noted that he had a maximum rating of G class, approaching the sphere of waste, which was used to test abilities and track God followers and victims. The boy felt uneasy. Choi Kang-san instructed the protagonist to place his hand on it. Immediately, a blast of mana struck, blinding him. The sphere sparkled and made noises as it assessed his power. When the test concluded, the protagonist sighed. The girl remarked that it was interesting. Embarrassed, he hoped his talent would finally be acknowledged. Excited, he asked if he had achieved S class, but she coldly responded that he was G class, showing a paper confirming that all indicators were within G class. Nothing remarkable. The boy and Miri were stunned. The assistant explained that these were the most average results possible. Choi Kang-sen angrily asked if she was certain. She confirmed, noting only a 0.1% margin of error. The protagonist discovered that Eunbi was Choi Kang-san's daughter. He wondered whether the sphere measured God power. Choi Kang-sen asked his daughter if she was sure. Eunbi pushed him away, confirming it. The director was shocked, pondering how the boy had achieved this, and smirked, thinking he might need to push him if a special ability were activated. The protagonist asked Miri if she wanted to eat on the way back. She agreed happily. Choi Kang-sen, furious, shouted that they were not finished yet. The protagonist asked, "What again?" The director commanded a fight to demonstrate the protagonist's abilities. He claimed the machine had erred, which angered Eunbi. The protagonist refused, uninterested in the director's offer. The boy thought about gaining another S-class follower for his mission. Clenching his fists, he smiled and shouted, "He agree." Miri and Eunbi looked on, confused. Choi Kang-sen clenched his fist in joy, shouting that they needed to move to the training hall. Behind him appeared Junuk, the boy challenging him, eyes burning with rage, insisting it was unacceptable for the Legend of Korea, the director, to fight a lower-class person. Everyone was gathered in the training hall. The protagonist stood in the arena, touching the iron net, and wondering whether it could withstand superhuman strength. Suddenly, his opponent asked if he wanted to wear protective armor. The protagonist replied that Junuk hadn't worn any. The man strapped on a chest guard and gloves, his voice menacing as he said experience made all the difference. The protagonist calmly put on his gloves, saying it would be fine. Rage flashed in Junuk's eyes as he warned the boy that he wouldn't regret it. Outside the arena, the director cautioned the protagonist, explaining that Junuk was one of the top B-rank hunters, with vast combat experience, capable of taking on even an A-rank hunter. The protagonist was surprised. Mari jumped up, shouting that he could handle it and should defeat the enemy in a single strike. Confused, the protagonist felt the terrifying aura radiating from his opponent. A student shouted that the sparring match was about to begin. Seeing the crowd of spectators, the protagonist felt nervous. Junuk suggested finishing quickly before more people arrived. The protagonist agreed and told the teacher to attack. Junuk, clearly enraged, readied himself to unleash the full power of a seasoned hunter. He swung, but the protagonist dodged, catching him off guard. Thinking it was just beginner's luck, Junuk attacked again, closing the distance and striking with full force. Fear washed over the protagonist, yet a bright glow illuminated his face. At that instant, Junuk hit him with everything he had. The spectators cheered, but shock crossed Junuk's face. The protagonist was still standing, raising a finger glowing with God's crushing index finger. Junuk couldn't move. With a flick, the protagonist sent a beam of light hitting Junuk's forehead, sending teeth flying as he lost consciousness, and was hurled across the arena. The principal watched calmly, arms folded. The protagonist rubbed his nose, realizing that Junuk's true strength was comparable to A-class. Mari cheered while the students were stunned. Junuk was taken to the medical department. The protagonist, excited, observed from behind the bars. Choi Kang-sen approached, shouting that it was his turn. The principal removed his shirt, surprising the protagonist. Choi Kang-sen clenched his fists, his stance radiating menace. The protagonist noted that the man's muscle strength seemed limitless, thinking that the old man on steroids was eager to fight him, though he had no other way to attract powerful believers. Choi Kang-sen, shocked that the protagonist had defeated Junuk and manipulated the rank measurement, realized it still didn't compare to what the protagonist had done before. He decided he needed to knock him out to be sure. The protagonist laughed maliciously, The director, eager, shouted to begin. The protagonist proposed a wager. The loser must grant a wish to the winner. Choi Kang-sen's agreed, provided it wasn't illegal. The protagonist raised his index finger, promising a modest wish. Both men readied themselves, tension thickening. As Choi Kang-sen's advanced, rage filled his eyes, and mana enveloped him. The protagonist jumped back, realizing just how formidable the old man was. Suddenly, Choi Kang-sen's clothes tore away from his steel-like body, shocking the crowd. Miri watched proudly. Choi Kang-sen's grinned, calling the protagonist the person from the S-class prophecy, a being both cruel and noble. The protagonist, bewildered, realized he was being forced to join the academy, despite wanting to become a novelist and win a Nobel Prize. Suddenly, Choi Kang-sen's leg shot toward his face. The protagonist dodged as Choi Kang-sen's swung a punch with all his strength. Miri and Eunbi watched in fear. The director shouted angrily, urging the fight forward. The protagonist covered his face, while Choi Kang-sen's yelled that he wanted to witness the genius from the prophecy firsthand. For now, the protagonist allowed him to fight with his full power. The main character roared in fury and lunged at his opponent. The old man did not step back and instead pressed forward. They clashed brutally, trading heavy blows. Hero barely evaded the director's crushing strikes, while Choi Kang-sen failed to block the protagonist's lightning-fast attacks. The spectators stared in shock. Suddenly he noticed the old man stumble and seized the opportunity, driving a hard kick into his side. Blood burst from the director's mouth, yet he instantly countered, slamming his fist into the protagonist's side with equal force. The protagonist cried out in agony. Choi Kang-sen wiped the blood from his lips and laughed, saying it was not bad at all and that he expected nothing less. The protagonist trembled from the pain, realizing this was truly S-class power. The old man raised his fists again, clutching his stomach. The protagonist declared with certainty that he would defeat him if he used all his strength. The principal pointed at the boy enthusiastically and said the academy needed people like him, so he had to win even if it demanded everything he had. The protagonist lifted his fists and replied irritably that the old man would not live to see that. He sprang forward, warning that he was attacking, but halted when he noticed his opponent trembling. A powerful magical aura coiled around the old man's legs, and a terrifying force erupted from the principal. His blazing eyes showed complete seriousness. The students gasped, whispering that the principal was now fighting at full strength. Shaking, they wondered whether they should intervene. The protagonist showed no fear and charged with a scream. Miri watched in terror, thinking things had gone too far, and that they had to stop it. The protagonist rushed forward as the old man prepared his strike. They launched simultaneous blows. At that instant, a notification appeared before the protagonist's eyes stating that the number 1 had passed the test on the 11th floor of the Warrior's Tower. Another message reported that a loyal follower of the protagonist had presented tribute. He wondered if this was really the time for such things. He remembered that every time he cleared a test, a reward appeared. Seeing the old man's fist hurtling toward him, he decided to defeat Choi Kang-sen first and deal with the rewards later. The director thought he should at least break his opponent's arm. Their fists collided and a magical explosion thundered through the arena. When the light faded, the protagonist stared in confusion while Choi Kang-sen, sweat beading on his face, glared menacingly. Suddenly, a bouquet of roses materialized in front of the protagonist's face. He stared at the stunned director and asked if this was the tribute. Irritated, he flung the bouquet aside, asking why he needed flowers at such a moment. The bouquet flew straight into Choi Kang-sen's face. He turned his head and muttered flowers. At that moment, the silhouette of a terrifying monster appeared before him. Screeching, the man smashed through the net and fled in horror, tears streaming down his face. He thought he could not lose, yet he could not face that creature either. The protagonist watched in confusion and wondered what was wrong with him. Was he allergic to flowers? He wondered if he had one and whether Grandpa would become his believer. He checked his phone but saw no notification and decided he would recruit the man anyway. A message from the ant appeared. Several million residents wished to settle in his territory and begged for mercy and protection. The protagonist grinned, shouting that his believers were increasing on their own, which meant everything was going smoothly. Turning aside, he saw Miri looking at him joyfully and realized it was time to leave. System notifications reported that the settlement's infrastructure had improved and the number of protective walls had doubled. As he walked down the hallway, he read that houses for new believers were complete and that the number of followers had increased. Even after expanding his territory, he realized it was still not enough. The poor boy slapped his face, wondering how he could attract 1 billion believers. The ants pointed at the great god, saying he was telling them something. They asked if it was a prayer text, and the holy maiden urged everyone to pray together. The protagonist received her notification and wondered what they were doing. The ants raised their paws and began shouting curses, mistaking them for prayer. The protagonist closed his eyes, realizing why it was better not to curse in front of children. He continued walking, wondering where the director had gone. Suddenly he looked at his phone and screamed in shock. The sword demon staggered through the forest with his last strength, pressing a knife against his body and preparing to stab himself. A message appeared asking whether he wanted to save his believer, the sword demon, from committing suicide. In front of a house, the sword demon stood with a blade held upright against his chest. Without warning, a portal opened behind him, and the protagonist stepped out. The moment he saw the man, he called out to him. The sword demon turned around with tears in his eyes, asking if this was truly the sword god, then suddenly screamed and begged for help. The protagonist pressed a hand to his forehead and let out a long breath. He walked up, gripped the blade, and gently pushed it away. The sword demon dropped it to the ground. The protagonist then delivered a hard kick, and the sword demon exhaled in relief. Turning to his follower, the protagonist angrily demanded what kind of madness had possessed him, asking why he was acting as if his guts were trying to crawl out. The sword demon replied in confusion that it was not like that. Startled, the protagonist paused and said quietly that the man had not intended to take his own life. Then he spun sharply and declared that someone else was responsible. Behind him stood a figure in a suit radiating a terrifying aura. A plague mask covered the face, its eye lenses glowing with red flame. Beneath the mask lingered a chilling indifference as she repeated to herself that she felt nothing and wondered where he had come from. The protagonist studied the suited girl carefully without speaking. The sword demon suddenly pointed at her and warned him to be careful, saying she was using a bizarre technique. He explained that she had been whispering in his ear from afar, forcing him to act according to her commands. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and said calmly that this was not a man. The sword demon stared in shock and asked what he meant. The protagonist looked more closely and asked Mina what she was doing here. Realizing she had been identified, Mina stiffened and asked irritably what he wanted from her when their paths had never crossed. A screen above her indicated she was under the influence of the curse of the abyss. Mina grew angry and demanded how he knew that. The protagonist scratched his cheek and replied that he had already mentioned his sensory ability. The sword demon watched in amazement, wondering if they truly knew each other, and thought with admiration that only someone famous would be followed by people like this. The girl removed the plague mask and tossed it aside. Pulling back her hood revealed a displeased expression. Seeing her face, the sword demon cried out in shock at how beautiful she was. Standing beside the discarded mask, she stated sternly that it was a class artifact with concealment properties and released a surge of magical power, declaring that no sensory skill could penetrate such protection. The sword demon shielded himself from the overwhelming aura. The protagonist raised a hand calmly and asked again what she was doing here. Mina pointed at the sword demon and shouted that she intended to kill the creature and asked if that was not obvious. The protagonist asked why. The sword demon explained that she was one of the dozen people he could not kill. The protagonist told Mina that the sword demon might seem like a jerk, but was actually a good person. She gasped, veins bulging at her temples, and demanded whether he truly expected her to ignore the attempted murder of her little sister. The protagonist wondered how she knew everything and asked why the man had ultimately not harmed her. The sword demon stared ahead in fear. The protagonist said that if Mina insisted, he would handle the matter himself, since he was currently responsible for Miri. Mina crossed her arms and replied that his arrival was convenient. He could deal with the man now, and she would deal with him later. The protagonist asked in bewilderment why. Mina said Joan had called him by name, so he should stop pretending. She claimed she knew everything and accused him of scheming around Mary after playing a trick on the savior to gain favor. The protagonist thought her conclusions were ridiculous and countered with a question. If she cherished her sister so much, why had she sealed her abilities? Mina froze, wondering how he knew. She glared at him menacingly, thinking she should kill him. The protagonist recalled the bloody seal Mina had created in exchange for her life, now pledged to the abyss, the same seal placed on Miri that he could never remove. Mina herself had created it. He said he could not understand why anyone would sacrifice their life for such a seal and asked if she was jealous because her sister was stronger and she feared losing power. Enraged, Mina released a torrent of mana and shouted for him to stop speaking nonsense. The protagonist stared in horror. The sword demon sprang forward with his sword. Mina extended a finger of mana toward his head, called him a pathetic insect, and unleashed a devastating blast. Pain exploded across his face. He slammed into a tree, gouging the ground and groaning in agony. The protagonist turned at the impact. He looked at the injured man with alarm, then back at Mina, shocked at how effortlessly she had brushed him aside. He anxiously asked how he was. With blood on his lips, the sword demon warned him to be careful and said rumors claimed Mina was not S-class, but SS-class. The protagonist stared at her, wondering if she was truly that powerful, since he himself was only G-class. Mina launched a stream of mana toward him, wishing for his death, then clenched her hand and crushed the energy. Suddenly, a violent pain gripped the protagonist's heart. His eyes widened in terror. He screamed and clutched his chest. The sword demon let out a scream of horror as the protagonist gripped the terrifying magical energy in his heart. Mina's eyes blazed as she smiled. The protagonist shuddered in pain and cursed. The sword demon screamed, convulsing and pleading with the sword god not to die. Suddenly, the protagonist turned to his follower and shouted that he wasn't dying. He scratched at the spots where he had been attacked, frowning, and said he was just ticklish. Hearing this, Mina lowered her hand. Tears filled the sword demon's eyes as he cried out in joy. A satisfied grin spread across the protagonist's face as he cheerfully said it had finally released. Mina, shocked, realized she had poured all her strength into the attack, yet he had only found it ticklish. She asked where he had even come from. After a pause, she admitted he was stronger than she had expected, but mental powers weren't the only abilities she possessed. The sword demon rose, positioning himself behind his god. Mina was enveloped in terrifying magical energy, lifting her into the air. Flames ignited around Mina's hands. The sword demon warned the protagonist to be cautious, explaining that Mina was nearing SS rank, even in her physical attributes. The protagonist thought about Korea having no hunters stronger than S class, and if the sword demon was correct, she was far beyond that nervous old man. Mina, her eyes burning, commanded the protagonist to burn. He was caught off guard. The sword demon lifted his sword. Mina unleashed a massive fireball. The protagonist screamed as flames engulfed him. The sword demon attempted to leap away. A powerful explosion seared the protagonist's hand, causing him to scream in pain. A massive crater formed beneath them. The protagonist thought to himself that he had almost been incinerated. An ice ball materialized in Mina's hand. Mocking them, she asked if they were already done, and added that she was merely sampling. She amplified the ice ball 100-fold, directing all her energy toward them, shouting that it was time to freeze. A beam of ice struck the ground in front of the protagonist. He shivered as the frost crept up his legs. The sword demon was entirely encased in ice. The protagonist wondered how many different attacks she had. It seemed too many for someone specializing in mental powers. The protagonist poured all his strength into breaking the ice. He shouted at the sword demon that it was nothing but an illusion. Mina laughed cruelly, admitting he was right. She had constructed mental spheres that embodied illusions. She lifted boulders with magic, claiming that a perfect illusion was indistinguishable from reality. The two watched in horror as she hurled the rocks at them. Mina declared that even if it was only an illusion, captivity would still mean death. She sent a massive chunk of earth flying, shouting that if he didn't want to be crushed, he had better comply. The protagonist feared she might ignore him, but he decided it was worth a try. Standing tall, he said he was just an ordinary G-rank author of Even Ants Have Gods. Mina frowned in confusion. He explained that he wanted nothing from Miri, only to help her reach S-class. He pleaded with her to remove her seal. Mina questioned whether he was insane, then screamed that if he wished to die, she would gladly oblige. She sent a tremendous surge of mana skyward, her eyes blazing with fury. She lifted an enormous stone with sheer force. The sword demon watched in terror as the rock fell with full impact. Mina sneered at them, calling them pathetic worms. The protagonist activated Steel Body, clenched his fists, and shattered the stone into fragments, and just before impact, a massive explosion of energy erupted. Mina shielded her face from dust and debris as the protagonist's power tore through the enormous sphere. Shards of stone and earth scattered in every direction, yet he remained completely unharmed. Mina stared, stunned by his strength. The protagonist grinned wickedly, and the sword demon erupted from the ice, exclaiming with joy that he no longer had any doubts about the sword god. The protagonist turned to his subordinate, warning him not to lie, because he could clearly see the doubt when the sword demon had called it an illusion. Frozen, the sword demon sank to his knees and begged for forgiveness. Observing them, Mino assumed he was just an ordinary G-class. The protagonist pressed his foot onto his subordinate and turned to Mina, declaring that he still had matters to settle with her. Appearing directly in front of her, he asked if she would like to speak normally. Horrified by his sudden speed, Mina leapt back and screamed, pressing 2 fingers sharply to his head to activate her power. The protagonist exhaled, wanting only to converse, but Mina suddenly unleashed her ultimate technique, Universal Mind. Her power engulfed him from every direction, lifting him into the air. Confused, he looked around to see a space that was soft yet elastic, with waves rippling beneath his steps and a fresh, natural scent filling the air. Despite the emptiness, he could hear the chirping of summer, night insects. Moving with his eyes closed, he felt unstoppable, as if he could move mountains. Bending forward in fear, he glanced up to the starry sky, whispering to himself how beautiful it was. Suddenly, a loud voice behind him startled him. Mina gritted her teeth and screamed that he was driving her insane. She spun, extended her index finger, and activated her power. The protagonist's body was swallowed by the water she directed at him. He screamed in terror as Mina calmly told him it was over. Using his final strength, the protagonist activated God-crushing index finger, groaning with pain, but it proved insufficient. Mina advanced, explaining that he would not die in the real world. He would merely become a vegetable, losing all memory of his wicked intentions. Tears streaming, the protagonist yelled that this was just as terrible as facing two of everything else. Mina pressed her foot harder on his head. The protagonist realized this was not real. Mina offered him one last chance. Angrily, he insisted that they only needed to talk. She pressed further, asking who he was and what he wanted from Miri. Sheepishly, he addressed her as the respected Mina. She smiled and encouraged him to continue. The protagonist blurted that he could see her underwear. Mina recoiled, and he imagined her expectations. Short dress. Stepping on someone's face. Mina thrust her hand forward, shouting for the pervert to die. The water began pulling him in. Clenching his teeth, he fought to stay awake while pondering why Mina had sealed Miri's abilities. The system signaled that the protagonist had met the conditions to use the rose that blooms in the night. Mina, unsure if she was hallucinating, noticed the water bubbling. Suddenly, an enraged monster exploded from it. Mina leapt back in fear, realizing that the ultimate nightmare had arrived. The flower, resembling an enormous flycatcher, roared with fury, spraying saliva as it lunged toward Mina. Startled, she jumped back just in time. The flower had grown several times larger, and Mina wondered how it had entered her imaginary space, where nothing could intrude without her permission. Fear gripped her as she realized it might be the work of the main character. The predatory flower struck again. Overwhelmed with terror, Mina could only dodge. Its menacing aura reminded her of the day she first encountered the monstrous abyss dragon, whose burning eyes and terrifying presence had scarred her life. Kneeling, she tried to resist, shouting that she couldn't die like this. Vines coiled around her, lifting her toward the flower's roaring mouth. She screamed, refusing to die before avenging the dragon of the abyss. Tears streamed as she whispered that it could not be yet. The monster swallowed her. Meanwhile, the main character rested atop a massive rose flower underwater, sleeping peacefully, feeling unusually comfortable as the vines of his flower rose protectively around him. Elsewhere, the protagonist moved forward, taking in the strange surroundings. Activating the blind eye of the god, he noticed a statue and learned from the system window that he was inside Mina's nightmare. Exploding buildings and scenes from 15 years ago unfolded before him, the abyss dragon attacking a city, killing hundreds, including Miri and Mina's parents. The dragon had marked the sisters for future sacrifice. Mina's body was enveloped in mana, her life driven entirely by the desire to avenge her parents. Years passed, and rumors spread that the abyss dragon had perished, but Mina refused to believe it. Her strength grew through the curse of the mark, though it shortened her lifespan. Mina sat before dripping blood, realizing her life would not be long. Miri, smiling, expressed her desire to avenge their parents as well. Unable to remove the mark, Mina feared for her sister and sealed her abilities to preserve her life. Miri screamed in anguish, pleading with her to stop, but Mina cried, asking for forgiveness. The protagonist wept as he witnessed it all, calling out to her, "Miss Mina." The system revealed that Mina's universal mind had been absorbed by the rose, dispersing her abilities. The cocoon of the mind enclosing the protagonist collapsed. Tears streamed down his face as he turned back. The sword demon anxiously asked if the protagonist was all right. He remained silent. The sword demon laughed, astonished that even Mina had been defeated, wondering what would happen next. Could she be sold into slavery? The protagonist dashed to the motionless girl, lifting her as she began to show signs of life. Exhaling in relief, he watched as Mina opened her eyes and whispered, "Mama." The protagonist frowned in confusion, unable to comprehend what was happening. It was still broad daylight outside the house deep in the forest where the battle had taken place. Mina was asleep on the bed with a finger in her mouth. The protagonist stood beside her, staring at the healing finger and muttering that even it had failed to help. He picked up his phone and asked how he could get Mina back on her feet. An eternal seeker of truth commented that there is no truth in the legs and that she should train her muscles. 1,000 blades cutting through space itself proposed sacrificing her. Generous Abundance suggested that if he rose to the level of a high-ranking god, the healing ring finger of God would function properly. The protagonist dismissed every suggestion, admitting he was not even qualified to be a low-ranking god. After thinking for a moment, he recalled that whenever he was knocked unconscious, something would appear. A notification popped up, stating that he had met the conditions to use the rose that blooms in the night, a gift from the silent nightmare. He remembered that this flower had once absorbed the rose that blooms in the night and wondered if it activated whenever he lost consciousness. Realizing there might be a clue, he contacted the silent nightmare and asked about his little flower of scarlet wine. The silent nightmare responded that if the rose had consumed her mind, then nothing could be done. Startled, the protagonist asked if that meant he was supposed to leave Mina in this state. The madly eternal nightmare replied that there was still one possible method. Blushing, the protagonist awkwardly asked if he truly needed to spend the night with her. A notification appeared, showing that the silent nightmare was nodding vigorously. When morning arrived, the protagonist woke up on the floor and saw Mina sleeping peacefully on the bed. He gently covered her with a blanket, saying she might catch a chill. She opened her eyes and asked where he was heading. He told her he was going to prepare breakfast and asked if she wanted rice, believing that when the silent nightmare told him to spend the night with her, it was meant in a literal sense. Mina beamed and replied, "Of course, mommy." Her mind was like clear glass, slowly filling with the old memories the protagonist had absorbed. He realized he would need to share his dreams with her, even though the success rate was low. He asked her name, and she answered Mina. When he asked about her favorite things, she said Miri, her little sister. When he asked what she disliked the most, Mina began trembling and screamed that the flowers were bad. The protagonist understood that, for now, her mind functioned like that of a child. He then read the news reporting that the S-rank hunter Mina had vanished and was suspected to have been kidnapped. Returning her in this condition was impossible, as her fans would tear him apart. He decided to remain hidden in the remote forest until she fully recovered. Outside, the sword demon was practicing a downward slash. As soon as the protagonist stepped out, the sword demon knelt respectfully and greeted him. He presented a groundbreaking sword-style manual that shattered traditional fencing concepts. The protagonist remembered purchasing it to help the sword demon reach S rank, even though it had cost a fortune. He began wondering how he was supposed to obtain 10 S rank followers. Another notification informed him that his S class and above followers had increased by 2. He realized that Ant number 1 had advanced to S class. Since recruiting new S-class followers was nearly impossible, he decided to focus on strengthening those he already had. He had spent 20 million Quartermaster Divine coins on the manual and a sword, only to discover a note claiming that true strength lies in one's hands, because fists surpass any blade. Feeling tricked, and knowing that items from the 1,000 blades could not be refunded, he chose to rely on potions instead, reasoning that if they worked on the ant, they might also benefit the sword demon. He ordered the sword demon to drink something and continue his training while he prepared breakfast. The sword demon vowed that he would not disappoint him. While scrolling through his phone, the protagonist saw that Yuan had announced on the news that if anyone dared to harm Mina, he would personally break their neck. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted behind him. Yuan appeared, wielding intense flames, and demanded to know Mina's whereabouts. The sword demon proclaimed that Yuan should not act foolishly before the almighty sword god. Yuan dismissed him as absurd. Though slightly embarrassed, the demon smirked and claimed that Mina had already been defeated by the sword god. The protagonist told him to stop making things worse. Yuan's face twisted with shock and fury as he shouted that if that were true, they were all doomed. The sword demon charged forward, yelling that Yuan's end had come. Yuan extended his flaming sword and struck. The sword demon's body was scorched black by the fire. This perfectly illustrates an overpowered character. The moment you acquire him, he immediately turns useless. The protagonist and Yuan stared at each other. Without warning, Yuan vanished. The protagonist shouted that he had disappeared. In the next instant, Yuan's hand clamped around his neck. Flames engulfed his body as Yuan coldly demanded once more to know where Mina was and whether what the protagonist had said was true. The protagonist spotted an enormous dragon standing before him and instantly recognized it as a red dragon, carrying the same aura as Yuan's sword. The overwhelming presence of an S-rank hunter seemed to swallow everything in the surroundings. Yuan cried out in fury, demanding to know what the protagonist had done. The protagonist felt his head burning and knew he had to at least disperse the aura. He stretched out his index finger, activating the destructive index finger. Raising his hand high, he yelled the finger of God. Yuan tightened his grip around the guy's throat, shouting and asking what he was trying to poke. He lowered his head in dread as the protagonist's power wrapped around the enemy. The dragon let out a scream of terror. Horror was reflected clearly in its eyes. Yuan roared angrily, demanding to know what he had just done. The protagonist simply lifted his aura-crackling finger and said, "Vanish." The dragon closed its eyes in fear and began to crumble. Within moments, it disappeared completely. Yuan stood frozen in shock, asking what had just happened. His dragon sword split apart. Tears streamed down his face as he screamed, staring at the protagonist's sinister smile. Yuan's body shook with fear. The protagonist lightly tapped his finger, commanding him to release his grip or be destroyed like his dragon. The sword demon slowly regained consciousness, rising unsteadily, astonished that Yuan had been defeated so effortlessly. Just as Yuan swung his sword to strike again, Mina suddenly appeared. She lifted her head, her eyes blazing, and screamed that no one was allowed to disturb her sleep. Yuan glanced from behind and gasped in disbelief. She was alive. Mina looked surprised to see Yuna clutching the protagonist by the throat. She pointed at him and called him a bad uncle. With tears in his eyes, Yuan asked if Mina was okay. Instead of answering, her eyes shone brightly, and she unleashed a powerful beam of magic that slammed into Yuan's chest. The S-rank hunter was sent flying backward. The protagonist stared at the explosion in horror. Yuan dropped to his knees, coughing up blood, trembling as he asked why Mina had attacked him. From behind the protagonist, a female voice called Miri. He turned around, saw her, and asked if she was alright. Now Mina seemed to believe the protagonist was Miri. Yuan frowned deeply, unable to understand the situation. The protagonist gently assured her that the big uncle would not hurt her. Mina carefully wrapped her arms around him. Yuan watched with tears in his eyes. The girl softly touched the protagonist's cheek and warned him to stay safe. He replied, "Yes, sister," but stopped halfway, almost saying it aloud. Yuan trembled, thinking she had been taken away from him, yet he refused to accept it. The protagonist felt a trace of sympathy. He would not want to be in Yuan's position. The poor boy had just reunited with his missing lover, only for her not to recognize him. Out of pity, the protagonist activated the healing finger. Yuan blinked in confusion as he realized his wounds had completely healed. In the system window, the protagonist noticed that healing Yuan required 100 coins. Although considered low rank, the creature possessed potential, which shocked him because the cost was equal to healing an S-class. He saw this as an opportunity to gather S-class followers. Yuan, overwhelmed, tossed aside his weapon and admired the protagonist's healing ability, claiming it surpassed even that of an S-class healer in South America. The protagonist smiled, certain that Yuan would now follow him anywhere. He extended his hand, promising to clear up the misunderstanding. Suddenly, both the protagonist and Mina looked upward and noticed helicopters hovering above them. The protagonist wondered if Yuan truly had come alone. He shouted, accusing him of bringing henchmen. Yuan looked puzzled and insisted he had arrived by himself. Covering his face, the protagonist thought there had to be more people involved. Perhaps there was a bounty on his head, or maybe the Hunters Association was investigating. The helicopters slowly descended, their blades scattering leaves as they prepared to land. Helicopters circled above as men in suits leaped down one after another. The protagonist muttered that they were gathering like flies. Then he noticed someone watching from inside one of the helicopters. Squinting carefully, he recognized the director. He wondered why the old man's expression was so grim. Was it because he suspected him of being the kidnapper? Miri stood beside the director while Mina pointed at her sister and shouted that she was over there. Mina ran toward the helicopter, frantically waving her arms. The protagonist let out a long sigh, already dreading how troublesome it would be to explain everything. By evening, he had finished recounting the entire incident in detail, including the matter of Miri's seal. As soon as she heard it all laid out, Miri broke down in tears and confessed that it was the reason behind her actions. She threw her arms around her sister, sobbing that she loved her more than anything. The director approached the protagonist with his daughter, who handed him a card. It was a B-class hunter license. He stared at it in confusion since his test results had clearly labeled him as G-class. The girl clarified that defeating the flower monster, combined with the director's personal endorsement, was more than enough to justify the rank increase. The old man grew visibly alarmed at the mention of the monster, and Mina loudly insisted that the flower had been extremely dangerous. The girl calmly continued, explaining that the protagonist's summoning ability was exceptionally powerful and deserved proper acknowledgement. Summoning ability. He recalled the rose that had blossomed in the middle of the night. The director then extended an offer for him to work at the academy. With a B-class ranking, he was qualified to serve as a professor. The protagonist declined immediately, claiming he wanted no part in the hassle. He already had ants to oversee, a novel to complete, and somehow needed to recruit S-class followers. Unfazed, the director raised 2 fingers and offered twice the standard salary. The protagonist asked what that translated to in numbers. When the daughter turned the screen toward him, revealing the figure, he froze at the sheer amount of zeros displayed. In the next instant, he hurried back and enthusiastically declared that becoming a professor had always been his lifelong dream. He eagerly asked when he could begin. Sometime later, he stood in front of his new class at the academy, looking utterly uninterested. The students whispered among themselves that he was the man who had knocked out the gym teacher with a single strike. At his side stood the sword demon, emanating an overwhelming and fearsome aura. The protagonist introduced himself and explained that he would be temporarily filling in as their homeroom teacher. Just as he prepared to start the lesson, Miri reminded him that their regular teacher was responsible for physical education. He paused briefly, then casually suggested that they conduct self-study instead. The entire classroom fell silent in disbelief. He stretched out on the desk and drifted off to sleep within moments. The sword demon struck his weapon against the floor and declared that anyone who disturbed the death god's rest would suffer Dragon Fang's punishment. The students immediately sat still, without making a sound. The following day, the protagonist yawned and instructed them to prepare for exams. The day after that, it rained, so he told them to study independently. The next day, the weather was too pleasant, so they could also study on their own. 4 days slipped by in this manner. Eventually, Myung lost her patience. Crossing her arms, she angrily questioned what kind of teacher slept in class, played with ants, and called it instruction. Meanwhile, the protagonist cheerfully took advantage of the free cafeteria meals, asking Miri why she was eating so little when the food cost nothing. Miri simply smiled and replied that what mattered most was that her teacher ate well. Myung doubted Miri's judgment. How could she admire such an idle teacher who never even bothered to change out of his tracksuit? Miri shyly answered that she understood what made him different. Outside, she added that Mina and the protagonist were likely waiting for her after school. Determined, Myung decided she would not let her friend be missiled so easily. The next day, the protagonist finally startled everyone by announcing actual training. The students were to divide into pairs. Seeing her chance, Myung raised her hand when he noticed there were 21 students and stated that she lacked a partner. She then boldly asked if the teacher himself would pair up with her. The sword demon reacted instantly, demanding to know how she dared to challenge him to a duel. Myung crossed her arms and coolly asked what the issue was, since supervising training was part of the teacher's duty. Before the situation could escalate, the protagonist told the sword demon to relax and agreed to partner with her. Under his breath, he muttered that if he kept neglecting his responsibilities, he might lose both his salary and his free lunches. At the very least, he needed to appear productive. Myung stepped forward with a determined expression. She was convinced that if she defeated him, everyone would finally recognize the teacher's weakness. Thus, what had started as a simple and effortless job for a lazy professor slowly began to evolve into something far more complicated. They stood in the arena a short distance apart. The girl stepped in front of the teacher and whispered that he was finished. The protagonist glanced at the furious student and wondered if she was Mary's closest friend. He recalled how he slept through nearly every class, though he had his reasons. That morning, he woke up with a pounding headache. Miri and Mina were still asleep on his bed, so he had given it up to take care of Mina until she recovered. On the floor, the principal and Yuan lay passed out among empty alcohol bottles. He could not comprehend how people like them were considered S-rank hunters. They had been staying in his apartment for a week, drinking every single day. First, it was because of the rain, then to celebrate good weather, and then to mark his employment. The old man had even shouted with joy about brewing for the new guy's job. The protagonist wanted to throw them out, worried about Mina's immature mind, but she cheerfully said she had enjoyed their drunken antics. Mina nudged him awake and asked for food, with dark circles under his eyes. He went to the kitchen and decided to make fried rice with kimchi. She cheerfully requested that he add an egg. While cooking, he thought about how little time he had to sleep. At night, he tended to Mina, and during the day, he endured his drunken neighbors. Suddenly, the phone rang near the director and Yuhan. On the news, they learned that S-class hunter Sergi had died in Gangwon-do. Analysts suspected a catastrophe-level monster was responsible. In Sergi's room, there had been a strange inscription not written by him, but in the language of an ancient African tribe, indicating a sacrifice to God. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the old man insisted they leave immediately. Yuhan teleported and vanished. The protagonist felt the surge of energy and wondered where they had gone. He placed the food on the table and told Mina to eat, since he needed to prepare for class. She asked if Yuhan would come, as he usually watched her whenever he went to the academy. The protagonist thought bitterly that he was a poor mother figure and resolved to try harder. Back in the arena, the system window revealed that the girl's necromancy was only mediocre. Suddenly, she tore off the amulet around her neck and summoned Hades. Using Ray's dead, a massive figure materialized. The giant zombie Hades appeared, over 1,000 years old, once a servant of the god who devours grief, now reduced to skin and bones. Hades swung his arm. The protagonist activated Steel Body, but before he could react, the zombie froze. The girl screamed for him to attack, insisting that a necromancer's command must be obeyed. Instead, Hades knelt and bowed his head, greeting the protagonist as the great supreme being. The arena erupted in shock. The sword demon crossed his arms proudly, declaring that even the dead acknowledged the greatness of the sword god. Miri nodded in agreement, clearly delighted. The girl struck Hades repeatedly, demanding obedience, but he refused. He explained that he could not attack, as the protagonist radiated the aura of a mountain-devouring god. Hearing that name, the protagonist recalled seeing it in Hades' system window. Without thinking, he placed his hand on Hades' head. An invisible energy hand descended, and memories surged into his mind. Hades had once been a loyal knight who joined his god out of respect. He had died protecting his master's beloved and failed his final mission. As punishment, he wandered as a zombie for 1,000 years until Mayong summoned him. Moved, the protagonist read in the system window that he now possessed the divine power of the god who devours mountains. The condition to transfer a follower was met. He accepted immediately. Hades became his third follower on Earth. The system then offered an evolution through divine power. Curious, the protagonist agreed. Mana swirled around him, enveloping Hades in magic. The zombie screamed as his body underwent transformation. The crowd erupted, shouting that their teacher had performed a miracle. The protagonist leaned back, wondering if he had truly evolved Hades just like that. Hades was abruptly swallowed by a terrifying aura. He looked down at his hands in confusion as an immense force began consuming them. In mere seconds, his expression warped, his eyes blazed with light, and a crazed grin stretched across his face. A notification appeared before the protagonist, announcing that the giant zombie Hades had evolved into the dark paladin Hades. The protagonist could only stare in shock. The sword demon bowed his head in satisfaction, remarking that, as always, God had worked another miracle, while Miri clapped with delight. A second notification appeared, stating that the dark paladin Hades possessed remarkable potential. Hades dropped to one knee before God, expressed his gratitude for the blessing, and pledged his soul as a faithful shield. A system window then appeared before the protagonist, informing him that he now commanded 4 followers with S-class potential. Mayong shouted in disbelief, demanding to know what the teacher had done to Hades to make him speak. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed his head as dizziness overwhelmed him. His knees gave way, and he collapsed. Hades swiftly caught him, reassuring the others that God was merely resting. The sword demon sank to his knees, saying that he had been working without pause, and swore to protect his slumber. Another notification clarified that the evolution had drained a considerable amount of divine power. The protagonist soon found himself beneath a tree in an endless field. Realizing he was inside a dream, he rested with his head on the lap of a beautiful girl called Generous Abundance. She offered a gentle smile and softly stroked his hair, telling him to relax and recover after everything they had expended that day. A faint glow shone from her hand. Flushed with embarrassment, he felt as though he had entered paradise, unaware that danger was already drawing near. Meanwhile, in the academy's medical room, Mina sat idly, sucking on a lollipop. She took out a small trembling case from her backpack, teasing it with her candy before refusing to share. Yumai observed her anxiously, reflecting on how much Mina had changed and silently wishing that her dad and Yuhan were safe. Without warning, Mina let out a terrified scream, insisting that a monster was coming to devour her. Outside the academy, a cloaked man stood quietly at the entrance. In a low voice, he muttered that 2 sacrifices meant for his god were concealed within. After sensing Miri's energy, he questioned why one of them had yet to ripen. Upon entering, the guards stopped him with mocking expressions and demanded identification. The stranger calmly wondered how such inferior beings dared to speak to him. In the blink of an eye, he flicked his hand, and one guard's head was severed. Blood splattered across the area as the second guard lunged at him, only to meet the same swift fate. The cloaked man lifted his hand, wrapped it in intense energy, and slammed it into the ground. A massive explosion rocked the entire academy, chunks of stone falling from above as alarms echoed throughout the building. He proclaimed that everyone there was a sacrifice for his god and dismissed the rest as worthless. Hunters rushed forward, spreading out to encircle him. As they tightened their formation, the stranger's eyes suddenly widened. Found it, he murmured coldly, fixing his gaze on Miri, one of the seeds of the dragon of the abyss. She shook in fear. The man revealed his sharp teeth and whispered with madness in his voice, "Unripened sacrifice." At that exact moment, a tremendous surge of magical energy exploded outward. The hunters lifted their weapons and readied themselves for battle. With his eyes wide, the man wearing glasses asked who the stranger was. In front of them stood a figure in a long hooded robe holding a stone. He crushed it in his hand, grinding the fragments tightly in his fist. The stranger's eyes flashed as he declared that the annoying parasites must die. With a casual wave of his hand, he hurled the rock fragments forward. The pieces slammed into the hunters with great force and knocked them backward. The sword demon quickly drew his sword and raised it in front of him like a shield to block the flying debris. The disciple frowned fiercely and clenched his teeth. The villain angrily demanded to know how anyone dared to block his attack. At that moment, a voice from the speaker announced that the director and the S-class hunters would arrive soon and ordered everyone to evacuate to the bunker immediately. The girl firmly told her comrade to take the master to the bunker and promised that she would stall for time. The follower replied that Hades would deal with it. The demon burst into loud laughter and declared that they would not succeed. Suddenly, sharp thorns erupted from his back, tearing apart his robe. The heroes watched in shock as a massive monster revealed itself in the hall. The creature opened its mouth and released a terrifying roar. A cluster of dark energy gathered in its paw while waves of magic spiraled around it. Dark magic erupted outward and covered the entire building, forming a dome. lifting his head proudly. The villain announced that no one would be able to enter now. Looking around, the girl realized that it was a territorial barrier. She explained that only powerful monsters, such as the abyssal dragon, could create something like that. The sword demon told her to leave and assist the master while he distracted the enemy. Without warning, the monster whipped its tail. The man narrowed his eyes and struck with his sword, but the blade hit the tail and shattered in half. The tremendous force hurled the disciple into the wall, and he coughed up blood. The monster calmly remarked that they were no match for it and asked where the victim had gone. At that moment, the huntress appeared behind the creature and summoned lightning in her hands. Determination filled her face as she unleashed the attack. The lightning struck the monster's body, and it cried out in pain. Meanwhile, inside the bunker, Yunai sat on the floor and asked her friend if she was all right. Mina suddenly realized that her sister was in danger and jumped to her feet in panic. Lightning burst from Mari's hands as the battle above continued. The monster extended its massive paw to grab the girl. The paw smashed through the window as it reached toward her. The man coughed and asked the sword god for forgiveness. A giant paw slammed the girl against the ground, and the monster stated that she could no longer escape. A slimy appendage extended from its paw and reached toward the schoolgirl. She shut her eyes and called out to the master. Nearby, a woman clasped her hands together and used mind control on the monster, commanding it to stop. The monster turned its head toward her and realized that the seed of the abyss dragon had come to him on its own. Mina clenched her teeth as she noticed that her skill was not working. The board inside her bag suddenly began to tremble. She threw the backpack onto the ground and begged it not to interfere while she tried to rescue her sister. She prepared another spell, but a massive shadow suddenly loomed over her. The monster struck her with its long tail. The woman covered her face from the dust as the tail wrapped around her body and lifted her into the air. The villain told her to wait for her turn. The huntress shouted furiously and demanded that he release her sister immediately. Ignoring her completely, the monster extended its paw and decided to start the ceremony. Mina desperately pleaded for help as the appendage pierced into her hand. With tears filling her eyes, Mina cried out for someone to save her sister and shouted the protagonist's name. At that moment, the protagonist was lying with his head resting on a lap. A desperate scream echoed from afar, and his eyes suddenly opened. Looking up at the sky, the boy asked what had just happened. As he slowly rose from the ground, he said it was time for him to leave. Watching him with fear, generous abundance warned that his divine power had not fully recovered yet, and that he could die at the hands of the apostle of the god of destruction. The young man replied that he still needed to help his friends. At that moment, the bag lying on the ground suddenly trembled, and someone reached toward it. The girl narrowed her eyes and called out to her friend, but a powerful paw abruptly slammed her to the ground. The woman burst into tears and begged the villain to stop. The monster extended a long tongue from its paw and announced that the preparations for the blood ritual were complete and that it was time to offer a sacrifice to the god. Suddenly, a sword sliced through the air. The monster turned around just in time to see its tail flying into the sky before dropping to the ground in front of it. Staring at the stump where its tail used to be, the villain screamed in fury that his precious tail had been severed. The protagonist picked up Miri and licked his sword, saying that he wanted to slice the crocodile apart and feast on its meat. The girl looked at him in shock as the protagonist carefully placed her back on the ground. Waves of bloody energy swirled around him. Startled, the monster demanded to know who he was. Opening his mouth wide, the apostle mocked him, asking how such a pitiful person dared to attack him. The young man suddenly rushed forward. The monster tried to crush him with its fists, but he jumped and flipped backward, easily dodging the attack. With wild red eyes, he hung in the air as the monster attempted to bite him with its jaws. The protagonist slashed with his knife, and blood sprayed from the alligator's mouth. The monster slammed its jaws shut, but quickly realized that it had missed. The protagonist pushed himself off the monster's nose and landed on the ground while licking the blade of his knife and calling the lizard delicious. Then the protagonist dashed forward again, delivering several quick slashes with a wicked grin on his face. Watching from the wall, the sword demon realized that this was the legendary swordsmanship he had always dreamed of achieving. The apostle lowered his paw to the ground. Numerous bleeding cuts now covered his body. Raising his knife, the boy calmly asked if that was all the monster could do. The monster admitted that his opponent was strong, but declared that he had not yet revealed his true power. The alligator lifted his hands and proclaimed that such a sacrifice would surely please please the great god. His paws began to grow larger as the monster proudly told his enemy to experience the power granted by the god of destruction. Holding his knife firmly, the young man replied that all he needed to do was slice the lizard into pieces. At that moment, the system reported that the eternal seeker of truth was disappointed in him, while the silent nightmare was cheering him on. Frowning slightly, the player thought that both of them were useless. Suddenly, the apostle's body began to transform. His skin turned dark and matte black. The monster stared at him with a menacing expression. Noticing that the enemy had actually become smaller, the protagonist assumed that this transformation would only make him weaker. He leaped forward and slashed with his knife, leaving a long red trail in the air. However, the blade failed to leave even the slightest scratch on the monster's body. The guy frowned as he realized that even the ultra blade was useless against this new skin. Even so, he continued attacking and unleashed several rapid strikes. Sparks burst into the air with every blow. But suddenly the monster caught his hand and grinned, saying that such a tiny toothpick could never pierce the skin granted by God. The monster then drove a heavy punch into his stomach. The protagonist spat out a mouthful of blood as the powerful strike sent him flying backward. A massive cloud of dust and smoke rose in the square in front of the building. The apostle slowly walked toward his defeated opponent. Holding his stomach, MC realized that he could barely move. The monster grabbed his head and lifted its other paw, asking if he wanted to experience the power of his god. A tendril slowly stretched out from the monster's paw. The lizard proudly presented the young man as a delicious sacrifice to the great god. The tendril slowly moved closer to the protagonist's face. The young man clenched his teeth. MC tried to activate the divine ring finger to heal himself, but the system reported that he did not have enough divine power to use the healing finger. Biting his lower lip, the player realized that the situation had become extremely dangerous. His eyes gleamed as blood spread across the floor, forming a wide puddle. Squinting weakly, the protagonist realized that he was about to pass out. At that moment, someone suddenly rushed toward the villain with a sword. Gustav turned his head just in time. The savior clenched his teeth and attacked, but the apostle struck him hard in the stomach, sending the follower flying backward through the air and crashing into the ground in a cloud of dust. Powerless to move, the injured protagonist thought bitterly that this was the price of his arrogance after becoming a god. Perhaps it would have been wiser to stay humble and keep a low profile. Drops of blood slowly began to glow, turning into tiny lights. Raising his fist, Number 1 shouted for the god to believe in his own strength. The holy maiden clasped her hands together and prayed for the god to trust himself. The protagonist heard the desperate cries of his followers. Mina told him not to think about dying. Miri begged him to gather his remaining strength, and the sword demon apologized for his weakness. Their sincere prayers finally reached the sword god, and a system notification appeared saying that a portion of his divine power had been restored. At that very moment, a long tongue suddenly shot out from the monster's paw. The system reported that the user had obtained new skills. The young man's glowing eyes widened as a knife suddenly appeared in his hand. With a swift movement, he slashed forward and cut off the slimy appendage. The monster stared at the severed stump of its arm in disbelief before letting out a furious roar. The protagonist activated the skill transmission of the heavenly sword and unleashed the first divine sword. A tremendous surge of energy erupted beneath the protective barrier. Outside the dome, Yuhan attempted to break through but failed. The director explained that his abilities were useless against the barrier. Suddenly, cracks spread across the barrier. A powerful shockwave rippled outward, shaking the entire city. Inside the dome, the protagonist stretched out his arms and leapt forward. Watching him slice through the air with a knife, the apostle demanded to know what he was doing. With a cruel grin, the protagonist answered that he was preparing a massacre. His knife shattered into countless fragments, multiplying as they rushed toward the enemy. The monster raised its arms to shield its face and called him insane. When the attack finally ended, the ground was covered everywhere with deep knife marks. The lizard-like monster looked around in confusion and asked what had just happened. Lowering his head calmly, the young man stated that his opponent was already dead. The monster attempted to attack again, but its pupils suddenly shrank. A deep slash appeared across its stomach, and blood burst out. 2 more cuts opened across its shoulders. Shocked and furious, Gustav shouted that he could not possibly lose to an ordinary human. A surge of energy exploded beneath the dome, and the blast shattered the force field surrounding the academy. The apostle collapsed onto the ground, lying in a pool of blood. As the monster looked up, it noticed glowing circles floating above the protagonist's head and finally understood the truth. This was not a human at all, but a terrifying god among gods. A brilliant light illuminated the battlefield. The monster's paw crumbled apart, and Gustav's body slowly turned into dust. The system announced that the apostle of the god of destruction had been destroyed and absorbed. The protagonist dropped to his knees. Another notification appeared, saying he had advanced in the mission to promote the evil god. The director and the others rushed toward him. The old man grabbed his shoulder and desperately begged him not to die. The protagonist's hand loosened, letting the knife fall to the ground, and Yuhan cried out in horror. However, the monster standing nearby calmly explained that the master was only sleeping. Inside a strange dream world, butterflies drifted through a greenhouse while carnivorous plants filled a dense forest. The protagonist realized that he was lying on the tongue of a massive man-eating plant created by Silent Nightmare. The creature explained that the saliva of its pet could remove curses and poisons after proper processing. Unfortunately, his clothes were now completely soaked with sticky slime. A system notification then informed him that he needed to take one final sip. Before he could even react, the monster suddenly lifted its tongue and swallowed him. The carnivorous plant shook violently as cries for help echoed from deep inside its belly. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes and woke up in his bed. Mina was sitting beside him and told him that he had been asleep for an entire week. He stared at her in disbelief, shocked that only a week had passed. When she asked if he had experienced a nightmare, he calmly replied that he was fine. Soon after, the system reported that he had gained a new follower and that the mission to promote a good god had progressed further. When he discovered that his girlfriend had become his follower, he smiled while she blushed shyly. The eye of the blind god even hinted that she might be ready to kiss her master. Suddenly, a deafening roar shook the room. Dust fell from the ceiling as a massive shark suddenly appeared inside the hospital room. Everyone froze in fear, staring at it in complete confusion. Unable to understand where such a creature had come from, there were many impact marks on the fish, and the system announced that number 1 had offered a gift to the god. Raising his fist proudly, the ant asked his god to enjoy the gift from the sea, which contained a massive amount of protein. The player held his head and wondered if his follower truly had nothing better to do. Just then, the director suddenly rushed into the room and demanded to know what was going on. The sword demon peeked over his shoulder to check whether everything was all right. Scratching his head awkwardly, the protagonist explained that nothing serious had happened and that someone had simply given him a shark. The protagonist stretched out his hand and used the god's destructive index finger. The shark shot out through the window and slammed onto the ground outside. Looking at his companions, the boy calmly announced that today's dinner would be shark. A few days later, the young man stood nervously in front of a classroom door. Inside, the students were talking about their new teacher. They said he was the association's secret weapon and the man who had defeated an SS-class monster while they were hiding in the bunker. The protagonist heard every word clearly. The sword demon stabbed his weapon into the floor and proudly proclaimed that the students had finally recognized the greatness of the sword god. At that moment, Mayong stood up and instructed everyone to greet the teacher. The protagonist realized that she had actually been the class president the entire time. The students bowed respectfully, and the protagonist covered his mouth, thinking that this was the first time the students had shown him such respect. The children smiled proudly for their teacher. Thinking back to the battle with Gostov, the protagonist said that it had been a long time since they had properly studied. The students immediately grew tense, assuming he was about to assign extremely difficult work. However, he simply smiled and said it was only a joke. Instead, he announced that today they would be having a medical examination. The students gathered outside the examination room. Hijo sat beside the teacher while sweat rolled down her face. The system displayed that she was suffering from anemia, even though it was difficult to notice with the naked eye. The protagonist realized that the status window could be used for medical diagnosis and asked her to remain still. Raising his hand, he activated the healing little finger of a god. A green aura surrounded the girl, and she instantly felt better. She asked how he had done it. The protagonist silently praised himself as a genius doctor and called the next student. Suddenly, Miri and the sword demon walked into the room and asked to be examined as well. The protagonist frowned and reminded them that he had already checked them at home. They insisted that the atmosphere at school felt different, and he reluctantly agreed. The two of them immediately began arguing about who should go first. To stop their quarrel, the protagonist suggested examining both of them at the same time. At that moment, the system reported a desperate prayer coming from a follower among the ants. The protagonist's eyes widened as blue particles appeared in the air. The holy maiden knelt down and begged her god for salvation. The priestess explained that their strength was not enough to stop the disaster that was approaching. Suddenly, countless red warning messages appeared. The protagonist witnessed a terrifying vision. A massive army of red ants was marching from beyond the horizon, creating a huge cloud of dust over the forest. Their eyes burned with hostility as they advanced forward. Above the mountains, a powerful creature covered in a green aura rose from the missile swamps. The system warned that these demons were similar to Gustav and even stronger, and that the entire ant tribe under his rule could be wiped out. The protagonist clenched his teeth when he realized that the enemies were targeting the very source of his power. Warning signals appeared once again. A system message announced that only 78 hours remained until the invasion led by the priestess of the Arachne Empire. The countdown had already begun. Shocked, the protagonist realized that an army of 100 billion beetles was approaching and that ordinary insecticides would never be able to stop them. Crossing his arms, he wondered whether he could truly protect the ant tribe, especially after how difficult the battle with Gustav had been. Miri and the sword demon noticed the change in his expression and asked what had happened. Demonic beasts with burning eyes were already marching forward to destroy the followers of the evil god. Holding his head, the protagonist wondered what he should do. Then he suddenly remembered the promotion mission. A strange smile slowly appeared on his face, confusing his friends. The system showed that he still needed 4 more S-class followers. Clenching his fist tightly, the protagonist realized that he had to complete the mission as quickly as possible. Director was sitting in the dining room, his plate piled high with meat, rice, and vegetables. Peeking from around the corner, protagonist decided that this man could be his key to salvation. He walked over and took a seat nearby. The system reported that the man was grateful to the user for saving his daughter and that his physical strength far exceeded normal limits. The old man looked at him and asked what he needed. Protagonist explained that he had a small request. The director of the academy raised an eyebrow, but soon a smile spread across his face as he agreed to help, saying he trusted his friend. However, when the system checked his description, nothing had changed. Seeing this, the MC scratched the back of his head in frustration. Miri whispered to her sister that it was impolite to stare. The protagonist realized that even Mina had trouble believing in him and wondered how he could find 4 more people. Looking at the director, he wondered why the system hadn't counted him as a follower. Smiling, protagonist said he only wanted to build a trusting relationship. Narrowing his eyes, the director suddenly declared that he would not give him his daughter. The boy frowned, thinking he didn't need her. Miri and Mina blushed as the old man warned him not to even consider it. Protagonist reassured him that he was not attracted to older women. The S-rank huntress pouted, while the director angrily stabbed his spoon into the table, asking if his comrade didn't like his daughter. Trying to calm things, the headmaster asked if protagonist had really helped students with his healing abilities. The protagonist confirmed this and explained that Mina had improved thanks to his healing skill, as she had initially been unable to speak or recognize anyone. He then asked if anyone else needed his help. Lowering his head, the director asked if he could heal someone on the brink of death. At that moment, a new task appeared in the system to heal an old friend of the man. Protagonist smiled confidently and said he could handle it, hoping to gain another S-class follower. Later, they arrived at a hospital. Many people dressed in black were guarding the room. Inside, a girl lay unconscious on a bed of flowers. The protagonist was surprised, as she looked more like his friend than an old man's companion. The director explained that she was a fortune teller, and people like her did not age. She looked the same as when they first met, though her hair had turned white. He added that they had fought countless deadly battles together, and had even saved Korea from destruction. The girl slept quietly, surrounded by a bright aura. Doctors and healers had tried to save her but failed. The director explained that his friend had exhausted her life force and had been forced to absorb energy from plants just to survive. He asked protagonist if there was any way to save her. The protagonist said he would try. Observing her, he noticed that the system did not display her age for the first time and assumed it was a glitch. Suddenly, a mysterious voice spoke, saying that asking a woman's age was not gentlemanly. Glowing eyes appeared on the ceiling, and light smoke surrounded protagonist as he realized the fortune teller had summoned him into her astral space. He found himself in a blooming garden. A girl named Mireille greeted him and asked if he liked the place. Protagonist quickly realized this was not a dream, but an astral projection. Red waves of energy swirled around her. Mireille confirmed that she was the fortune teller and even called him by name. Shocked, protagonist asked how she knew him. She calmly replied that she knew the name of the chosen one. According to her visions, he was the embodiment of evil, though he appeared kind and simple in reality. She admitted that in her vision, she would eventually try to destroy him. Protagonist asked why she had brought him to the astral world. Mireille explained that her physical body was near death and she wanted to personally verify whether he was truly dangerous. The protagonist asked her to send him back so he could heal her body, as only 68 hours remained until army enemy arrived. Mireille shook her head, saying her body could not be healed. Instead, she instructed him to use his power within the astral space, as his ability was far greater than he realized. Protagonist activated the healing ring finger of a god. Waves of green energy spread around them, and the system announced that healing had begun. Mireille floated into the air as the power enveloped her body. Soon, another notification appeared: the healing had failed because the user lacked divine power. Protagonist clenched his teeth in fear. Mireille slowly descended, leaves swirling around her. Confused, protagonist asked what was happening. The woman woman fell to her knees but smiled at him and said she believed in him. She explained that he still did not understand the full extent of his power and had chosen to entrust her fate to him. The fortune teller lifted her eyebrows, and the system evaluated her strength as equal to 2 S-class followers. Frowning, the protagonist realized he still needed to find 2 more followers. The huntress explained that if he kept saving small worlds, he would eventually gain the power to save his own world. A tree was reflected in her eyes. Surprised, the boy understood that she was referring to the ant kingdom. He hoped that when the time finally came, he would be able to protect everyone. Small particles of light began forming around her. Reaching out his hand, the young man asked her to stop, saying he did not have much time. Closing her eyes calmly, she told him not to worry, because the answer to his problem was much closer than he believed. A moment later, her body dissolved into shining dust and light. Immediately, the system notified him that a new ability had become available. Startled, the MC realized it was a Murray skill, but another message quickly appeared saying he lacked enough divine power. The disappearing world collapsed beneath his feet, and the player's eyes widened with fear. When the smoke finally faded, the director placed his hands on his shoulders and asked if he was all right. Clenching his teeth, the protagonist remembered that the solution was right beside him. Above the academy gym, clouds moved slowly across the sky while students played basketball. Holding a phone to his ear, the protagonist realized he had failed the director's quest, but he soon thought of another method to gain followers. If the solution was really nearby, as Murray had said, then he only needed to look more carefully at the people around him. Lowering his head, he placed an order that had to be delivered by tomorrow, even if it meant spending all his divine coins. Not far away, the sword demon was training with his weapon. His blade cut through the air with powerful swings. The system reported that he now possessed the sword of the heavenly demon god. The MC remembered paying 20 million for it and hoped his friend would eventually reach S-class. It was described as a technique from a secret collection of 1,000 blades, a style capable of slicing through space itself. Holding the book, the follower complained that the technique felt too calm for his aggressive combat style. The fanatic said the heavenly demon god sword technique felt overly restrained and prevented his energy from flowing freely. The protagonist watched silently as the sword demon kept practicing. Sweat rolled down his face while dust rose from the ground with every powerful swing. Mayong watched him with admiration and called him cool. When he called her over, she asked how she could help, but the follower clarified that he was actually speaking to the summoned monster standing beside her. The monster asked if he truly wanted to lose again. Smiling confidently, the fanatic replied that he felt certain he could defeat him today. Watching them, the protagonist wondered if an A-class fighter could possibly defeat an S-class opponent. The duel started immediately. Charging forward, Hades warned his opponent not to expect mercy. The sword demon declared that he had mastered the heavenly demonic sword and slashed forward with glowing eyes. However, the follower suddenly froze when he realized his opponent had vanished. In the next instant, the monster struck him from behind. The fanatic dropped to his knees while the monster calmly explained that technique alone was not enough to defeat him. The sword demon promised he would win next time before collapsing face down on the ground. Hades lifted him over his shoulder and said he still had the potential to succeed. He then carried him toward the infirmary while Mayong followed closely behind. Watching them leave, the protagonist believed his friend truly had the potential to become S-class, although it would not happen right away. He opened another energy drink. The system reported that his divine power had increased by 1%. Even after drinking 2,000 bottles, the improvement remained small, and he realized the battle would begin very soon. Turning toward his friends, he asked how they were doing. Mina placed her hands on her sister's head, planning to remove the seal so Miri could defend herself and avoid falling into the hands of the Abyss dragon. Miri closed her eyes, and once the seal was removed, lightning flashed briefly. When asked if everything was all right, Miri calmly replied that she was fine. Believing she might also reach S-class, the protagonist encouraged Mina not to push herself too hard. Mina suddenly remembered that he once said he liked younger girls. Her cheeks turned red, and she quickly looked away in embarrassment and anger. Confused, the protagonist scratched his head and offered her some candy instead. The huntress immediately accepted it and happily began eating the lollipop. The young man wondered when his girlfriend would finally return to normal. He then thought that if both Miri and the sword demon managed to reach S-class, the quest would finally be completed. There were only 2 days left before the invasion. Remembering something important, he asked the girl to tell the sword demon to guard the academy while he stepped out for a while. When she asked what he needed to do, the protagonist simply replied that he wanted to sleep. Stepping onto the mattress, the MC thought he had one last hope. He wrapped himself in a blanket and decided to train with the stalkers, because time in the dream world flowed much slower than in reality. 3 months there equaled only 2 days in the real world. Smiling, the protagonist realized he could become far stronger during this time. In the temple of the god of the sword, huge blades were stuck in the ground, and 1,000 blades sat on the throne. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, remembering the first time he came here, and how the man's crazy eyes had almost made him cry. Raising his head, said. The protagonist asked if the knife that broke during the battle with Gustav had been repaired. The system reported that the blade had shattered into many fragments and needed more time to be restored. The protagonist held out his hand and asked to borrow something. The stalker replied that it would cost 1,000,000 divine coins. Shocked, the writer asked why the price had doubled since last time. Thousand Blades grinned and reminded him that he had no other option. Looking at the system window, the protagonist sighed and paid the 1,000,000 coins, hoping he was not being cheated. Suddenly, a rift opened, and a wooden katana flew out. Confused, the protagonist asked why he needed a wooden sword that looked more suitable for brushing teeth. The stalker smiled and explained that it was far more special than it looked. A description appeared. It was the training sword once used by the founder of the Husham sect. Surprised but intrigued, the protagonist decided to test it since the money could not be returned. When he activated the Ultra Blade, the katana began to shake. The system explained that once synchronization reached 50%, a miracle would occur, and the synchronization would increase through training. The protagonist noticed the sword reacting as if it wanted to say something. When he asked about the miracle, the stalker only grinned and announced that hellish training would begin. A massive sword suddenly struck the protagonist, but he blocked it with the wooden katana. His eyes widened in disbelief that the wooden weapon could withstand such power. Thousand Blades then ordered him to attack. The protagonist crouched, realizing he could not even touch him. The stalker said that blocking 10,000 strikes was impressive, but now it was time for 10,000 more. Clashing swords filled the air as the writer trained relentlessly. Empty energy drink bottles piled on the rocks. Only 20 hours remained before the invasion. Breathing heavily, with sweat running down his face, the protagonist finally noticed a weakness. He lunged forward, and the wooden sword pierced Thousand Blades' body. The stalker looked back in shock. The protagonist frowned with determination. He had finally wounded his opponent. The synchronization rose to 47%. The protagonist drank another energy drink. The eternal seeker of truth praised him but demanded the same potion. Hugging the bottle, the protagonist complained that it cost money, but the stalker snatched it anyway. Next came strength training in the Temple of Muscles, filled with weights and dumbbells. Holding a whip, the stalker declared that muscles must be trained before battle. The protagonist was struck across the back with the whip and nearly cried, feeling like a slave. Still, the stalker praised him and ordered him to lift a 2-ton dumbbell. Thinking of protecting his ants, the protagonist lifted the massive weight. Lightning flashed around it as he pressed it from his chest and raised it above his head, his arms shaking and veins bulging from the strain. Finally shouting in triumph, he succeeded. The eternal seeker of truth applauded and told him to drink potions to prevent muscle loss. Exhausted, the protagonist collapsed and drank another energy drink. 10 hours remained before the disaster. Then it was the Silent Nightmare's turn. Annoyed, the protagonist realized he would have to sit inside its stomach again. Trapped in the throat of a giant carnivorous plant, he struggled to stay awake. With the wooden katana, he pierced the stem and burst out of the plant, though the wound healed instantly. Venus flytraps opened their mouths around him while the Silent Nightmare demanded that he be tougher next time. The protagonist sighed, convinced that all the stalkers were insane. 1 minute remained before the invasion. Clutching his head, the protagonist realized his synchronization was still at 49%, only 1% short. With no time left, he asked the plant if it really wanted something tough and rushed forward. Grinning, he dashed through the forest of carnivorous plants, slashing them with his katana. Wounds split across their stems while the Silent Nightmare trembled with excitement. The Venus flytraps bled as the protagonist cut through them again and again. Frowning angrily, the protagonist shouted for them to stop enjoying it and give him the final 1%. Only 1 second remained before the invasion. The MC's face was drenched in sweat. A notification appeared before him, showing that synchronization had reached 49.9%. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist shouted that he was about to lose his mind. Behind him, a stalk emerged, and the Venus flytrap snapped open its mouth. The Silent Nightmare seemed to confirm that this stick was truly the best. Moments later, the synchronization hit 50%. The system informed him that he could now travel to either Antria or the Ant Kingdom. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock and angrily demanded where the promised miracle was. The notification explained that the intelligence and endurance of his Class S followers had risen thanks to the synchronization. Raising his eyebrows, he realized it referred to the Sword Demon and Miri. If they had genuinely become Class S, that would certainly qualify as a miracle. Suddenly, numerous red warnings flashed. The system declared that a holy battle had commenced, putting the user's life in immediate danger. The young man understood he had to rush to Antria, while also remembering that a delivery was due at the academy. Meanwhile, a cloud of dust rose above a castle, surrounded by a massive army of red ants. Arch sat upon the throne, smirking proudly. She declared that the fortress constructed by the evil god's followers was impregnable. The infectious fly, Beelzebub, lifted her staff and vowed not to disappoint the queen. The insects soared into the air, mocking their enemies as insignificant. From the fortress wall, the holy maiden realized that even her sacred powers were insufficient to stop such an enormous horde. Following the merciful god's command, the priestess decided to stay put on the walls, walls. The fly raised its hand and prayed for a divine curse to strike their enemies. Green energy swirled in her hands as she drew in a deep breath. The insects readied themselves to spread a lethal infection blessed by the god of infection. Suddenly, a rift tore open in the sky. A giant foot crashed down onto the ant army, splattering blood across the white socks as the protagonist stepped out of the rift. Grinning, he realized that the exterminator had arrived and that the necessary supplies had reached him just in time. A can of insecticide hovered in midair. The fly trembled upon noticing an inscription in the language of the evil god. When the protagonist turned toward her with eyes burning like fire, she immediately understood they had no chance and ordered her comrades to retreat. But it was already too late. The god's crushing index finger activated the insecticide. Combined with Johan's telekinetic power, the cans released a deadly gas. The toxic fumes blasted the fly backward. Blood spurted from its mouth as it realized this was the most lethal poison ever known. The gas tore through its body, and one by one, flies began dropping from the sky. The poison spread throughout the battlefield, covering the entire ant army. Horrified insects cried out warnings to avoid the gas. Some recognized that their enemy was the legendary evil god, revered by savages. Seeing panic ripple through the ranks, Arch raised her hand, commanding her army to stand firm and threatening to execute anyone who tried to flee. The MC observed the massive horde of ants and thought they could easily blanket the entire island. Irritated, Arch leaped from her throne and demanded to know if the evil god truly expected the same tactic to work twice. At her signal, a winged saber-toothed tiger launched forward. Its powerful wing beats scattered the insecticide fumes. The protagonist shuddered as he watched the smoke disperse and, worse, drift toward his own followers. Thinking fast, he used the god's index finger alongside telekinesis to create a massive cloud of smoke. The insecticide cans rose into the air, forming a swirling whirlwind above the ant army. Frowning, Arch realized yet another trick had been played against her. Gritting his teeth, the MC thought that if he had hesitated even slightly, his own followers might have been harmed. Squinting at the battlefield, he wondered what that cat was up to. The strong and cunning beast opened its mouth. The tiger devoured the ant, leaving the protagonist stunned. He noticed that the monster grew stronger with every victim it consumed, and thought it was utterly cruel. Watching her pet, the spider considered that sacrificing countless lives was acceptable if it meant obtaining power akin to a god. Flashing her purple eyes, the queen commanded a squad of blind suicides to be released. Frustrated that his insecticides had failed, the protagonist readied himself for action. Suddenly, a swarm of dragonflies appeared, each carrying red ants with bandaged eyes. Smiling, Arch realized that, at the very least, these creatures could harm the evil god, while the others completed their mission. The monster lunged at the dragonflies, calling for reinforcements. Hundreds of enemies surged toward the protagonist. Activating his steel body, his muscles bulged and radiated a brilliant light. One ant struck the evil god's shoulder, shattering his supposedly indestructible mandibles. The eternal seeker of truth verified the resilience of the steel body. The ants attacked again. A crimson cloud rose as they fully surrounded the protagonist. Suddenly, a finger emerged from the mass. The divided middle finger incinerated the swarm. Freeing his hand, the protagonist unleashed the god's multiplying thumb, flames consuming the monsters in a devastating explosion. Closing his thumb and middle finger, the protagonist summoned a wave of fire. Fireballs streaked across the battlefield, forcing the ants to scatter, their bodies and limbs torn apart. The protagonist felt his strength fading. A notification reported that 52 million enemies had been eliminated. Realizing he lacked the power to destroy the entire army, he pressed his hand to his head. Drained from the use of divine energy, a radiant light filled the sky. A note revealed that someone was angered that the enemy used flames like their master. Raising her hands, Arch ordered the followers of the great god to stop the evil god at all costs. The fiery chariot vowed to act on behalf of 100 million victims. The red ant clenched its fist, and the priestess commanded obedience, declaring it an honor to die for the empire. The monster spat fire, incinerating many insects before swallowing others. Its steel plates gleamed menacingly. The protagonist noticed it had grown even larger. The fire chariot activated, its wheels spinning. The monster charged. The protagonist attempted the crushing index finger of the god, but the system warned that he lacked sufficient divine power. The monster collided with him, blood gushing as he was thrown back in front of the fortress. Arch smirked, envisioning her revenge. The protagonist, too weak to protect even his loyal ants, was filled with despair. The holy maiden urged him to wake. The priestess wept, and the protagonist reminded him to stay within the castle. Healing proved ineffective due to the fire chariot's divine power. The monster demanded the death of its enemy, calling him a worthy sacrifice. A pillar of light illuminated the temple, as number 1 requested permission to join his god. A small portal appeared, lightning flashing within it. The follower answered the call of his god, while the warrior sought trust, proud of the fallen monsters. Suddenly, a massive mouth appeared. The insidious beast seized number 1. The saber-toothed tiger dismissed him as ordinary. The predator soared into the sky. The protagonist braced himself for the end. Thousand Blades reported that the fruit knife had been repaired. Light radiated from the protagonist, and a colossal sword emerged from the rift. Protagonist gripped the sword in his hands. Lightning crackled along the hilt, casting a bright glow around him. His eyes widened as a surge of power coursed through his body. He pushed himself to his feet, teeth gritted, and activated the skill transmission. The monsters recoiled, sensing imminent danger. MC leaped, unleashing the power of the heavenly demon. The strong and cunning beast soared high into the air. The fire chariot tried to dodge while running, but the protagonist smirked, asking where it was going. A blinding light struck the monster's face as protagonist's sword sliced through its armor. Blood sprayed, and burning debris rained from the sky. Light seethed at the loss of the precious body his master had crafted. The Lord of the Abyssal Swamps glared with blazing eyes. Protagonist swung, severing all its heads. Blood spurted, yet the saber-toothed tiger remained high above. Gritting his teeth, protagonist resolved to reach it, aware that his divine power alone wasn't enough. Pain shot through him, sensing an opening. The beast lunged from the sky, but hesitated as protagonist's body radiated a blue aura. The system reported that Miri's seal had been lifted, granting her transcendental potential. Protagonist realized only one follower remained to complete the mission. Clenching his fist, he raised his blade, ready to unleash his full power on the enemy. The Lord of the Abyssal Swamps regenerated its severed heads, mocking the sword as useless against its immortality. Squinting, protagonist found this amusing. A notification confirmed the enemy's infinite regeneration. Its head surged forward, but the sword itself spoke, taunting the Hydra as already dead. One by one, its heads melted away and dissolved, leaving the monster in disbelief that it had been felled by an ordinary blade. A giant eye appeared overhead, and the Hydra's heads disintegrated completely. The notification confirmed its defeat. The sword absorbed the dark energy. A black aura enveloped protagonist, filling him with renewed strength. Suddenly, 2 burning eyes appeared above. Before he could react, a formidable and insidious beast dived from the sky, declaring that the wings of the wind would tear him apart. The tiger flapped its wings with immense force. Protagonist opened his mouth in fear, bracing himself for the next battle. Something shot straight toward the target. The boy steadied himself. The protagonist frowned, breathing hard, while the weapon mocked him. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. All of a sudden, the monster began to shake. Something was pounding inside its body. Stunned, the protagonist suddenly had an idea. The creature collapsed onto the ground, dust rising everywhere as its stomach twisted violently. It opened its mouth in agony, as if something inside was tearing it apart. The beast's eyes rolled back in pain. In the next moment, number 1 burst out of its body with a loud scream. The protagonist smiled in relief, glad that he had survived. With determination, number 1 declared that he would find a way out. The protagonist gave him a thumbs up before turning toward the weapon and demanding to know its identity. The sword narrowed its eyes, sweating slightly. Annoyed by the silence, the protagonist stared at it carefully and then asked the Thousand Blades for help, but none of them responded. Suddenly, flames ignited across the ground. The villain roared in fury at the destruction of his body. The protagonist was shocked that his rival was still alive. The man demanded more victims. The priestess offered 100 million, but he angrily rejected it and said he wanted everyone, 100 billion. Lightning flashed in his eyes as he ordered her to sacrifice them all. A massive army appeared, flames spreading among them as screams echoed everywhere. The protagonist clenched his teeth as the enemy grew even larger, flames swallowing everything around them. Stones heated from the intense commotion. The man lifted a massive rock, proudly boasting about his strength, and hurled huge boulders toward his opponent. Stone and fire collided, but the monster easily melted the rock and smirked. The fireman towered over the protagonist. The MC tensed and asked what he should do. The sword cursed before telling the protagonist to strike. Sweat ran down the protagonist's face. Lava had already formed beneath them, yet he tightened his grip on the sword, realizing there was no other choice. As he swung it, he activated the number 1 sword demon skill along with the power of the heavenly demon. The enemy stiffened and groaned under the strike. The fireman laughed, mocking the weakness of the attack. The protagonist frowned, thinking the sword was unable to help, but the weapon's determined aura pushed him forward. The creature grinned widely, but in the next second it was sliced into 2 halves. It screamed in despair as a massive explosion burst out. The sword narrowed its eyes with satisfaction, proudly declaring its strength. This time, the protagonist remained conscious, unlike before. Then, a notification suddenly appeared. Tears of Generous Abundance was anxiously watching the blazing sky. The soundless nightmare warned that it was still too early to relax. The protagonist looked upward in shock, horror clearly visible in his eyes. A satisfied fireman appears, and it soon becomes known that one of the sun gods had been sealed inside a blazing chariot. MC begins to tremble as he realizes that he has accidentally released that god. People claim that surrendering and dying immediately might be the only way to survive. Staring at the blazing sky, he realizes that he has already used the last of his divine power in the previous attack. The protagonist frowns but recalls the words of the great man who once said that there are always windows to life. The battlefield turns chaotic as weapons drop into rivers of lava. The deity grows furious after discovering that his master's fiery chariot has been destroyed. Struggling to remain standing, the young man suddenly notices number 1 standing on top of the corpse of a powerful beast. The boy trembles, realizing that the monster's body could be useful since it contains immense burning power. The protagonist quickly shouts at Ant, ordering him to bring the beast as a sacrifice. Terrified but obedient, number 1 grabs the beast by its tail and begins spinning his body in circles before hurling the corpse straight toward the protagonist. The deity bursts into loud laughter, declaring that they cannot possibly defeat him, but the protagonist raises his finger and begins absorbing the beast's energy. The power gathers at the tip of his finger, forming a violent surge of energy. It is recognized as a tribute from Ant. Lightning flashes around the protagonist as the system announces that the mission to promote a low-ranking evil god has been completed. Instantly, the protagonist receives the title of low-ranking evil god. Power floods through his body, and he smiles as he feels the new strength gathering in his palm. Nearby, the holy maiden clasps her hands together and prays for the protagonist. Sweat pours down his face as he silently thanks those who helped him. However, the deity only frowns and declares that resistance is pointless. In response, the protagonist raises his middle finger toward the god. A powerful stream of energy bursts from it and strikes the enemy. The deity merely narrows his eyes and calmly states that such an attack will not work on him. The protagonist grits his teeth as the energy continues pouring out, but he begins to realize the terrifying strength of his opponent. Suddenly, the fiery god becomes enraged. The walls of the castle start melting into lava, causing panic among everyone nearby. The protagonist notices that the power of the heavenly demon is no longer functioning properly. Even so, he keeps attacking while thinking about using the weapon called the gift check of the 1,000 blades, but the sword suddenly stops him, warning that the gift cannot cut through flames. Desperate, the protagonist shouts at the sword. Then he suddenly notices something unusual. The scene shifts to a memory beneath the night sky. A man stands while holding a massive sword. Breathing heavily, he looks at his palm and realizes that he has finally mastered the second kata of the sword path. With a powerful swing, the sword demon sends that power forward, granting strength to the protagonist. The weapon itself becomes shocked as it recognizes the second kata of the heavenly demon's sword path. The youth stares in disbelief as the sword suddenly opens an eye. A beam of light shoots out, and the sword transforms into a human figure. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man calmly declares that he is the heavenly demon. The protagonist trembles in confusion. At that moment, the blind eye of God activates, announcing that the history of the heavenly demon is loading. A final image appears: a warrior covered in wounds, breathing heavily. Deep cuts cover his back, and in his bloody hand he tightly grips a sword. Tears run down his face as the deity shows a faint, quiet smile. The heavenly demon slaughtered his own daughter after she became a follower of the god of destruction, along with everyone who stood beside her. After carrying out the massacre, he took his own life. When the protagonist heard this story, he frowned, finally understanding why the heavenly demon had been behaving so abnormally. The demon grabbed his head and screamed in agony while mourning his daughter. The system informed the protagonist that the demon had been searching for his target of revenge for thousands of years. However, because of a deception, his memories had been taken away, and only now had they finally returned. The system then revealed the hidden truth. The 1,000 beasts that destroy space itself had attempted to trick the heavenly demon into joining their faith. When they knelt before him, he rejected them, declaring that he despised liars. Because of that refusal, the 1,000 beasts that cut through space itself erased his memories and sealed him inside a sword, forcing him to serve others without any reward. After learning this, the protagonist was filled with rage. The heavenly demon smiled faintly and explained that awakening the sword demon had allowed his memories to return. He added that the protagonist had been a good student. Then, looking at him seriously, he asked whether the young man could avenge him. The protagonist angrily swore that the god responsible would suffer real pain. The old man laughed and extended his hand, saying that the protagonist was worthy of becoming the sword's master. As he spoke, his body slowly began to fade away, and his energy flowed into the young man. The protagonist released a beam of mana, while the system announced that the heavenly demon had acknowledged his dominion and had become his follower. The beam of power shot forward and collided with light. Shortly afterward, the system declared that the mission had been completed and that the number of S-rank followers had reached 10. The protagonist was granted the title of a low-ranking good god. Despite the overwhelming pressure, the protagonist realized that awakening the sword demon had been the final part of his plan. Light shouted furiously, claiming that even after absorbing the old man's power, the protagonist was still nothing more than an insect. He opened his mouth and released blazing flames, causing their techniques to collide violently. The sword excitedly told the protagonist that flames could only be defeated by stronger flames. Gripping the sword firmly, the protagonist swung it while the heavenly demon advised him to use Avasi, the worst hell of Naraka. As light continued spewing flames and mocking him, a crescent-shaped wave of energy suddenly shot forward. It sliced through the flames and struck Light directly, leaving him stunned. The protagonist coldly told him to shut his mouth because the surroundings were already hot enough. Light laughed, saying his master's power would easily heal such minor injuries. But moments later, he suddenly felt the burning heat of the flames intensifying. Soon, a sphere of fire surrounded his body. Even though pain trembled through his hands, the protagonist grinned when the attack succeeded. Not long afterward, Light vanished completely. The sword told the protagonist that he had successfully protected the Ant Kingdom. The crowd watching nearby erupted into loud cheers. Number 1 proudly raised his hand and declared that he had never doubted his god. The protagonist let out a sigh of relief and said he would leave the remaining tasks to them. The Holy Maiden and the warrior ant knelt down and accepted his command. The system then announced the protagonist's victory in the divine battle and stated that rumors of his greatness would soon spread across the entire world. A magic circle appeared on the battlefield, and the system revealed a new mission to promote a good and evil god to mid-rank. Later, inside a room, the protagonist struggled to hold back his laughter and excitement while the sword silently observed him. A system notification appeared from the thousand-bladed demon, who angrily accused him of theft. Spreading his arms casually, the protagonist replied that he had only restored his friend's memories. The thousand-bladed demon argued that he had never fought with the intention of helping the heavenly demon regain those memories. Glancing at the sword, the protagonist simply responded that it was karma. The demon immediately complained that he had already suffered huge losses, and that repairing the sword in the future would now cost 500 million divine coins. The protagonist protested loudly, saying the sword was not even worth 10 million. At that moment, the silent nightmare informed him through the system that he could recommend a skilled blacksmith. The eternal seeker of truth quickly joined the conversation, saying he had been waiting for this opportunity and could negotiate the repairs for 5 million. Confidently, the protagonist said that competition always made it easier to find cheaper prices. Thousand Blades insisted that the repairs would take at least a year and should cost no less than 10 million. The protagonist responded with an offer of 3 million, which immediately angered the demon. Placing his hands behind his head, the protagonist said that compared to how much the demon had previously squeezed out of him, this price was already generous. Realizing he might lose the deal entirely, the thousand-bladed demon reluctantly agreed to 3 million. The protagonist raised his hand proudly in victory. Just then, he received a call from the director. When the protagonist answered, the director urgently told him to come to the association immediately because they had discovered the crocodile eggs of SS rank Gustav. The events were relayed to the Hunter Association, where an advertisement was playing on one of the screens. The protagonist noticed Mina on the display and was taken aback. He and the sword demon gazed at the billboard, captivated by her beauty. They quickly averted their eyes when the girl herself suddenly leaned in right in front of them, accompanied by the director and Miri, greeting them. The protagonist greeted her in return, apologized to the director, and quickly led everyone inside to discuss the situation. Inside the conference room, the protagonist asked the sword demon to remain outside since he was not an association member, and he agreed. Once inside, the protagonist saw that all the national S-class heroes had gathered, all because of some eggs. Yuan called him over, pointing to a seat and telling him and Mina to sit there, but Mina insisted on sitting beside the protagonist. The chairman stepped in, instructed everyone to take their seats, and announced that the egg would arrive shortly. Nino eagerly remarked that the crocodile egg would probably taste good. Everyone settled down. The protagonist noticed a girl wearing a penguin mask seated across from him, completely still and radiating a golden aura. He frowned when he was unable to assess her through the system, which made him uneasy. Meanwhile, Mina continued to stare at the eggs with excitement. When the egg was brought in, the chairman stood up and explained that it was the egg of Gustav, an SS rank monster transported from Africa. It was one of 100 eggs, and the only one that had not yet hatched. While others were still searching for the remaining offspring, the protagonist felt a chill run down his spine as he recalled how dangerous the crocodile was, realizing there could be 100 of them. All of a sudden, the egg began to shake and crack. Everyone stepped back as the crocodile's head pushed out. Some hunters thought it looked adorable, but the protagonist understood its chirping it had identified its mother's sworn enemy. He was stunned that he could comprehend it. The baby abruptly lunged at him, calling him its enemy. The protagonist perceived the attack in slow motion and gathered mana at his fingertip, thinking that as a low-ranking god, such threats meant nothing. Before he could respond, another hunter struck the crocodile and sent it flying backward. Gal Jongyuk was enraged. The cub slammed into the wall and tried to flee but was struck again. Shin Yu commented that its cute appearance had nearly deceived him. The cub whimpered, realizing it was about to die. Shin Yu asked the protagonist if he was alright, but he felt shaken and embarrassed that others had dealt with the danger before he could act. As he observed the S-class hunters, he became aware of just how powerful they truly were. Mina cried out, saying that crocodiles were frightening, while the director and Yuan angrily stated that the creature had crossed the line. The protagonist stared at the cub's trembling paw as it silently begged for help. Filled with anger, Gal Jongyuk lifted his leg to deliver the final blow. Just as the cub shut its eyes, bracing for death, an old man suddenly appeared, blocked the attack, and ordered Jongyuk to stop. Jongyuk told him to stop getting involved. While the old man was preparing to cut poor baby Gustav open and examine him, Jongyuk frowned, saying there were plenty of things he wanted to do as well, like killing the crocodile right away. Sadiuk stroked his beard and remarked that the younger generation had lost all sense of respect. The table and chairs trembled as a bright flash appeared behind the man, streams of energy spreading outward. Go Sadiuk lifted his hand to his face and asked if they really needed to experience death before learning how to behave. Mina clung to Miri in fear, while the director asked if he truly intended to summon a spirit right there. The director tried to stop him, but Go Sadiuk said it was already too late. Jongyuk summoned the spirit shining armor, which wrapped around his body as he declared that the man would bring about his own death. He stepped forward to face Go Sadiuk, while the director moved between them, trying to break up the confrontation and questioning why they were turning against each other. The protagonist watched calmly, thinking that genuine emotions were surfacing and wishing he had popcorn. He leaned back with a grin, enjoying the rising tension. At that moment, baby Gustav pleaded for help, trembling as he called the protagonist God. The system announced him as a new follower and hinted that a small miracle might occur if he were saved. The protagonist chose to help, glancing at Jongyuk and Sadiuk still arguing nearby. A system window appeared, asking whether a low-ranking god would show mercy, with yes and no options, noting it could be done without anyone noticing. He selected yes. A soft glow surrounded baby Gustav, who opened his eyes before dissolving into pixels and vanishing. The clash continued as the director struggled to separate everyone. The protagonist soon realized he had been deceived when the crocodile disappeared, and at that moment, his phone rang. When he checked the screen, he saw the crocodile inside the game next to the Holy Maiden. The creature looked confused, yet strangely adorable. No one else seemed to notice its disappearance. Sadiuk accused Jongyuk and threatened to kill him, while others argued about whether the crocodile should be destroyed. The director continued trying to restrain them. Miss Penguin suddenly showed up behind the protagonist. Our boy nervously asked her to stay quiet, sweating since she had clearly noticed everything. She simply raised her hand cheerfully, said Penguin he, and walked away as if nothing mattered. Out of nowhere, a red explosion shook the room as the sword demon slammed onto the table. The protagonist saw his chance to leave. Shin Yu recognized the sword demon and questioned him, asking if he was not a sword demon and calling him his old friend, but the demon denied it. Ignoring the exchange, the protagonist grabbed the sword demon by the hair and dragged him away, scolding him for making a mess. The sword demon apologized and even begged to be killed for failing his orders, but the protagonist told him to keep quiet instead. Behind them, the hunter stood stunned at what had just happened. Sadiuk shouted furiously about the missing crocodile, while Go Sadiuk insisted that the old man had taken it, and Miss Penguin once again casually greeted everyone. The protagonist finally escaped to the Hunter Association medical office, where he lay down on a bed, feeling at ease for the first time. On his phone, the Holy Maiden stood beside the crocodile, suggesting they raise it properly since it had been sent by the sword god. The protagonist had already named it Crocodori and placed a mana-blocking collar on it. He thought about the miracle mentioned by the system and realized it referred to saving the creature by storing it inside his phone. While he was thinking, the door opened and Shin Yu walked in, asking if the game was really that interesting. The protagonist asked what he meant. Shin Yu replied that he was simply curious and gathered bright blue energy in his palm. The protagonist frowned, understanding that this kind of S-class power was usually used as a threat rather than for simple questions. Shin frowned as he looked at the protagonist sitting on the bed, saying he was curious about something and that it would be better if he received a satisfying answer. The protagonist frowned and clenched his teeth, thinking that it must be a common trait of S-classes to sound threatening even when asking simple questions. The guy rested his hands on the bed and agreed to listen, since he considered himself open-minded. Shin said he wanted to know what kind of relationship our boy had with the sword demon. The protagonist thought that he was his god, and that the other man was just his insane fanatic, but he decided not to say that out loud. Instead, he gave an awkward smile and said they were merely colleagues, reasoning that he worked as a teacher while the other acted as his assistant. So technically it was not a lie. The protagonist then noticed Shin's hand glowing with bright energy and wondered why he was speaking in such a hostile tone. Shin asked if the boy was also part of the Tri-faction. Surprised, the protagonist asked what he meant. Without hesitation, Shin clenched his fist and moved to strike, bringing his glowing palm toward the protagonist's neck. The boy could tell the attack was very slow, but he still didn't feel like fighting back. Just as he was about to activate skill transfer, the sword demon suddenly burst into the room, calling Shin a fool as he swung his sword, demanding how he dared to interfere with his god. The blade slammed into the floor, shattering it. Shin quickly leaped back and regained his balance, smiling as he said that the powerful sword demon had finally acknowledged him. The sword demon told him to stop speaking nonsense. Shin easily dodged, flipped upside down in the air, and asked why his calls had been ignored. Irritated, the sword demon launched another attack. Shin stepped forward, saying he was still no match, and blocked the incoming strike with a bright blue flash. He then complained that his number had been blocked. The protagonist was surprised to realize that the two of them knew each other. The sword demon angrily demanded if that was the reason Shin had been bothering his master. Shin then questioned whether the protagonist was truly the master. The sword demon firmly declared that the protagonist was the greatest swordsman, the sword god who had reached enlightenment, and ordered Shin to kneel. Shin refused, saying that the Tri-faction sounded more like a cult. The protagonist even imagined it as something ridiculous, like the 3 layers on a pork belly faction. Shin then prepared to reveal the truth, gathering his energy and saying that if he really was a sword god, he should be able to dodge his attack. He used the snake sword school technique, Poison Fang, as blue energy wrapped around him. The sword demon urged his master to demonstrate his greatness. The protagonist rose to his feet with a smile, wanting to test his strength after growing stronger from saving his ants. Believing that Shin would not die as an S-class, he activated skill transfer number 1, Steel Body, his muscles ripping through his clothes. Shin assumed this must be the power of the Tri-faction cult and charged forward with energy. To the protagonist, the attack appeared slow. He gathered lightning around his fist and prepared to counter. Both of them moved in at the same time, ready to collide. At that exact moment, Mina opened the door with an annoyed expression, asking why they were making so much noise. Everyone froze. The protagonist immediately thought that Mina just wanted to sleep. Shin asked what the mistress desired. Mina called him a bad uncle and activated mind control, targeting his heart. The protagonist tried to stop her, but bright energy surrounded her as she declared that anyone who troubled our boy must die. Mina tightened her fist, releasing dark energy, while Shin raised his arm to shield his face, as a burst of blinding light erupted from her punch. The man's eyes snapped open as he coughed. Shin suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for air. He reached out weakly toward the sword demon, before losing all strength and going still. The sword demon walked over without urgency, crouched down, and checked his pulse, clicking his tongue in irritation. The protagonist nervously asked if Shin had died, but the sword demon replied that although it was unfortunate, he was still alive. He added that Shin was not the type to go down so easily. Hearing that, the protagonist let out a relieved breath, glad they would not be blamed for murder. Without wasting time, the sword demon hoisted Shin onto his shoulder, saying he would toss him somewhere far away for daring to disturb his master. The protagonist hurriedly tried to stop him, offering to treat Shin using his healing ring finger, but the sword demon paid no attention and leaped out through the shattered window. Watching this unfold, the hero felt uneasy, wondering if the sword demon might actually kill Shin. At that moment, Mina placed her hands on the protagonist's cheeks and asked if he was all right. He blushed slightly and assured her that he was fine. She gave a gentle smile, saying that his little sister would protect him. The protagonist frowned, thinking it made no sense since she was supposed to be the older one. Just then, Miri rushed into the room, alarmed after sensing a massive surge of energy. She looked around in confusion at the scene. While the protagonist attempted to explain, Mina still held onto his face. Miri then noticed the blood pooled on the floor and asked in shock if someone had been killed. Frightened, Mina grabbed her sister and said she wanted to go home. The protagonist softly asked Miri to take her back, and she agreed. After they left, the protagonist started wiping the blood off the floor with a mop, letting out a sigh as he worked. He wondered why someone like him, a god, had to deal with such chores, but accepted that someone had to do it. Soon, the system notified him that Tears of Generous Abundance had sent him a heart for performing a good deed. The protagonist felt strangely comforted, thinking of the unknown supporter as his only friend. Not long after, Mayong arrived and immediately noticed the blood. The protagonist awkwardly made an excuse, saying he had simply fallen. However, Myong appeared tense, holding onto her skull-shaped amulet. She revealed that her grandfather wanted to meet him and urged him to run. Confused, the protagonist asked why he needed to run and what her grandfather wanted. She explained that her grandfather had sensed Hades becoming stronger and wished to speak with him. Before leaving, she wished him luck and quickly walked away, silently apologizing to herself. The protagonist watched her departure, puzzled. When he glanced outside through the broken window, he saw a black car pull up. An elderly man stepped out with a confident smile. The protagonist immediately recognized him from the Hunter Association and realized he was Go Sedeuk, Myong's grandfather. Standing beside Sedeuk was a girl with long black hair, quietly smiling. Moments later, the academy's headmaster appeared and confronted Sedeuk, demanding to know his purpose there. The tension between them escalated quickly, with the director warning that he would kill Sedeuk if he harmed any students. Unfazed, Sedeuk calmly stated that he had only come to check on the academy where his granddaughter studied and to meet someone. When asked who, he revealed that he wanted to see the protagonist. This revelation shocked everyone present, including the protagonist himself. Later, inside the director's office, the protagonist sat across from Sedeuk and the girl, while the director observed nervously. The protagonist tried his best to remain composed and act naturally. Sedeuk smiled and asked for his age, and the protagonist replied that he was 23. Sedeuk then glanced at Many and commented that a 3-year age gap was just right. Embarrassed, the girl covered her face, while the protagonist became even more confused, unable to understand where the conversation was heading. Then, with a cheerful expression, Sedeuk lifted his cup and announced that he was delighted to meet his future grandson-in-law. At that instant, the protagonist's eyes widened in disbelief, and he spat out his tea, completely stunned by the unexpected declaration. The protagonist suddenly spat out his tea and shouted internally, questioning what the old man had just said. Glancing at the embarrassed girl, he wondered if they were seriously expecting him to marry her. Sedeuk, unfazed, once again referred to him as his grandson-in-law. The protagonist firmly rejected the idea, saying he preferred living alone and had no interest in marriage. For a moment, he even questioned when he had started disliking marriage, but quickly brushed the thought aside. The old man set his teacup down with clear displeasure, his eyes gleaming with a sinister grin, and brought up how the protagonist had helped a B-class zombie, Hades, evolve into an S-class. The protagonist instantly grasped what Sedeuk was aiming for. Sedeuk declared that he could not let such an opportunity slip by, and only wanted the protagonist to father a child, as his bloodline was extremely valuable. Realizing he was being treated like a tool, the protagonist became irritated. Then Sedeuk handed over a check worth 1 trillion won. The director was stunned and even tried to convince the protagonist, arguing that such an amount could justify the arrangement. The protagonist hesitated, visibly tempted, but the moment he looked at the girl, he felt a chill. To him, she resembled someone who had died countless times and might drag him down with her. He stood up and refused again, stating that love was not something that could be bought. The girl quietly lowered her eyes. Just as the protagonist turned to leave, the girl suddenly appeared in front of him, revealing glowing purple eyes. Through the system window, he identified her as Go Moangui, a half-human, half-witch whose enchanting gaze could captivate any man. The director urgently warned him not to look, but she had already activated her ability and asked for his opinion. The protagonist admitted her eyes were beautiful, and she confidently declared that he would belong to her. The director attempted to intervene, calling it an underhanded move, but Sedeuk silenced him with a threat. It was known that anyone affected by her ability would lose their sanity. Yet, the protagonist casually picked his nose and rejected her once more, saying she simply was not his type. He then walked out and slammed the door, leaving Mangui bewildered that her power had failed. Outside, the protagonist wrestled with the regret of turning down 1 trillion, but ultimately decided it was still better than marrying her. He also found it strange that her ability had no effect on him. Suddenly, a portal opened behind him, and monstrous hands reached out, dragging him inside. One of his slippers slipped off as he was pulled away. At the same time, inside a moving car, Mongui told Sedeuk that she had taken a liking to the protagonist. She explained that a man who could resist her charm was extremely rare, and it seemed Mina now had a rival. Sedeuk calmly reassured her that the protagonist was already under his control, which left her surprised. Elsewhere, the protagonist found himself surrounded by monsters within Sedeuk's dimension. The system informed him that they had been ordered to capture him, though they were tempted to devour him instead. The protagonist simply smirked and provoked them. One of the monsters lunged at him, but his steel body activated instantly, shredding his clothes while leaving him completely unharmed. The creature froze in shock. The protagonist declared that they were nothing in his eyes, and sarcastically demanded 1 trillion before any conversation. He then boldly announced that he had now become a low-ranking god. After saying this, he swung swung with all his strength and smashed the yaksha head, shattering its mask. The creature was launched high into the sky by the sheer force of the blow, and when it crashed down, it landed at the feet of its kin. The protagonist grinned broadly and remarked that no matter how massive they were still only flesh. Madness flickered in his eyes as he shouted, asking why the warriors were hesitating instead of attacking him all at once. In the very next moment, he charged in and began pummeling them relentlessly, darting through the air toward his enemies while taunting them, saying they were nothing more than a swarm of ants. Then, he raised the divine middle finger of God. A radiant light burst forth, illuminating the yaksha as a massive wall of terrifying magical energy surged forward. Fear spread across the warriors' faces, and even the undefeated yaksha fighters were overwhelmed and crushed, leaving the survivors soaked in cold sweat, questioning whether he was truly a god. When the energy finally faded, the protagonist stood atop the fallen bodies of his enemies. He then turned and noticed two remaining yakshas, quickly realizing they were their leaders. The male was the yaksha general under Sadyuk, once a follower of a powerful and cunning beast. The female was another yaksha general, formerly devoted to the night of vivid sexual fantasies. Crossing his arms, he wondered if they served evil gods, but then his attention was caught by their 5-colored irises, reminding him of Mingui eyes. Without warning, the yaksha general lunged at the protagonist. Before his companion could intervene, his fist had already reached him. The protagonist remained calm, lifting his index finger and activating the crushing index finger of God, instantly slamming the general into the ground. Witnessing this, the female warrior was stunned and questioned whether he was the rumored young god who was immune to her charm. Instead of fighting, she stepped forward, dropped to her knees, and pleaded for mercy through telepathy. Puzzled, the protagonist activated God Blind Eye and looked into her past. Before she became a yaksha, she had been Lilith, the daughter and follower of the night of vivid sexual fantasy. Her goddess had been defeated by the god of destruction and now required the souls of powerful and innocent S-class individuals to recover. Lilith was sent to Earth, where she encountered Go Sadyuk. Her charm did not work on him, and instead, she fell in love, married him, and bore his child. Later, she was fatally injured by the abyssal dragon serving the god of destruction. In desperation, Sadyuk begged her to form a contract, offering their daughter's soul in exchange for his wish. Realizing that she was Mingui grandmother, the protagonist reflected on the idea of trading souls for wishes. He concluded that Sadyuk had transformed her into a yaksha, so they could remain together forever. A message from Generous Abundance appeared in the system window, requesting mercy, and the protagonist accepted, commenting that it was not a bad idea. If she became his follower, he would gain another S-class ally, possibly even 3, counting Sadyuk and her granddaughter. With that decision made, the protagonist activated his title as the good god. A halo formed above his head, catching him off guard. He placed his hand on Lilith's forehead and used the healing ring finger of God, expecting to restore her. Instead, her face began to melt, and the surrounding warriors cried out in agony. Confused, he checked the system and discovered that they were undergoing purification, and replacing evil with good came with intense pain. Their forms began to change as wings sprouted from their backs. Lilith smiled, feeling as though she had been reborn, while a notification announced that through the protagonist's grace, they had become angel warriors. The protagonist looked around in surprise and saw that they had grown smaller, now floating gently in the air with serene expressions. Near a floating sphere, a girl spread her wings and opened her eyes. She declared that Lilith had returned, but immediately after, she denounced her as a vile traitor. The protagonist rested his hand on his chin, looking puzzled as he muttered that he had assumed the grace of rebirth would trigger a random evolution effect, yet he never expected it to turn out like this. A notification then appeared before him, explaining that Generous Abundance had done everything he could for now, as he was only a low-ranking god, and the protagonist would simply have to accept it. After reading the message, the boy paused briefly, then agreed, adding that he needed to speak with Seda quickly, or he might end up dying soon. Inside the Immortal Guild's apartment complex, Go Sadyuk stood in his office near the wide window, with a photograph of his wife and newborn daughter placed neatly on his desk. Staring into the distance, he angrily criticized the protagonist, questioning how he dared to reject the position of his grandson-in-law and calling him a foolish, ignorant brat. Suddenly, he turned around with a crazed grin, claiming the boy had already been dealt with. The old man then opened the gateway to his personal dimension, a portable hell feared even by S-class hunters, and commanded the warriors to release the protagonist. All at once, the dark aura shifted into a bright and comforting light. The protagonist stepped out of the portal and casually asked if Sadyuk had summoned him. Fear filled the old man's eyes as angelic figures appeared behind the protagonist. Glancing around, the protagonist calmly remarked that the office looked nice before pointing at Sadyuk and stating that his chest needed immediate healing. Startled, Sadyuk stepped backward, realizing he could no longer sense his warriors or even Lilith. Overcome with panic and anger, he grabbed the protagonist by the throat and demanded to know what he had done. At the same time, a massive magical silhouette began forming behind him. The protagonist understood that Sadyuk needed to be healed as soon as possible, but the old man's fury only continued to intensify. Having no other option, the protagonist activated the crushing index finger of God. Sadyuk's expression twisted in agony as he fell to his knees, his power draining away before he collapsed, coughing up blood. When the protagonist checked the system window, it revealed that Sadyuk had become a victim of the night of vivid sexual fantasies. At that moment, Lilith appeared in an angelic form and hurried toward him. She cried out as Sadyuk faintly recognized her presence. She told him that the protagonist had brought her back, and although she existed only as a spiritual being, she could finally see him again. Holding his face while tears streamed down her cheeks, Sadyuk tried to speak, but blood spilled from his mouth instead. Without warning, a dreadful presence surfaced. A cracked eye manifested, burning with rage over Lilith's betrayal. The entity declared that such betrayal would not be forgiven and began gathering an overwhelming amount of mana, intending to make Sadyuk suffer before consuming his soul. Determined to protect them, the protagonist used the crushing index finger once more, pressing it against Sadyuk's collarbone. The mark engraved on his body started to break apart. At that moment, he realized the technique functioned like a switch, capable of shutting down the seal. A thunderous voice echoed as a massive crack tore through the wall, releasing an eruption of powerful magic. The night of vivid sexual fantasies fully emerged, revealing herself as the lingering essence of a once powerful goddess. The protagonist remained composed, remembering that he had already faced a similar being before. Without hesitation, he summoned the sword of the heavenly demon and charged forward, crashing through the building's glass. Fueled by anger, he delivered a decisive strike, cleaving her body in half. After landing in front of a panicked crowd, he told them to flee immediately. The entity soon regenerated, enraged, proclaiming that even low-ranking gods would not dare confront her true form. Spreading her wings, she demanded that they witness her real power. Unimpressed, the protagonist told her to go ahead, remarking that she did not seem any different to him. At that moment, generous abundance spoke again, catching the protagonist off guard, as he questioned how such a being could possibly be comparable to the god of destruction. The fallen goddess's form shifted rapidly. Horns sprouted from her head, and a chilling grin spread across her face. Her eyes blazed with fury as she fixed her gaze on the protagonist. Clenching his teeth, he admitted to himself that she looked genuinely terrifying. Out of nowhere, Silent Nightmare proposed a deal, offering to handle the goddess in exchange for 10 million human sacrifices. The protagonist dismissed it outright, telling the stalker to get lost. Soon after, Thousand Blades suggested killing Sadyuk. Caught off guard, the protagonist noticed that Sadyuk was still in his office alongside Lilith. In his stat window, it stated that he was an earth dweller bound by fate to the night of vivid sexual fantasies. Lowering his head, the protagonist wondered what more he could expect from such a mercenary god. If not for Sadyuk, this lingering fragment of the goddess would never have appeared. Grinding his teeth in anger, he swore to reach a happy ending, since he had never written a bad one before. Looking at the night of vivid sexual fantasies, he observed that although she had once stood on par with the god of destruction, she was now only a weakened remnant. The goddess's eyes shone as her power gathered. She boasted that she had conquered countless worlds, even while being overlooked in them. Firing enormous beams from her eyes, she declared that despite her weakened state, she would recover her strength and crush the newly ascended low-ranking god. The protagonist lifted his hand and activated number 1 along with Mina's skill transfer. Sadyuk shouted at him to escape, insisting that even a dozen S-rank hunters would not be enough to defeat her, but the protagonist paid no attention. He focused and prepared his counterattack. In the next instant, he struck the incoming beams, unleashing a powerful magical force, a fusion of steel body and telekinesis, which shattered the goddess's attack. Shocked, the knight of vivid sexual fantasies realized she was being overpowered. His attack slammed directly into her face, sending her flying out of the portal as she screamed and called him a little bastard. Sadyuk yelled in disbelief, unable to comprehend the protagonist's strength. A faint smirk appeared on the protagonist's face as he briefly considered a bad ending, especially since Sadyuk kept referring to him as his son-in-law. Suddenly, the goddess's enormous and horrifying face reappeared in the sky. Raising his fist once more, he got ready for another clash. He activated the crushing index finger of God and commanded the rift to close. The portal started sealing, but the goddess forced it open, leaving a gap as she mocked him for being just a low-ranking god. She then unleashed another massive beam from her mouth. A deafening explosion erupted, scattering debris in all directions. Seduke cried out in panic as the protagonist was slammed to the ground. With what little strength he had left, the protagonist admitted her overwhelming power. The knight of vivid sexual fantasies, her eyes blazing, declared that he had no chance of stopping her. He shut his eyes for a moment, acknowledging that she might surpass even a firebrand, but quickly opened them again, realizing he was no longer the same. He activated the title of Evil God. The creature narrowed her eyes as the protagonist advanced, surrounded by surging mana. He combined the powers of evil and good god, releasing an immense wave of energy. The knight of vivid sexual fantasies grabbed his hand in shock, unable to believe that a low-ranking god could wield such strength. The protagonist smiled coldly, ordering her to release him and leave, mocking her as nothing more than a pitiful remnant. She shrieked in fury as a radiant beam of sunlight spread across the sky. The protagonist then deactivated the crushing index finger. Checking his system window, he saw that she counted as a sacrifice equal to 6 S-class beings. With a satisfied smile, he noted his progress toward becoming a mid-level evil god. At this pace, gathering 100 S-class sacrifices and leveling up would not take long. He then spotted Seduke floating nearby. Lilith broke down in tears, fearing he would die since the curse persisted even after the original god's demise. The protagonist used the god's healing ring finger on Seduke. Moments later, Seduke rose to his feet in astonishment, as even an S-class healer would not have been capable of such recovery. With tears streaming down her face, Lilith rushed into Seduke's arms and sincerely thanked the protagonist. The protagonist simply smiled, convinced that this was a proper happy ending, regardless of what the system claimed. Several days later, near an S-class dungeon in Brazil, Aurak knelt before a creature. With glowing eyes, it asked whether there was a way for him to take revenge on his mother. Aurak clenched her teeth, thinking about how 100 billion soldiers and 3 demigods had been wiped out, and how the emperor would surely execute her for such a loss. Narrowing her eyes, she considered using the massive lizard to deal with the protagonist before returning empty-handed. The lizard lifted its paw and asked what the insect had just said, wondering if there was truly a way to take revenge on his mother. Aurak introduced herself as Erech and gave a sinister smile, claiming she possessed both the strength and a strategy to kill the evil god protagonist. The lizard sat back on his throne and ordered her to explain, while she struggled internally to come up with an actual plan. Meanwhile, the protagonist slowly opened his eyes, confused about his surroundings. Standing before him was a man wearing nothing but shorts. The protagonist, distracted by the man's physique, suddenly sat down and wiped the drool from his mouth before asking who he was. The man folded his arms and introduced himself as the eternal seeker of truth, stating that his existence was on a level far beyond the protagonist. He then revealed that a follower of the god of destruction, along with his copy, had awakened and would soon face the protagonist. If he wanted to alter his fate, he needed to rise to the rank of a middle-class god and reach the god festival. The protagonist abruptly woke up in his office, questioning whether everything had just been a dream. After wiping his mouth, he recalled the warning and wondered if it had come from yet another stalker. Although he intended to become a middle-class god as quickly as possible, the mention of both a follower and a copy of the god of destruction left him puzzled. Lilith happily flew toward him, saying she would call her husband from the director reception since he wanted to speak with him. The protagonist immediately refused, thinking the old man would bring up marriage again. At that moment, several notifications appeared, stating that Cupids had performed a miracle, greatly boosting his number of followers. Another message confirmed an increase of 30 million followers. The protagonist felt delighted, realizing that Lilith's passive ability had triggered rapid growth, making it seem easy to reach 10 billion followers now. He then asked the Archangel Lilith whether she would prefer staying with Seduke, but she firmly replied that since she had been revived by his grace, she would remain loyal and serve him. Not long after, news spread about a battle between 2 S-class hunters, Shin and the Sword Demon. The protagonist rushed to the window and saw them arguing. Shin angrily demanded to know how the Sword Demon could abandon him on a deserted island, while the Sword Demon coldly responded that he should have buried him there. Despite their former friendship, Shin declared he would never forgive him and charged forward, while the Sword Demon prepared to display the power of the heavenly demon sword. The surrounding crowd watched with excitement. However, the protagonist quickly lost interest and decided it was time for lunch, looking forward to chicken soup. Later, he sat in the dining room with Lilith, enjoying the privilege of eating expensive food for free as a teacher. Just as he was about to begin his meal, the Sword Demon suddenly crashed onto their table, struggling to get back up. Moments later, Shin arrived, stepping forward and demanding surrender, claiming the Sword Demon stood no chance against him. The protagonist, frustrated that his meal had been interrupted, was then confronted by Shin, who accused him of being the self-proclaimed sword god of the Tri-Faction Society and blamed him for brainwashing the Sword Demon. Shin labeled the society as the the peak of evil and demanded that the protagonist repent. Annoyed, the protagonist ignored everything except his ruined meal and declared that he would not forgive Shin for interrupting his chicken soup. He lifted his spoon and activated the Thousand Blades Ultra Blade, cutting through space itself. While the sword demon mocked Shin, Shin became serious, activating the snake sword School Poison Fang and taking his stance. With mana surging around him, the protagonist raised his hands, his eyes turning sharp as he prepared to strike. Shin charged forward, shouting furiously that he would prove to everyone who the protagonist truly was. The protagonist calmly swung the spoon and struck him on the forehead, making him scream in excruciating pain. Blood spurted from Shin's nose as he tried to comprehend what had just hit him. Raising the steaming spoon, the protagonist lowered his head and said firmly that he would not let Shin off so easily. Glancing at the spilled chicken on the floor, he added that Shin would weep as much as the broth he had wasted. Shin stood up, fuming, and demanded that the protagonist stop spreading his soup everywhere and complaining about food. In response, the protagonist's power surged around the spoon, and he asked sharply if Shin really wanted to risk his life. Taking a fighting stance, Shin insisted that he had only been relaxed before and would not be struck so easily again. But before he could finish, he froze as the protagonist suddenly appeared directly in front of him, declaring that they would see about that. Shin attacked immediately, shouting that the protagonist had crossed into his range, but each strike was effortlessly blocked by a single spoon. The protagonist even tapped his forehead again, making him bend over in pain, all while demanding a chicken wing in frustration. Clutching his head, Shin realized it was all about the soup again. He charged forward once more, yelling that he wanted to see how long the protagonist would continue talking about it. What followed were muffled cries and relentless strikes as the protagonist pummeled him, targeting chicken parts like fillet, breast, and legs. Shin staggered, gasping for air, sweat streaming down his face, barely able to stay on his feet. Stepping forward, the protagonist coldly asked if that was all Shin could manage, then yelled that he had paid for one bowl but ruined two. Recognizing his error, Shin admitted he had underestimated the protagonist, but warned that he would now unleash a dangerous technique that could harm others. He activated T's dual blade, creating blinding light and violent gusts of wind. The sword demon shielded his face, shouting that he could not see and calling Shin insane for endangering bystanders. Shin, believing it was all his fault, activated a special snake school technique. Using Dragon Fang, a dragon-shaped force surged toward the protagonist. At the last moment, the protagonist countered with the Wu Mountain special technique, Sakura Fury. Sakura petals filled the building, stunning the spectators. Yet Shin pressed forward, shouting that it was already too late. The protagonist raised his spoon and commanded him to disappear, releasing a wave of mana. Shin's expression instantly changed as he realized the terrifying truth. A fantasy-like domain capable of nullifying all abilities, strong enough to overpower even SS-class fighters. Fear gripped him, and he thought that such power could surpass even SSS class, calling it the world of the sword god. His strength waned, his arms went weak, and he collapsed helplessly onto his back in front of the protagonist. The protagonist looked down coldly as the sword demon rushed forward, fell to his knees for his sins while begging for mercy. The protagonist watched, puzzled, as Shin realized that the sword demon still cared for him. Calmly, he said he would take care of everything, and the sword demon accepted this. Resolute, the sword demon grabbed a sword and pointed it at himself, vowing to share Shin's fate. The protagonist stopped him, calling him overly dramatic. Using telekinesis, the protagonist lifted the sword away and declared that he would heal them instead. Relieved, the sword demon stepped back. Activating the healing ring, Finger of the God, the protagonist enveloped Shin's body in restorative energy. After some time, Shin opened his eyes, stunned, unable to believe what had happened. The sword demon laughed proudly, saying that this was the god he served. Shin agreed, then bowed deeply to the protagonist, calling him the true sword god and apologizing for not realizing it sooner. The protagonist frowned, uneasy about the situation, while the sword demon smiled. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating the protagonist's victory over Shin. Meanwhile, a hooded figure watched from a window, recognizing the protagonist. Glancing at his phone, he muttered that this incident must be reported to the three-hero society, known as the Tree Faction. The protagonist stared in shock at Shin, who was kneeling before him. The man's eyes shone brightly as he shouted, desperately begging to be accepted as a disciple. At that moment, a notification appeared in front of the protagonist, stating that he had successfully created a possessed believer through overwhelming power and fear. The mission to rise as a middle-class good god had progressed with the acquisition of one follower. Reading this, the protagonist felt a bit confused and thought to himself that he had completely forgotten Shin was an S-class. Normally, having an S-class follower would make him happy, but he suddenly clenched his teeth and asked irritably if the man believed something was wrong. Shin looked at him with sorrowful eyes and asked what the issue was. The protagonist then pointed at the chicken and remarked that not even a dog was allowed to touch it during a break, so Shin needed to properly apologize to both him and the chicken. Shin quickly pulled out his phone and apologized for daring to interrupt the sacred meal. He then made a call, asking how much money was available in reserve. Soon after, 2 suitcases filled with cash were brought and placed in front of the protagonist. Seeing this, the protagonist wondered how much money it contained, recalling that Shin was the young heir of a wealthy family. Nearby, a man stepped forward, bowed, and introduced himself as the general manager of the Ozone Group, asking the protagonist to take good care of the young master. Shin clasped his hands together and humbly said it was not much, but hoped it would suffice as compensation for the ruined soup. Gritting his teeth, he added that if the protagonist accepted him as a mentor, he would devote himself completely. At that moment, the sword demon suddenly appeared behind him, shouting angrily and questioning who he thought he was. Did he really believe a disciple's position could be bought so easily? Without hesitation, the protagonist waved his hand toward the door and ordered the sword demon to run 100 laps around the training ground immediately. Shin stiffened, feeling tense, and sadly wondered if someone who had recently tried to kill him could truly be accepted as a disciple. Lowering his head, he admitted that he was unworthy. Before he could finish, the protagonist placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled broadly. He said he could see that Shin regretted his actions, adding that wasting food was not a sin deserving death. Hearing this, Shin trembled and, through tears, said he now understood why the demonic furnace served him. Smiling warmly despite the tears in his eyes, he once again asked if the protagonist would accept him as a disciple. Hearing this, the protagonist clenched his teeth inwardly, thinking this man might end up causing him trouble. He then wondered what to do with someone who had already reached S rank, as it did not seem like a good deal. Keeping his hand on Shin's shoulder, the protagonist thought that he did not actually need money, but there might be a way to continue extracting value while still profiting. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With a faintly ominous smile, he asked Shin if he truly wanted to become his apprentice. Yes, Shin shouted with excitement. Placing his hands on his hips, the protagonist agreed. A few minutes later, Shin found himself holding a book. Looking up, he asked if this opportunity was really meant for him. The protagonist smiled and confirmed it, while secretly thinking he was handing over the Thousand Blades tome, which was useless to him anyway. His expression turned serious as he instructed Shin to master every technique in the book and then return. Only if he succeeded would he accept him as an apprentice. Shin stared at the book, briefly doubting himself. After a moment, the protagonist prompted him again. Snapping back to his senses, Shin declared that he could do it, vowing to learn everything. His eyes sparkled with determination as he looked at the book. Before Shin left, the protagonist raised a finger and warned him not to show his face again until he had mastered it completely. Shin happily agreed, bowed deeply, and asked for permission to leave and begin his training. The protagonist waved him off, telling him not to take too long. As Shin departed, the protagonist watched him go with a sly smile, thinking that everything was proceeding according to plan. Once Shin was gone, he reached for the suitcases of money, wondering how best to use them. Behind the academy's main building, a man spoke on the phone, reporting as a secret agent from the academic branch of the Three Heroes community, known as the Dark Ghost. He explained that the Manhwa sword had been stolen by that same individual and frowned, adding that assassins would likely need to be deployed to retrieve it. Elsewhere, a girl sat atop a monster, angrily stabbing it with her sword. Mana poured from the wound until the creature eventually turned to stone. She commented that it was weak for an S-class monster and questioned whether any stronger ones even existed. Xiaoming, her body covered in blood, remarked that her blade despised the weak. At that moment, a silhouette appeared before her, crouched low. He informed her that an order had come from the Three Heroes community. She was to eliminate a teacher from Korea who was believed to be SS class. Before doing so, she also had to retrieve the Manhwa sword manual. Xiaoming grinned with excitement, shouting that her blade would enjoy this task and declared she would sever the man's head. Gazing at her sword with delight, she told it to be patient, promising it would soon taste the sweetest blood. Meanwhile, in the academy cafeteria, the protagonist walked forward with bags tucked under his arms. He cheerfully thought that if there was anything better than being a god, it was being a wealthy god. However, his expression soon turned thoughtful as he considered learning more about the Three Heroes community. Sensing that something was off, he suspected a connection to the awakening of a follower of the god of destruction and its copy. Approaching the sword demon, the protagonist asked if he had finished his punishment. The man replied casually that 100 laps meant nothing to him. Smiling, the protagonist suggested they celebrate with chicken and beer. Sometime later, the sword demon lay sprawled on the couch. The protagonist leaned back, reflecting on how his appetite had grown after becoming a low-class god. Having consumed nearly a dozen chickens by himself, he rested a hand on his stomach, convincing himself it was a necessary sacrifice to strengthen his divine power. Grinning widely, he felt pleased thanks to Shin's contribution. He had even purchased an entire house, making him a landowner. With satisfaction, he reminded himself that as a god, it was only natural to live well. His gaze shifted to the leftover chicken bones, and he thought about how enjoyable eating was compared to the annoyance of cleaning up. He mused that it would be convenient if the bones could simply move themselves into the trash. Perhaps he could hire someone or just rely on telekinesis. Suddenly, one of the bones shifted slightly. Startled, he questioned whether it had really moved. He dismissed the thought, unsure unsure how it could happen without him using telekinesis. Then, all at once, the bones began to emit a faint magical aura. A system window appeared, informing him that a list of transferable skills had been added through his connection with Go Saduk's follower, and that the stronger the dissatisfaction, the more effective it became. The protagonist was puzzled by this connection and what it implied, deciding it would be easier to understand through experimentation. Carefully, he reached out and touched the bones, activating the link. Instantly, a powerful surge of mana erupted from the table. As he looked down, he noticed the shadowy outline of a monster forming on the floor, and he clenched his teeth, wondering what exactly he had just triggered. Dark silhouettes with glowing eyes towered over the protagonist. He stared ahead in fear and questioned whether this outcome was truly meant to happen. Revenge. A chilling voice echoed. The leg crow's eyes gleamed as it spoke about taking revenge on those who had killed and roasted them. Armored crows circled the room, shrieking, while feathers scattered in every direction. Still shaken, the protagonist admitted he understood their suffering, but felt that revenge was going too far. Revenge. The crows cried out again, pleading with the ruthless god who had awakened them to grant them victims to slaughter. The protagonist tensed, worried they might turn on him next. Just then, a system window appeared, asking if he wished to dispatch a new legion of yaksha chickens to the hive, a region within the empire. He accepted, though he questioned what the hive actually was. Another alert clarified that it functioned as a production facility, mass-creating red insect soldiers that formed the backbone of the imperial army and a key source of the emperor's strength. A sinister smile spread across the protagonist's face as his magic surged. He declared that they had underestimated him, and now it was his move. He selected yes. Immediately, chaos broke out within the hive. A guard creature glanced upward in confusion, only to witness a massive crow descending and crushing it. Watching everything through his phone, the protagonist felt satisfaction as the screams rang out. He realized that automated hunting would increase sacrifices without requiring his direct involvement. Another notification appeared. With the rise in followers, an automatic distribution system would activate, enabling facility upgrades and species evolution even without his presence. The price was 20 million god coins. Without any hesitation, he accepted, convinced he would never reject such overwhelming power. Back in his room, the protagonist lay on his bed, while his phone displayed the revived crows ravaging the hive. The sword demon had already departed. Lost in thought, he recalled details about the Three Heroes Society. They were an unconventional group posing as a hunter guild, but in truth, they managed a massive global spy network, eliminating hunters who posed a threat. The sword demon had also revealed that the manhua sword technique originally belonged to them, meaning they would certainly come after the protagonist for having it. While eating chicken, the protagonist realized he had been deceived into purchasing a stolen technique. Anger rose within him, but he also recognized the seriousness of the situation. He could not ignore what was unfolding, especially if it involved his student. A knock sounded at the door. When he opened it, Hugh stood there, trembling. Earlier, a hooded figure had ordered her to use a teleportation talisman to lure the protagonist into a trap where martial artists from the Three Heroes Society would deal with him. She was torn, unable to betray her kind teacher, yet also unable to defy her orders. The system informed the protagonist that Hal was a spy. Even so, he calmly told her that the sword ghost had already relocated her sick mother to safety. Hal was stunned and deeply grateful. Rage filled the protagonist as he thought about how her mother had been used as leverage. He silently vowed to kill them all. Hal thanked him for paying the hospital expenses, and he casually responded that money was not an issue for him. They chose to head to the meeting location. Hal activated the talisman, trusting that the protagonist could protect her, especially after he had defeated the SS-class Gustav. A magical aura enveloped them, and they were transported to a forest near the Academy Mountain. Before long, two figures radiating immense power approached from behind, as though they were the real protagonists, wrapped in mana. A Shaolin martial artist named Daegak stepped forward with an arrogant smile. He accused the protagonist of stealing the manhua sword technique and pretending to belong to the Three Heroes. Furious, he charged forward, unleashing the demon subduing Arhat Fist, a devastating secret technique capable of leveling buildings. The protagonist immediately activated skill fusion. Daegak struck with all his might, but upon impact, his own hand cracked as if he had hit unbreakable metal. He collapsed, screaming in pain. The protagonist coldly told him to stay quiet, since he had been the one to attack first. Another opponent, Peng Mo-lin, suddenly appeared behind the protagonist and slashed with a sword technique. Hugh watched in horror, recognizing it as a lethal clan ability. However, the blade shattered the moment it struck the protagonist's body. He remarked coldly that it was nothing more than a prickly lightning trick. Then he activated Miri's skill-sharing ability. A bolt of lightning crashed into the ground with overwhelming force, obliterating everything in the surrounding area. A few minutes later, both opponents were tied to a tree. Hugh glanced at the teacher with admiration, thinking that although they were not registered as hunters, their strength was clearly beyond S-class. The protagonist let out a deep breath and admitted admitted to himself that he had nearly killed them because he still could not fully control his power. After gathering his thoughts, he demanded that they reveal the location of the Three Heroes Society. Daegak clenched his teeth, then questioned whether he even knew who they were. He warned that the strongest hunters from the Three Heroes Society would soon come for his life. Right after he said that, Xiao Ming stepped out of the forest, mentioning that she had arrived a bit late. Daegak gave a sinister grin and called out to her, saying that the person in front of them was the protagonist who had stolen the plum blossom. The girl's eyes brightened, but she immediately told him to be quiet, calling him nothing but trash. Frightened, Daegak quickly apologized. In the next instant, a series of rapid sword slashes cut through the air, and blood burst from his mouth. Lifting her blade, Xiaoming coldly stated that they were useless. The protagonist clenched his teeth in shock, thinking that she was unbelievably fast. He could barely track her movements, noting that other S-class hunters seemed slow in comparison, but not her. While he was still processing this, Xiaoming suddenly appeared behind them. Swinging her sword, she declared that it was time to eliminate the traitor, then charged toward the terrified Hu Ju. Reacting instantly, the protagonist blocked the strike with his hand and shielded the girl with his body from another incoming blow, telling her to run. Xiao Ming smirked, surprised that he had stopped her attack with his bare body, and commented that he was interesting. The protagonist counterattacked swiftly, but she evaded it effortlessly and remarked that it was too slow. Frustrated, he thought she had slipped away again and wondered where she had gone. Suddenly, he noticed blood splashing and briefly thought he had been hit. Xiao Ming leaped over him and struck Hu Ju with her blade. Blood scattered in every direction. The protagonist turned in horror and shouted. In the next moment, he caught the girl in his arms, only to realize she had already stopped breathing. Without hesitation, he extended the index finger of God. Watching this, Xiao Ming lifted her hand toward him and asked if he actually possessed healing abilities. He did not respond, focusing entirely on trying to revive Hu Ju, but nothing changed. Smiling wildly, Xiao Ming said it was pointless since the girl had been fatally stabbed from behind. A system notification appeared before him, leaving him stunned. The glow from his finger faded as the message stated that the treatment had failed. It explained that he could not revive the dead with low-class god power, and that such an act required reaching high-class god status. His body trembled. Xiao Ming laughed madly, saying the girl had died the moment she struck her. The protagonist gently placed his hand on Hu Ju's head and said he would send her to Lilith, asking her to wait until he became a high-class god. Xiao Ming walked closer and told him to stop clinging to the dead and instead fight her, adding that weaklings like that girl deserved to die. He suddenly turned and told her to be quiet. She smiled at him and said he was exactly her type. With a cold tone, the protagonist said he had learned that the only way to deal with people like her was through force. His body began to expand as he activated skill fusion. His eyes glowed as he used the super strong body ability and stepped forward, declaring that she needed to be beaten. Xiao Ming called him attractive and said she was excited. She urged him to hurry so they could fight. As she opened her eyes, she was met with a fist rushing toward her face. She quickly raised her sword and blocked the impact. Smiling, she noted that he had become faster and stronger, and that things could have gone badly if she had failed to defend. She felt satisfied with her decision to come. The protagonist pressed forward, grinding his teeth. He demanded how she could laugh after killing his student, vowing to make her death as painful as possible. The ground cracked under a powerful strike, leaving a crater as he stood with his fist planted into the earth. Looking up, he saw Xiao Ming still smiling, saying he had exceeded her expectations. She then noticed blood trickling from her nose and wondered if she had been injured. Her hand trembled, but her grin widened as she shouted that it was thrilling, since he was the first person to ever land a hit on her. The protagonist frowned and called her insane, ordering her to stop and reveal the location of the Three Heroes Society. She asked if he would spare her. He replied that there was no chance, though he would grant her a painful death. Coughing, she asked again, then with gleaming eyes, said he should not assume she had been fighting seriously. She admitted she had only been toying with him because he amused her, then said she was bored now. In the next instant, she leaped upward from the tree. The protagonist looked around in alarm, realizing he had lost sight of her again. No one he had encountered before had reached this level. From above, Xiao Ming asked what he was looking for. He quickly looked up and activated a defensive barrier, just in time to block her descending attack, wondering how she could possess such strength. Standing confidently atop the barrier, Xiao Ming grinned. Confused, he asked what it was. She explained that it was the seal of the trigrams, something even an SS-class expert could not escape, then demanded that he return what he had taken. In response, the protagonist activated the good god evil god title unification. Surprised, Xiao Ming questioned what kind of ability that was. He then raised the punishing middle finger of God. She frowned, confused, but in the next moment a massive explosion erupted, sending out a brilliant beam of light. Xiao Ming landed on the ground and shouted angrily that he had destroyed her barrier. Clenching his fist, the protagonist said that she was not the only one who had been holding back, and declared that she was going going to die. Without lowering it, he coldly asked whether she intended to keep scurrying around like a trapped rat, since defeating him was clearly beyond her. At those words, Xiao Ming clutched her chest, then suddenly broke into a wild smile, her eyes gleaming with madness and excitement. She admitted it was her first time encountering a man like the protagonist and eagerly suggested they continue the fun. The instant she finished speaking, she rushed forward. Her figure split into multiple afterimages as she activated the Ashura dance technique, her power so overwhelming it felt capable of crushing the very sky. Watching her advance, the protagonist casually kept his finger raised and commented that he just hoped the school building would not be too badly damaged. For the first time, Xiao Ming felt fear as a massive sphere of magic surged toward her. Yet instead of despair, admiration filled her gaze, and she proclaimed him the greatest opponent she had ever faced. A gigantic beam of magic ripped through the sky, streaking across the academy grounds. Nearby, a guard covered his eyes from the blinding radiance, wondering if the sun had somehow risen early. When the light finally faded, Xiao Ming was left kneeling before the protagonist. He slowly lowered his middle finger and pressed it against her head, glaring down at her with icy hatred as he demanded to know who stood above her in the Three Heroes Society. Softly, she replied that it was herself, but in the next instant, she lifted her head and shouted with intense devotion that she loved her master. The protagonist froze, completely caught off guard. His thoughts spiraled in confusion as he wondered why she would say something like that. At that exact moment, a notification appeared, stating that through overwhelming strength and fear, he had accidentally created an obsessive believer. Xiao Ming had become his fanatical follower. Shocked, the protagonist slapped his own cheek and muttered that he had somehow ended up with yet another insane girl. Still kneeling, Xiao Ming looked up at him with admiration, imagining how powerful he must be with a weapon if he was already this terrifying with his bare hands. Another notification appeared, stating that her loyalty was equivalent to 5 S-grade units and that she was deeply and obsessively in love with him. The protagonist was stunned. Did that mean she was comparable to Ghosta? Pushing the thought aside, he ordered her to take him to her superiors. Despite her injuries, she eagerly agreed, though she admitted she could not move properly in her current state. In response, the protagonist activated the healing ability known as the Ring Finger of God, instantly restoring her condition. Smiling brightly, she stood up and declared that he was truly worthy of being her master. Without wasting any more time, he commanded her to lead the way. Sometime later, at the headquarters of the Three Heroes Society, the hero of religion held a report explaining that Xiao Ming had been their limit, yet she was now serving the protagonist. Even worse, he appeared to be heading straight toward them. The sword hero leaned forward with interest, asking if it was true that this man possessed divine power. The fist hero dismissed the idea, calling him nothing more than a low-level godling. Releasing a terrifying aura, he declared that they would simply eliminate both the protagonist and Xiao Ming. After all, they were the three pillars, rulers who had reigned for over 5 centuries. Suddenly, the doors burst open. Xiao Ming stepped inside with a sinister grin, casually asking if they had been talking about her. Resting a sword over her shoulder, she added that someone was looking for them, and that she had kindly guided him there. The three heroes were momentarily stunned. A moment later, the protagonist entered behind her, his presence radiating fury. He demanded to know if they were the leaders of the organization. A notification flashed before him, stating that it was impossible to analyze them due to detection interference. Though unusual, he chose to ignore it. The sword hero smiled with interest, clearly fascinated by the protagonist's strength, even expressing a desire to devour his heart. The hero of religion coldly responded that he would permit it, but the brain would belong to him. The fist hero slammed his throne and rose to his feet, declaring that he would test the protagonist himself. In an instant, he disappeared, only to reappear directly in front of the protagonist. Without hesitation, he activated the divine fist of White Step and unleashed a devastating strike. The protagonist was sent flying out of the palace, crashing down with explosive force. Inside, Xiao Ming shielded herself from the debris, surprised that her master had been blown away so easily. Then she turned toward the surrounding hunters, her expression darkening with excitement. Running her tongue along her weapon, she muttered that a day like this was far too enjoyable to waste. Outside, the fist hero approached the protagonist, who sat on the ground clutching his stomach. Mocking him, the hero questioned whether he had overestimated his opponent, suggesting he might as well finish him off immediately. The protagonist, still shaken, struggled to understand what had just happened. The distance between them had been vast, yet the attack had landed instantly. A brilliant flash of light erupted nearby, followed by a thunderous sound. As the light faded, a butcher knife appeared before him. A notification followed, stating that 1,000 blades that cut through space itself had completed its repairs. The weapon, Heavenly Demon, had been delivered. The protagonist stared at it in disbelief, wondering if this crude-looking cleaver was a joke. The system responded that appearances were irrelevant. With no time left to argue, he gripped it tightly, stating that introductions could wait, as his enemies were gods. That realization shook him. Were they truly divine beings? The fist hero, sensing a familiar aura, grinned grinned and asked if it was truly the heavenly demon. The weapon answered angrily, confirming its identity and accusing them of cowardice for abandoning everything when the god of destruction had appeared. The fist hero shrugged, claiming that survival was not cowardice. The heavenly demon confirmed it, calling them the lowest form of trash and even accusing them of killing their own followers. Irritated, the fist hero mocked the weapon's current state. Enraged, the fist hero revealed the truth. For 500 years, they had trained humans and gathered millions as sacrifices to strengthen their divine power. Hearing this, the protagonist's anger erupted completely. Through clenched teeth, he condemned them as cowards who had crossed every possible line. He declared that Hugh Ju's death was because of them and that he would never forgive them. The fist hero snapped back, furious that a mere godling dared to speak to him in such a manner. The protagonist raised the cleaver and activated the sword demon skill transfer, preparing to use the second form of the heavenly sword god. The heavenly demon immediately shouted for him to stop, warning that he could not defeat a white step user that way, and that failure would cause a severe backlash. Instead, it urged him to rely on his fists, reminding him of the teachings that fists surpass any blade. The protagonist hesitated, recalling those words. Then he slowly clenched his fist, activating the first skill transmission, Super Tempered Steel Body. A terrifying aura burst from his body as he prepared himself for battle. Afterward, the protagonist advanced toward the enemy. The fist hero stiffened and questioned whether this man could do the same. He then unleashed a powerful aura and roared that he would reveal his true strength. Stepping forward, he shattered the tiles beneath his feet and charged, shouting Divine Fist of White Steps, with blazing eyes, and declared that a young god like the protagonist was unbearably arrogant. The protagonist lifted his cleaver and announced the third form of the demon god's heavenly sword, the heavenly demon's heaven-crushing fists. As soon as he spoke, he drove his fist forward, releasing overwhelming magical force. His strike connected cleanly with the fist hero's face, shattering the mask and sending him flying backward with tremendous impact. The fist hero crashed near his allies. The religious hero crossed his arms and remarked that it was not bad, while the sword hero admitted he had never expected the protagonist to defeat the fist hero. The religious hero raised his weapon with excitement, saying that at last it could taste the blood of a god again. The sword hero gripped his own weapon and added that he never thought he would have to draw his sacred sword. Moving toward the palace, the protagonist thought that only two gods remained and that this fight was within his reach. Suddenly, confusion struck him as he wondered why no message had appeared confirming the defeat of one opponent, since the fist hero had clearly fallen. At that moment, the sword hero glanced at his comrade and asked how long he intended to keep pretending. Hearing this, the protagonist was startled. The fist hero touched his head and admitted in embarrassment that he had been caught off guard. Rising slowly, he said with regret that the protagonist had mastered the techniques of a divine demon. The religious hero responded with a sinister smile, suggesting they attack together and claiming the protagonist's head for himself. The sword hero fixed his gaze on the protagonist and said it had been a long time since he had devoured divine power. The protagonist grew tense, thinking these enemies were indeed frightening, yet he still had the heavenly demon on his side. Suddenly, the heavenly demon spread his arms and shouted for him to run. This caught the protagonist off guard. The old man yelled that he was not yet capable of facing all three at once, as they had absorbed too many sacrifices, and urged him to retreat in fear. However, the protagonist spoke calmly, without any hint of fear, saying he would not flee as those heroes once had. The heavenly sword seemed shocked and questioned his reasoning. Standing firm, the protagonist replied that he still had a few techniques left, so there was no cause for concern. In the next instant, the three opponents attacked together. The religious hero unleashed a dragon and shouted, "Turn the dragon and rule the world." Seeing it approach, the protagonist tightened his grip and acknowledged its arrival. With a single swing of his cleaver, he destroyed the dragon, declaring that such a level of sword aura meant nothing to him. At once, the fist hero appeared at his side, pointing out that he was exposed. Using the demonic palm, he struck the protagonist hard in the ribs. Blood burst from the protagonist's mouth as he was sent flying upward. The sword hero reacted instantly, leaping into the air with the sky-cutting swallow sword. Meanwhile, the religious hero raised his weapon and shouted that the kill was his before launching himself toward the protagonist. Yet a dark smile spread across the protagonist's face. He suddenly extended the punishing middle finger of God. A brilliant flash erupted, shocking both the sword and religious heroes. In that very moment, a massive explosion echoed through the battlefield. The protagonist descended lightly to the ground, lifting his head as he reflected on how much stronger he had become. A figure stepped forward, his foot landing softly, and a voice remarked that he now understood how the protagonist had managed to land that earlier blow. The religious hero spoke with a manic grin, saying that the protagonist was the first, since the middle god of their former world, to strip away everything from the mask. This made the protagonist uneasy, and he demanded to know what they meant. He then saw their true faces, no longer hidden by masks or hoods. A notification appeared, revealing that they were the fallen god of the fist, the fallen god of the sword, and the fallen god of religion. Each of them was 22,000 years old. They had once been high-level gods from the Peach Blossom Paradise, a realm destroyed long ago by the god of destruction. Now, they had fallen to the level of low-tier god. After reading this, the protagonist wondered if breaking their masks had revealed their true nature. He questioned whether they were now at the same level as him, despite once being far stronger. The Sky Demon grabbed his head and shouted that this was exactly why he had told him to run. Without warning, the Sword Hero appeared behind him and asked what he was thinking. At the same time, the Fist Hero materialized in front of him, declaring that it was time for him to die. Above him, the Religious Hero descended rapidly, eyes blazing and grin twisted, shouting that the protagonist's head belonged to him. An instant later, a violent explosion tore through the battlefield, lifting chunks of earth into the sky. When the dust settled, the protagonist lay in a crater. The three heroes observed him and concluded that he must be dead, deciding it was time to divide the spoils. The protagonist remained motionless, showing no sign of life. Then a notification appeared before him, stating that he had met the conditions for the Night Blooming Rose, a unique power granted by the Silent Nightmare. At that precise moment, his eyes snapped open, glowing intensely. Something began to emerge from his body, shocking all three heroes. A massive predatory flower burst forth, opening its maw and letting out a furious roar. "What is this?" The hero of the fist cried out in shock, while his comrades started retreating, yelling at him to run as well. In the next instant, a sharp pain shot through him. The enormous rose lashed out with its tongue, striking his hand before letting go. Clutching his injured hand, the hero of the fist screamed, demanding to know what kind of monstrous flower this was. The hero of the sword landed behind the others and remarked that this situation was far beyond what he had expected. The fist hero's eyes gleamed as he admitted he had thought the protagonist could only perform a few tricks with his fingers, yet now it seemed he could even summon creatures. The sword hero studied the massive, furious flower and declared that it was of divine rank. Lowering his gaze, he added that if its master were killed, the plant would quickly wither away. However, the protagonist remained hidden, positioned in an unreachable spot, surrounded by razor-sharp vines. The sword hero lowered his blade, turned to his companions, and stated that he would go after the protagonist while they distracted the creature. Without hesitation, all three charged forward. At that moment, the protagonist found himself within his own consciousness, seated upon a throne. As he opened his eyes, he wondered where he was. What he saw next left him stunned. The man before him had a face battered with bruises and cuts. Number one trembled violently and, with his final strength, pleaded for forgiveness from his master. Horrified, the protagonist leapt to his feet. Behind his follower, he noticed the gaping maw of the rose. A notification appeared before him, stating that number one was offering a tribute, a sewage reptile. Another message followed, explaining that the creature was valued at 11S classes. The protagonist was astonished, remarking that he himself was only at the lowest god rank, then questioning how number one had managed such a feat. As if in response, a new notification informed him that his mission to ascend to a middle-class evil god had progressed by 11S class victims. After reading this, the protagonist raised his ring finger and said he was proud of number one for passing another test and even bringing back a gift, adding that he would now heal him. Before he could finish, however, a small girl suddenly clung to number one's neck, crying out desperately for her father to be saved. Startled, Ellen paused and asked who she was. Taking a closer look, he read her status window. She was the queen of the fairies, the embodiment of the good goddess, the winged guardian of the world, possessing transcendental power. The note further stated that with number one on the brink of death, she had saved him, and that if she were given a name, a miracle would occur. Confused, Ellen admitted to himself that he did not fully understand the situation, but seeing number one foaming at the mouth and reaching toward him, he realized there was no time to hesitate. Thinking quickly, he activated the healing ring finger of God. A warm light enveloped number one, restoring him. As his strength returned, he smiled brightly and declared it to be their master's miracle. The protagonist glanced at him and said he would leave number one in the care of the fairy queen. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. He recalled the note about giving her a name to trigger a miracle. Realizing he had nearly overlooked something important, he turned back and approached her, asking politely if he could give her a name. The girl smiled and agreed. After a moment of thought, he lifted his finger and named her Anna, admitting inwardly that nothing special came to mind, so he chose a name he had once used for a character in his novel. The fairy queen exclaimed in amazement as her wings began to glow. She thanked him warmly. A notification appeared, stating that by naming her, he had shaped her destiny, and that she was a follower worth 10S classes. A surge of powerful magic surrounded the protagonist, and he marveled at the miracle, noting how incredible the power felt. Who would have guessed Anna alone was worth 10S classes? Suddenly, he remembered his battle with the three heroes and that because of them, Hugh Ju and 10 million innocent lives had been lost. Realizing the urgency, he immediately willed himself back. Opening his eyes, he clutched his head, unsure if he had truly returned. Then he saw it. The sword hero was already charging toward him, shouting for his death. A swift strike followed, but massive roots rose up and shielded the protagonist. Frustrated, the sword hero cursed the monstrous vines, only to freeze in shock moments later. Two enormous mouths suddenly opened in front of both the the sword and fist heroes. In the protagonist's hand was a small grove from which vines extended outward. A message reached him from the silent nightmare, who lamented that he had awakened too soon. The protagonist clenched the rose in his hand and reassured him that everything was fine, explaining that he had grown stronger during his rest and thanking him for the protection. Embarrassed, the silent nightmare blushed. Lowering his weapon, the sword hero remarked that the evil god's influence seemed to be fading. The fist hero cracked his knuckles and questioned whether the protagonist truly believed he could face them on his own. The protagonist calmly replied no, with a faint smile on his lips. Just then, he heard footsteps behind him and turned. The religion hero lunged from behind, shouting that the man's head would be his. Despite sensing the attack, the protagonist remained still. The clash of metal rang out as he effortlessly blocked the strike with a cleaver. Straining with all his might, the religion hero demanded to know how it had been so easy. The protagonist simply smiled and replied that things were different now. The religion hero quickly retreated. The sword hero narrowed his eyes, observing that the protagonist had grown significantly stronger. The sword hero speculated that he had yet to reach middle god rank and suggested they kill him and split the gains. The protagonist activating the multiplying thumb of God, a terrifying aura spread around him. From the swirling smoke, 2 legs emerged. It was his clone. The duplication would last for 6,606 seconds. Seeing him, the protagonist gave a thumbs up and greeted him, saying it had been a while. Before he could finish, the clone frowned and asked irritably if he had been summoned again, because the original could not handle things alone. Awkwardly smiling, the protagonist asked him to take on one of the heroes, but the clone coldly replied that no one had the right to order him. Angered, the protagonist snapped, asking if it was truly an order or just a request from his original self. The clone studied him before mocking him, saying he was too foolish to be the original, weak as well, and now free. The insults left the protagonist stunned. Trembling with rage, he finally exploded, pointing at the clone and shouting that he had had enough. Turning away, the clone casually remarked that things were at least better than before, since the protagonist had reached the level of a low-ranking god. Embarrassed, the protagonist flushed red. Then, unexpectedly, the clone extended his hand. For a moment, the protagonist wondered if he wanted to reconcile with a handshake. After hesitating, he struck the hand and declared that it was time. The clone grew irritated, complaining that he had wanted a weapon, not a fight. Understanding, the protagonist handed him the cleaver. Taking it, the clone declared it was time to face their enemies again. The 3 heroes glared at them, their anger rising as they prepared for battle. The protagonist frowned. His muscles expanded as he utilized his super-tempered steel body. The clone gripped the knife in his hands, activating the brutal massacre skill. The fist hero smirked, remarking that the guy had first used summoning and now cloning, which irritated him greatly. The religious hero smiled, thinking image of a warrior monkey, saying he had not felt this excited in a long time, not since the era of the great sage. Standing back to back, the protagonist and the clone radiated equal divine presence as dust swirled around them. The clone frowned and insulted the heroes, calling them vermin who should know their place. The protagonist glanced aside and added that these rats had managed to escape their collapsing world. The fist hero clenched his teeth and demanded how he dared to say such things. The sword hero frowned, commenting that it was pure arrogance. The religious hero dropped to one knee, bowing his head as he declared he would sever the head of this insolent foe. In an instant, he dashed forward, leaving a trail of dust. Rising above the ground, the religious hero lifted his weapon overhead and declared that once he killed the dragon, the entire world would fall beneath his feet. The protagonist casually scratched his cheek, saying he would leave this opponent to the clone. With a push of his foot, the clash began. The religious hero raised his weapon and scoffed, claiming the clone was insignificant. The clone frowned, clearly annoyed at being commanded, and reminded him not to give orders. The religious hero opened his mouth in shock, wondering how the clone had suddenly appeared beside him in midair. In a single motion, the clone swung his blade, slicing the hero cleanly into 2. The upper half, still gripping the weapon, dropped to the ground yet the religious hero laughed. Flames erupted from his lower body, forming blazing tongues of fire. The man raised his brows and grinned, saying that this was all the clone could do, since he was the embodiment of the scarlet flame, and flame could not be cut down by a blade. Gripping his weapon, the religious hero advanced toward the clone, declaring he would deal with him first. The clone frowned and replied that in that case, he would use a skill. The protagonist lifted his head with a faint smile, saying he expected nothing less from his clone. The clone swung, releasing a bright stream of energy toward the religious hero. The man's eyes widened in disbelief, asking how such a thing was possible. Falling to the ground, the religious hero realized he could no longer regenerate and assumed it was due to the weapon. The clone held up his sharp cleaver and clarified that it was no ordinary blade, but a heavenly demon weapon. A massive spectral head appeared, opening its mouth as it declared the technique to be the second kata of the heavenly demon divine sword, the heavenly demon great inferno. The religious hero lay there smiling, finding it amusing that his life had been ended by the heavenly demon's sword. The system announced announced that the religious hero was a powerful target worth 20 S-class points for the mid-rank evil god promotion mission. Progress updated to 58 plus 20 out of 100. The fist hero's eyes widened as he turned toward the fallen religious hero. The sword hero clenched his fist and growled that the guy had caused trouble again and had taken the first one. A violent explosion blasted the smashing through a building door. Xiao Ming watched the scene unfold as the man in front of her collapsed onto his back. She widened her eyes, pressing her palm to her cheek, murmuring that her god had now become two. Narrowing her gaze, she added that she needed to do her best to earn praise as well. Taking a combat stance, Xiao Ming faced the army ahead. The clone raised a brow and remarked that it was now 2 versus 2. The protagonist smiled, commenting that the fallen hero being worth 20 S-classes was quite impressive. The fist hero gritted his teeth and called him an idiot. The sword hero stepped forward, admitting they had underestimated him. After all, a god was still a god. With glowing eyes, he suggested that they use that move. The fist hero frowned, admitting they were injured, but agreeing it was their best option. Placing his hands against the sword hero's back, he began channeling dark energy. The sword hero tensed as darkness engulfed his body. Opening his mouth, he declared that he would borrow his ally's power and tear the sky apart in the name of the religious hero. With glowing eyes, he swung his blade, unleashing streams of dark energy streaked with purple light. The protagonist and the clone paused, watching the incoming attack. Zan frowned in fear, thinking even her god might not withstand such power. As the attack approached, the protagonist extended a finger toward the ground. Looking forward from beneath his brows, he flicked his finger and calmly said it was being redirected. A wave of shock energy surged forward, colliding with the dark stream. The sword hero stared in disbelief, unable to accept what he was seeing. Bright energy waves then surged back toward both heroes. The fist hero covered his face in frustration, shouting that the young man was a thief because he was using stolen techniques. The sword hero steadied himself, insisting it was not over, but his eyes widened as the protagonist and the clone suddenly appeared before him, their attacks leaving trails of radiant energy. The protagonist struck the sword hero's body with a powerful punch, channeling the mighty skill lightning strike. The man's eyes widened in shock as he questioned who this opponent was. The fist hero reached out, calling to his ally. The protagonist approached him, fist clenched. The man begged for mercy, but the protagonist coldly replied that the heavenly demon had ordered that none be spared. The clone unleashed the third kata of the heavenly demon divine sword, launching the enemy into the air. Following up, the protagonist used the heavenly demon shaking fist, sending torrents of dark energy bursting from the fist hero's body. The man's expression twisted in pain and despair. The system announced that both the sword hero and the fist hero were worth 21 S-class points each for the mid-rank evil god promotion mission. Mission progress reached 100 plus 42 out of 100. A notification appeared, congratulating the hero for completing the mid-rank evil god promotion. The protagonist froze, staring at his palm as dark energy rose from his body. He smiled faintly, realizing that although this was only one mission, his strength had increased. Generous abundance expressed concern that the balance of the hero's forces had shifted toward evil, while 8,000 blades cutting through space stated this was the correct path and encouraged continuing forward. The protagonist raised his brows and looked up. Xiao Ming smiled brightly at the clone before her, leaning casually against her sword. The clone stood among piles of defeated enemies, holding his cleaver. Xiao Ming looked at him with admiration, thinking that he had defeated two of the strongest representatives of the three heroes community in a single strike, truly worthy of being her god. Turning his head, the clone ordered them to eliminate the remaining weak ones and draw all S-class hunters to their side, killing anyone who resisted. Looking at the girl, he added that she would be rewarded once the task was complete. Xiao Ming smiled confidently, promising she would succeed. The protagonist approached, asking what they were discussing. The clone dismissed it, saying it was nothing important. Raising the cleaver, the clone warned the protagonist not to die, because if he died, the clone would also disappear, so he must grow stronger. He then smiled, saying he would have managed even without giving instructions. The system announced that the clone's summoning time had ended and was now being cancelled. The protagonist watched as the clone faded away. He then approached Xiao Ming, sitting on the ground. He bowed his head slightly before her and said that they needed to go somewhere. The story unfolds in China, at the central hospital. The woman happily mentioned that her daughter's teacher had personally come to visit, calling it a great honor. She smiled widely and added that he had even covered her hospital expenses, for which she felt extremely grateful. The woman frowned and asked what had happened to her daughter. The protagonist averted his gaze and replied that it was simply more convenient for her this way. Xiao Ming sat quietly on the floor with her knees pulled close, agreeing softly. The protagonist frowned, recalling that he himself had told her to sit due to her headache. The woman leaned forward and asked about Hu Ju, saying she had always been kind, but had not contacted her for a long time. so she assumed she was busy studying. The protagonist clenched his fist and confirmed it. He lowered his head, knowing it was the only answer he could give, even though deep down he felt he should be begging for forgiveness. Voices rang in his mind, accusing him of Hu Ju's death. What kind of god could not even protect a single person? The protagonist stood surrounded by dark energy, lowering his crimson eyes as he thought that the title of a good god did not suit him. Perhaps he was more suited to becoming an evil god instead. At that moment, a system message from Generous Abundance appeared, urging him to remain righteous while offering a hidden resurrection potion. Shocked, he listened as she admitted it would damage her karma, but said she still wanted to help him. A mission appeared: complete 10 million good deeds to obtain the resurrection potion, capable of bringing the dead back to life. Current progress was 0. Realizing that reviving Hu Ju was possible, the protagonist also understood how difficult it would be. Looking at the patients around him, he decided the hospital was the ideal place to begin. He activated the healing ring finger of a god, releasing green energy that spread throughout the hospital. Patients suddenly felt their pain disappear and began calling it a miracle. Elsewhere in China, in Shandong Province, Jim City, a massive explosion shook the area. An A-rank monster had appeared, and civilians were ordered to evacuate. Huge bull-like creatures advanced as a monitor roared loudly. The protagonist struck with a powerful surge of energy, hitting one of the monsters and stating that 2 were left. He launched another attack upward into its jaw. Nearby hunters were stunned to see him alongside Zaman, an S-rank hunter. The system updated his progress to 2,501 good deeds. Zion knelt and said she would go deal with the remaining members of the 3 heroes community, following his previous orders. Although confused, the protagonist permitted her to leave. Zaman thanked him before departing as well. A few days later in Korea, at the protagonist's apartment, he lay on his bed, thinking about how he had been constantly visiting hospitals. Mary admired the spacious top floor and congratulated him on becoming a landowner, which he found even more satisfying than being a god. Mary handed him a sweater, explaining that she and her sister had bought it for him. Mina added that they had purchased 10 tracksuits and asked him to try one. Mary then received an urgent call from the association and quickly left, asking the protagonist to look after her sister. After she was gone, Mina admired his appearance and told him to keep wearing that outfit. The protagonist then questioned why she had pretended to lose her memory. Mina was startled and blushed. The system confirmed that her memory had returned, but she had hidden it to preserve her bond with Mary. Mina admitted the truth and initially threatened to kill him if he revealed it, but soon changed her mind and decided to tell him everything herself. She asked him to protect someone. The protagonist was surprised, and she explained that creator-type hunters were disappearing across the world. This information was classified. In America, 2 S-class bodyguards had been killed and their client had vanished. In Italy, 3 more bodyguards were killed, and another hunter went missing. The association required new S-class bodyguards, and the protagonist had been recommended by Siduk, Shin, Miri, and Mina. He agreed, seeing it as an opportunity to accumulate more good deeds. He also recalled a vision about becoming a middle-class god and attending the Festival of Gods to change his fate. He asked about Kang Woo's location and headed there immediately. At Kang Woo's penthouse, the protagonist met the 52-year-old hunter who appeared youthful and was blessed with fire and blacksmithing abilities. Kang mentioned that he expected the protagonist to come alone, but the protagonist explained that he had brought the sword demon as backup. Kang accepted this, saying bodyguards also needed rest. He calmly drank and said they would continue after he finished his shower. The sword demon became irritated by his attitude, but the protagonist told him to remain silent. Inside the bathroom, Kang stood before a mirror and sensed something was off. He raised his head and noticed dark energy behind him in the reflection. When he turned around, he came face to face with a creature formed from black energy, with glowing eyes and sharp fangs. The monster declared that it had finally found the creator hunter. The creature lunged forward, extending its claw toward the hunter. Kang clenched his teeth and summoned the shield of the Aegis. The shield formed instantly in his hand, blocking the monster's strike. The creature swung its sword and declared that such a shield would not be enough to stop it. The protagonist rubbed his head, wondering aloud why Kang had brought a crocodile into the bathroom. The monster's eyes widened the moment it noticed the protagonist. In a flash, the protagonist attacked, hurling the massive crocodile straight into the wall. The hunter could only stare in disbelief. The protagonist asked Kang if he was injured. Kang replied that he was fine but mentioned something odd. The creature's sword and armor were items that could only be purchased from a hunter's shop, and he could not understand how a monster had obtained them. The crocodile opened its jaws, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and claimed that the hero had killed its mother. The protagonist recalled the baby Gustav and asked if this creature was Croxy's brother. The armored crocodile swore it would kill him and chew everything down to the bone. The protagonist scratched his nose mockingly and said he was terrified. The monster charged forward, carving a deep line into the floor as it attacked for revenge. The protagonist then asked if the boy could handle it alone. The sword demon stepped forward with a confident smile, asking for permission to take over and prove how much stronger he had become. The protagonist crossed his arms and agreed, watching with interest. The monster roared and launched its attack. The sword demon dodged with ease. The creature mocked him as nothing more than a rat, yet the boy moved smoothly from one corner to another. Kang and the protagonist remained behind the shield as Kang questioned whether this was truly fine. The boy admitted he might not be strong, but he could manage. The protagonist calmly observed, noting the sword demon's clear improvement. The crocodile suddenly hesitated, confused that none of its attacks were landing. In that instant, the sword demon slipped behind it. The creature adjusted its helmet and mocked him again. But the boy responded that without it, its head would have already been split open. The protagonist yawned and told him to finish quickly. Kang was stunned that the protagonist could remain so relaxed while someone was fighting an SS-class monster. The sword demon stated that only one moment remained. Realizing it could not win, the crocodile opened its mouth and pulled something out from its throat. The protagonist noticed a glowing green object. The creature revealed it was a magical bomb and declared they would all perish together. Kang warned that such an explosion could destroy the entire hotel and urged the protagonist to run. The monster insisted it was already too late and pressed the trigger. A blinding flash filled the area. The crocodile suddenly sensed something was wrong. Its head separated from its body and floated briefly before the body collapsed. The protagonist stood there, holding the bomb. Kang covered his face, saying the boy had defeated an SS-class monster in a single strike. The sword demon smiled, saying that such a result was only natural for the sword god. He knelt and praised the protagonist for becoming even more flawless. The protagonist casually remarked that he had merely crushed another lizard. The crocodile's body began to dissolve as the protagonist thought about the monster egg from the association. These creatures had been brought from Africa, and this one was only 1 out of 100. Realizing that many more remained, the protagonist understood the scale of the threat. Kang then asked who the protagonist truly was. As the protagonist walked toward him while holding the bomb, Kang grew tense. The protagonist replied that Kang should be the one answering instead. He revealed that Kang's regressor was actually an alien from the future. Shocked, Kang demanded to know how he knew that. At that moment, a system window appeared, displaying that Kang was 52 years old, blessed by the guardian of fire and blacksmithing, and had returned through time. The pages of a book flipped rapidly. The right blind eye of the god activated, beginning the scan of Kang's past. At this moment, deep within the Amazon jungle, near the entrance to the dungeon, a group of monsters had gathered. Spider chuckled to herself, thinking that only revenge mattered now, and that all of Gustav's cubs would be useful to her. Looking at the prisoners, she ordered them to activate the hunter's shop for them. Under her control, the hunters immediately stood up. The trembling man gave the command to open the hunter's shop. A moment later, a system window appeared in front of the monster. The chimera smiled at the outcome. The hunter's interface lit up, and a hero's spear worth 50 million appeared in the air. The chimera turned and asked Alpha what he thought of the weapon. Sitting on the throne, Alpha nodded. Then he rose, stating that his brother was dead. He shouted in fury that the protagonist had killed their mother first, and now his brother as well. Barely restraining his rage, he declared that he would never forgive him. Grabbing the spear, he looked toward the spider and said he would need far more weapons to crush the protagonist. Spider raised her hand and assured him she would provide as many weapons as he required since she already had a plan. Alpha frowned. The spider bared her teeth and stated that she knew the protagonist's greatest weakness. Kan's story began in a forge. He had been blessed by the guardian of fire and blacksmithing. In his first life, the blacksmith appeared before him and told him that his world was destined to fall due to the heir of the god of destruction. Because of this, he would lend him his power, and he should try to stop that fate. The man was granted the ability to open a hunter's shop and travel through time. He worked alongside other S-rank hunters to defend the world from Ein and Gustav, and when he finally defeated them, they were killed by the 3 heroes. On his second or third attempt, he managed to defeat them again, but he still could not withstand the dragon of the abyss, who would ultimately end the world. Now he had been reborn for the final time. The regression succeeded, but there were no more chances left. No matter what he did, he could not prevent the end of the world, so he decided to give up. The protagonist thought over Kay's story. Looking at him, he asked whether after so many attempts he had finally given up. Kang shouted in shock, asking how he knew that. Pointing to himself, the protagonist said he had a special skill. Kang struggled to hold back tears, realizing he had never met this man in any of his regressions. He recalled how the man had defeated John and his subordinates as well as the 3 heroes, and how the energy he emitted was similar to that of the guardian of fire and blacksmithing. Unable to hold back his emotions, Kang thought that perhaps this protagonist could achieve what he could not. Bowing his head, he asked if the protagonist was a god. This startled the protagonist and made him flustered. At that moment, the system issued a mission to demonstrate the omnipotence of a god to to the man, with the reward being the loyalty of a hunter. Smiling at Kano, the protagonist asked if he had any secret wish. The man gripped his shield tightly and, still crying, asked if he could stop the end of the world. The protagonist licked his lips, pleased. He said he would definitely do it since their goals aligned. Stretching his arms behind his head, he added that he would see what he could accomplish. Kang Woo stared at him, now convinced of his suspicion. The system informed the protagonist that he had gained a temporary follower. He wondered what that meant. The system then explained that if he saved the world, he would earn Kang Woo's true loyalty. It then displayed the mission progress to promote a good mid-level god. The protagonist smiled faintly, thinking it was slightly embarrassing, though he had no control over it. Raising his hand, he stated that he had already eliminated John, Gustav, and the three heroes. The next threat to the world's destruction would be Gustav's cubs. Suddenly an alarm rang from the system. The protagonist frowned in shock. The great evil god had chosen to take revenge on him, and if he did not stop it, the world would end. Horrified, the protagonist realized it was the Emperor of Inia. Raising his hand, he instructed Cam to locate Gustav's cubs while he dealt with the situation elsewhere. The man saluted, treating it as an order. Smiling awkwardly, the protagonist asked him not to do that. Cam closed his eyes and said he could not stop since the protagonist was his only hope and support. His eyes filled with admiration. The protagonist sighed, realizing he needed to focus on gathering S-class followers. Turning to the sword demon, he asked if he had improved again. The sword demon smiled and said it was all thanks to him. He then handed his blade, telling him to use it for training, which shocked him. The sword demon dropped his own weapon and accepted the protagonist's blade like a priceless treasure. He further embarrassed the protagonist by saying it was a great honor for someone like him, a slave. The protagonist, feeling awkward mentally, asked the heavenly demon to guide the boy. Then he glanced to the side at the approaching figure. Kano also turned his head along with the sword demon. The man who had just arrived wore a wide grin, then turned toward the protagonist and proudly announced that the Great One himself had come. He then looked at the sword demon and greeted him, but the sword demon, clearly displeased, questioned why he had returned at all. Stepping into the conversation, the protagonist explained that he was the one who had summoned him, and from now on, both of them would be responsible for guarding Kang. Shin stretched out his hand toward the sword demon, promising that they would give it their all. However, the sword demon brushed his hand aside and rose to his feet, declaring that he alone was sufficient and that someone like Shin had no place there. He then turned to the protagonist and urged him to reconsider, insisting that a foolish young master like Shin would only become a burden. The other man immediately fired back, and the argument quickly escalated, nearly turning into a fight. The protagonist remained silent, observing from the side. Then, releasing his aura, he questioned whether they were suggesting they would ignore his authority. His anger rising, the protagonist coldly proposed that both of them face him together so he could remind them who was truly in charge. The two men were instantly shaken. Lowering their heads, they apologized without hesitation. Once his anger subsided, the protagonist warned them not to insult each other in his presence again. He made it clear that if he ever saw them fighting, he would strip them of everything he had granted them. At the same time, on the 41st floor of the Warrior's Tower, Number 1 was locked in battle with a monster. He dashed forward and delivered a powerful strike to its jaw in a single motion. The impact sent the creature flying through the air, landing smoothly. Number 1 rubbed his hands together and remarked that such a beast would make a worthy offering to God. The system then notified him that, as a reward for clearing the floor, he would receive a dumble sword that once belonged to a seeker of truth. Confused, he frowned, trying to imagine what kind of weapon that might be. Moments later, a massive two-handed sword appeared before him. Gripping its handle, he was immediately informed that the next level was about to begin. Raising his hand to shield his eyes from the glare, Number 1 looked around, trying to understand his new surroundings. He found himself standing in a vast desert beneath two blazing suns. The system then revealed the objective for this stage. He had to rescue the goddess of water. The scene shifted to the protagonist's apartment in Seoul. Lying on his bed, he prepared to train with stalkers in his dreams. He attempted to ignore the persistent ringing of his phone, but eventually sprang up in irritation, wondering who would call him at such an hour. When he checked the screen, he was surprised to see that Number 1 was urgently asking for help. Frowning, the protagonist tried to figure out what was going on. Beside Number 1 stood a girl known as the Water Dancer, a devoted follower of the weakened goddess of water. Curious, the protagonist asked for an explanation. Number 1 pointed upward and, glancing at the twin suns, explained that he needed to destroy the closer one, but none of his attacks were effective. The Water Dancer, unable to hold back her emotions, burst into tears and pleaded with the great god for assistance. The protagonist was taken aback, realizing how absurd it sounded to eliminate a sun. Still, after observing the Antria sun, he began to consider the possibility. When he focused on it, the system reported that it could not analyze the target with his current level of divine power. This revelation made him both cautious and uneasy. Clenching his teeth, he understood that whoever created that sun possessed greater power than him. He quickly recalled the system's earlier warning about about an evil god and suspected that this might be its work. Without warning, fiery birds burst out from the sun. Number 1 tightened his grip on his sword and instructed the water dancer to stay behind him. These phoenixes, divine beings of light, were far stronger than SS-class entities. The protagonist felt a chill as he realized that the radiant presence in the sky had noticed him. One of the phoenixes opened its beak and charged, aiming to claim Number 1 as a sacrifice. The protagonist grew furious, knowing that his subordinate stood no chance against such beings. Watching the fight unfold, he muttered curses under his breath. Even though he was unable to directly interfere within the warrior's tower, he began gathering energy into his finger. Instantly, the system issued warnings about the consequences he might face. Ignoring the warnings, the protagonist declared that he did not care. Just as the phoenixes were about to reach Number 1, a powerful beam of energy struck them down. Startled, Number 1 recognized it as his master's technique. At that moment, a system message appeared across the surface of the sun, announcing that the radiant entity in the sky was enraged by the destruction of its creations. As a result, the protagonist had formed a karmic connection with it. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realized that their encounter was now inevitable. The system then announced a forced teleportation to the being in the sky. In an instant, the protagonist vanished from his room and appeared within a blazing temple of fire, where a bird-headed deity sat. Looking up, the protagonist asked if he was the light that shone in the depths of the sky. The deity confirmed it and questioned whether he was the young god responsible for killing his brother and servants. The protagonist grew tense. This was not something he had foreseen in Kang's memories, but he now had no choice but to face it. When the god of light received no answer, he calmly stated that he was merciful. Then, in a sharp tone, he declared that if the protagonist sacrificed Number 1 and surrendered half of his divine power, he would be spared and allowed to worship him as the great high-class god. Hearing this, the protagonist frowned deeply. The protagonist burned with anger, unable to understand why this god was demanding his worship. Then 1,000 blades spoke through the system, suggesting that having a god as a follower was far more impressive than simply absorbing him. Hearing this, protagonist's expression darkened. He clenched his fist, unwilling to even consider such an idea. In irritation, he pointed at the bird and mockingly asked if he wanted to turn into nuggets. The god of light's face twisted with rage at those words. Releasing his aura, he roared that such disrespect would cost the protagonist his life. The ground trembled endlessly, forcing the protagonist to grow cautious. Gritting his teeth, he struggled against the overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, the man unleashed his aura, triggering a violent explosion, and remarked that it was unfortunate he couldn't recruit someone like him, but he could no longer tolerate his name being insulted. However, when he looked again, surprise crossed his face. The protagonist had endured the blow using Number 1's skill and was still standing. Even so, pain flashed across his expression. Despite the skill, he had still been injured. The god of light licked his lips and commented that he was unlike the other mid-level evil gods. Because of that, he offered him another chance to submit and sacrifice his follower. The protagonist immediately rejected him, declaring angrily that he would never betray those who stood by him. The god of the sun smiled faintly and claimed he had another solution. Letting his aura surge again, he declared that instead of taking one life, he would slaughter all of the protagonist's followers. Shock filled the protagonist at those words. Right then, a system notification appeared, warning him that his followers were in danger. The scene shifted to the 42nd floor of the warrior's tower. Walking across the desert, Number 1 asked about the whereabouts of the goddess of water. The boy suddenly tensed. A towering wall of sand rose directly in front of them. Number 1 lifted his hand, signaling his companion to stay behind him. He then questioned the massive chimera about her identity. She calmly replied that she served the lord of the swamps of the abyss. Instantly, Number 1 realized she was that creature's sister. With a grin, the chimera revealed that she had been sent by the Alliance leader to eliminate them. Anger flared within the boy as he realized they were trying to weaken his master's influence. Without hesitation, he charged forward with a shout. Elsewhere, within the ant tribe, the holy maiden asked Kroko if he enjoyed the fish. He smiled and admitted that it was delicious. Glancing at the girl, he grew flustered, thinking to himself that the ant queen was incredibly cute, but his expression soon changed as he noticed something in the distance. A massive cloud of smoke was rising. The queen became alert, trying to determine the source of the disturbance. Yi suddenly dropped his food after witnessing something terrifying. His body shook uncontrollably as he clung to the wall, urging the queen to flee immediately. At that moment, Alpha burst out of the smoke alongside his subordinates, with Orak perched on his head. She wore a pleased smile, already imagining how she would slaughter the protagonist's followers while he remained occupied with the sun god. Seeing the approaching monsters, Kroko, Kroko, and the queen grew anxious. Kroko quickly turned and ordered everyone to run. But before he could react further, Alpha appeared right behind him, startling him badly. With a furious cry, Alpha attacked, declaring that the traitor would die along with the rest. Back on the battlefield, the protagonist was shaken as he realized what was happening. The system relentlessly notified him of his followers dying one after another, along with the steady decline of his divine power. Raising his hand, the sun god stated calmly that this was only the beginning, and that everything could still stop if he chose to submit. The protagonist clenched his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. He demanded how the bird-headed god dared to harm his followers. Touching his forehead, he swore that he would repay this debt. In the next instant, another version of the protagonist appeared before him. The sun god narrowed his eyes in caution. The protagonist spoke to his duplicate, saying that he would handle matters here, while the other went to save the followers. The copy frowned and argued that he should not be the one to stay, since he was the real one and should personally deal with the so-called chicken. Hearing this, the protagonist felt a strange thrill, as his copy had finally acknowledged him as the original. After opening a portal, he bid his copy farewell and stepped through, declaring that he would resolve everything quickly. The second protagonist turned toward the sun god with a cold expression. Narrowing his eyes, he mocked him as a pathetic nugget and told him to start. Enraged by the insult, the sun god attacked instantly, vowing to burn him to ashes. This time, the man did not dodge. Raising both hands, he gathered yin and yang energy. As his eyes snapped open, he unleashed the Shin skill, the first form of the basic Taiji art. Using contactless Taiji, he deflected the incoming attack. Even so, strain showed clearly on his face, as he realized he wouldn't be able to hold the enemy back for long. The battlefield was filled with fallen warriors, near a shattered wall with stones scattered everywhere. The holy maiden opened her eyes wide and turned toward Croxy, who lay on the ground. The monster bared his teeth, urging her to escape immediately. Alpha stared down at him, gripping his weapon firmly, and remarking that the crocodile was stubborn. Under Lilith's command, the heroes advanced to stop the invaders, but Alpha swung his blade, releasing a brilliant surge of energy that sent them flying back. He frowned, mocking them as insignificant insects. Shaken, the holy maiden asked how something like this could happen to Lady Lilith. Lady Ara pointed ahead, explaining that the nun was one of the protagonist's power sources. Alpha smirked, saying that in that case she should simply be devoured, and he stepped closer. Crossy moved to shield her, declaring he would never hand her over, and warning that even as his blood brother, he would kill Alpha if necessary. He lunged forward, but blood suddenly burst from his body, and he collapsed. The holy maiden watched in terror. Alpha looked down on him with disdain, calling him a useless stray who could not even fight for his parent, and saying he had no need for such brothers. With no other choice, the holy maiden placed her hands on Croxy and pleaded desperately for the protagonist's help. At that same moment in his apartment, the protagonist froze mid-step and struck his own head in frustration, wondering why nothing was working. The system informed him that due to the strain of summoning his clone, he was too weakened to travel to Antria. He could not recall the clone either, since it was currently battling the sun god, and without intervention everyone there would perish. Then he heard Croxy's voice, begging him to save the holy maiden. The system announced that a small miracle was now possible. Croxy could evolve into a sacred beast dragon. With no alternatives left, the protagonist chose yes, entrusting everything in Antria to him. Back on the battlefield, Alpha held the holy maiden close to his open jaws, while Lady Ara believed victory was certain. Suddenly the girl vanished from his grip and his paw was severed. Shocked, Alpha stared at his bleeding arm and demanded to know who had done it. A massive dragon unfolded its wings. Croxy, now transformed, holding the holy maiden safely. The system declared that he had evolved into a sacred beast dragon equal to 20 S-class beings. The protagonist realized this was far beyond a simple miracle. Alpha, furious, called him a traitor, while Lady Ara trembled. Croxy faced Alpha calmly, saying he pitied him and that the protagonist might have accepted him if he had not gone too far. Alpha refused to back down even as Lady Ara urged retreat and instead charged forward in anger. Croxy declared that Alpha's actions, killing the protagonist's followers and attacking the holy maiden, were unforgivable and would cost him his life. He unleashed a powerful dragon breath, a blazing stream of energy that tore through everything, leaving a massive crater behind. The enemies were completely defeated. Lilith slowly stood up, smiling in relief as she realized they were saved. Croxy, amazed by his own strength, understood it all came from the protagonist. The system reported that his power and sacrifices were restoring the hero's divine energy. The holy maiden then asked for help healing the wounded. The protagonist agreed and used the healing ring finger of the god. Instantly the heroes recovered their pain, gone praising him with joy and devotion. Croxy admired the protagonist's overwhelming power, believing he was a god worthy of faith and loyalty. The holy maiden thanked Croxy warmly, calling him amazing. Flustered, Croxy imagined her playfully running away from him. But then the system announced that his evolution had ended, and he reverted back into a small crocodile, causing the girl to panic. With Antria now safe, the protagonist protagonist shifted his focus. His expression changed as he realized something was wrong. Number 1 was in danger, barely standing, as he leaned heavily on his great sword. The clone stood in the middle of shattered stone and drifting clouds of dust. The boy narrowed his eyes and demanded to know what the sun god had just said. The sun god stepped forward confidently and declared that he would soon reach the highest realm of the divine world. Even legendary beings such as the Silent Nightmare and the thousand blades that could slice through space would tremble before him. With a smug smile, he offered the hero what he called a generous proposal. If the boy joined him and surrendered his power, he would be spared. The clone frowned, realizing the offer was nothing more than forced submission. He lifted his head and looked at the creature with open contempt. Calmly, he replied that if the sun god wanted obedience, he should first defeat the god of destruction. Only after that would he consider bowing. Shock crossed the sun god's face. He angrily explained that the god of destruction was an ancient existence born before time itself, and even supreme gods could not challenge it. The hero answered mockingly, pointing out that the sun god was clearly afraid. Furious, the sun god gathered blazing energy into his palm and displayed an image of number 1 battling the giant bird. He reminded the clone that his companions were still in deadly danger and could perish at any moment. The choice was simple: submit or watch his follower die. At the 42nd floor of the warrior tower, the follower of the Lord of the Abyss Swamps lifted her head as enormous snakes extended from her back. Smiling coldly, she ordered her enemy to die. Number 1 closed his eyes and bowed slightly, silently asking forgiveness from the protagonist, convinced his end had arrived. Suddenly, a flash of light split the sky, and a voice instructed number 1 to open his mouth. A potion vial dropped straight into it, and he swallowed without hesitation. Elsewhere, the protagonist stared at his phone, knowing direct interference would cause him to be summoned immediately by the Lord of the Abyss Swamps. The only help he could send was a top-tier potion. Moments later, the system announced that number 1 had survived death, revived successfully, leveled up, and obtained a new skill called Gigantic. His body began expanding at an incredible speed. The snake girl stared in disbelief as number 1 looked down at her calmly, thinking that divine help always arrived when he needed it most. She attacked with the snakes emerging from her body and warned him that he had not yet witnessed her true form. Before she could act further, number 1 crushed her beneath his foot like a tiny insect. Water burst upward from the ground beneath him. Watching from afar, the sun god scowled and called everyone useless. The clone mocked him again, asking what he expected from creatures he considered insignificant. Enraged that his mercy had been rejected, the sun god declared that mercy was over and commanded the hero to witness his ultimate fire power. On Antrina, the elderly ant shielded his eyes, while the holy maiden looked up in terror, fearing the catastrophe was repeating itself. In Korea, people ran through the streets in panic as a blazing light filled the sky. Back on the 42nd floor, a massive sphere of dark energy descended simultaneously toward Antrina, Korea, and the tower itself. The sun god proudly announced that he would destroy all 3 worlds, the very sources connected to his power. Number 1 began shrinking back to normal size as the dark sun approached the ground. Suddenly, a girl image appeared behind the heroes, warning that the sun god had lost control. A figure with long blue hair appeared, revealing herself as the goddess of water and the patroness of the world. She thanked the heroes for defeating the follower of the Lord of the Abyss Swamps, which allowed her to awaken once again. She explained that defeating the evil sun alone was impossible, but hope still remained. Water streams gathered in her hand and formed a shining bow. She handed it to number 1 and instructed him to shoot the sun god. When he questioned the lack of arrows, she smiled and revealed that she possessed a divine arrow capable of striking even a god. Meanwhile, inside Kang penthouse, Shin, the sword demon, and Kang watched the sky as an SSS-class gate appeared, something Kang had never witnessed even in his previous lives. A radiant portal opened and the protagonist stepped through. Shin greeted him with admiration, saying their god always surpassed imagination itself. The protagonist told them to stay focused, because a far greater threat was approaching. The system then announced that a devoted follower of the sword demon had reached S-class thanks to the expanding faith of Xiaoming followers, while the remaining community still believed in the hero, except Kuayang Feng. Smiling slightly, the protagonist borrowed a cleaver from the sword demon, explaining that he needed it briefly to cut apart a raging flame. The heavenly demon appeared behind him and warned that this enemy was far stronger than the previous firebrand. The protagonist answered confidently that he too had grown stronger. Staring at the gigantic sun descending toward the city, he calmly invited the heavenly demon to try cutting through the flames once again. The body of the sun god blazed with intense flames, forcing the man to shield his face with his hand. The clone frowned, realizing he could no longer wait for the original to arrive. He had planned to save this move for his encounter with the god of destruction, but the situation no longer allowed hesitation. The hero spoke aloud, summoning the treasury of 1,000 blades. The system announced that the 1,000 blades treasury token had been activated. Time would halt while he was transported into the treasury. Duration 1 minute. The clone suddenly found himself surrounded by countless blades embedded in the ground. He remembered the hero once saying that even within the 1,000 blades treasury no sword existed that could cut through pure fire. Raising his brows, the clone recalled that during the ancient battle between the sun god and the original, the heavenly demon had made the same claim. Still, this place contained every sword in existence. Surely one of them could accomplish the impossible. The real problem was not the absence of a sword, but the overwhelming number of choices. There was only one solution. Looking forward, he challenged the 1,000 blades themselves, asking whether they had heard that the sun god intended to seize the summit and make all blades tremble in fear. The system reported that a sword capable of slicing through space grew furious at such arrogance. The man crossed his arms tightly, grinding his teeth in irritation as he stared ahead. The system then stated that the stalker would personally select a weapon for the hero, since the boy was destined to defeat the sun god. The clone smiled slightly, raising an eyebrow as he thought this decision would surely wound someone's pride. Curious, he asked what kind of sword would be chosen. The system replied that the selected blade was perfectly suited to battle that god. The clone nodded, convinced the right weapon was about to appear. The boy lifted his head and saw a golden sword suspended above him. The system identified it as the evil-piercing sword of radiant light, once wielded by the personal knight of the goddess of justice. The hero grasped the hilt firmly. The clone watched in surprise, sensing the cold and overwhelming aura emanating from the weapon. The man smiled faintly, declaring that the cycle of the 1,000 blades had now been completed. Time resumed. Flames surged once again around the sun god's body. The deity mocked the hero, calling him a pathetic worm and promising to erase him along with his world. The boy answered with a calm smile and raised the sword before him. The sun god widened his eyes, shocked that the 1,000 blades had granted such a weapon. The clone swung the blade, carving a streak of brilliant light through space as he pronounced death upon the god. The creature shrieked loudly, its beak opening in fury. Yet the sun god soon lowered his head, eyes narrowing as though nothing had occurred. The boy frowned, realizing he had been foolish to trust that man so easily. Elsewhere within Seoul, citizens fled in terror as the blazing sun descended toward the city. They cried desperately for salvation. The protagonist gripped his cleaver tightly and stared upward, admitting that even the heavenly demon sword could not cut through such power. Though he had sliced apart countless flames before, destroying this sun exceeded his strength. The cleaver suddenly shone with intense light. The boy felt a chilling sensation run through the blade and frowned in confusion. Before him appeared an enormous sword, radiating streams of energy. A mysterious voice asked the young god if he was righteous. The protagonist wondered if he was hearing the voice through his clone. The clone repeated the question aloud. The system then reported that generous abundance claimed the evil sun could be stopped if the protagonist accepted the offer. Both the protagonist and the clone widened their eyes, repeating her words internally. The system announced that the inherited authority, known as the blind eye of a god, had been activated. Thus began the story of the moonlight evil-piercing sword. A memory unfolded. A young woman stood beside a window, holding a dark sword behind her back. A knight knelt before her. The goddess of justice looked outside calmly, while the knight asked whether she truly intended to challenge the god of destruction. Her hair moved gently in the wind as she answered that retreat born from fear could never be called righteousness. She asked whether the man who had reached the level of sword god would carry on her mission if she fell. The knight bowed deeply, promising to fulfill her will without hesitation, his fist pressed firmly to the ground. The goddess of justice sat before him and touched his cheek, expressing her faith that he could defeat the god of destruction. She called him the man she loved and the future master of 1,000 blades. Holding a sword adorned with dark gems, the goddess admitted that even she was not powerful enough to defeat the god of destruction. Opening her palm, she released the weapon, and the golden blade fell. Later, the knight stood alone in a grand hall, gripping the sword tightly. Through tears, he vowed never to forget his goddess's will and promised to fulfill it regardless of the price. Back in the present, the protagonist bit his finger nervously, struggling to comprehend what he was witnessing. The clone admitted he felt unexpectedly moved. The dark sword shone brilliantly as the voice once again asked whether the boy considered himself righteous. Tilting his head, the protagonist admitted he disliked such grand words. However, if righteousness meant protecting what he cherished at any cost, then he himself embodied righteousness, even if it meant opposing the god of destruction. The sword responded with radiant light. He remembered the knight's tearful vow to carry out the goddess's will. The girl smiled warmly, saying the boy resembled him. The goddess of justice then asked the young god to accept her power and punish evil. Light burst around the protagonist's cleaver as he smiled. The girl widened her eyes in surprise. The clone tightened his grip on the glowing sword, while the sun god sensed the sudden shift in energy and opened his beak in alarm. The protagonist declared confidently that the god could never defeat them, because their cause was just. Both boys swung their weapons at the same time, sending brilliant streams of light tearing across space. Two blue beams struck the sun god's eyes, extinguishing his flames and forcing a cry of pain. The sun god roared in disbelief. At that moment, number one drew an arrow upon the water bow. Tears rolled down the boy's face as he looked upward. The water goddess bowed her head, explaining that the sun god had already mortally wounded her and that her existence would soon fade. Only a brave warrior could release her final arrow. She confessed her final wish to protect the world one last time and asked for his aid. Number one looked at the glowing water arrow and swore to safeguard both his world and Nan's world. He released the arrow, which streaked forward, leaving a shining trail of water behind it. The sun god's eyes widened in terror as blue energy engulfed his burning body. The creature fell from the sky, flames flickering weakly across its wings. The sun god screamed in desperation, insisting that everything could not end this way because he was destined to conquer the heights of the divine world. His eyes burned brightly as he cried out that he could not die like this. The fiery bird floated above the planet, declaring that it would burn the world to ashes with its divine power. The protagonist lifted his eyebrows in surprise and asked if the creature intended to become a kamikaze. The eye embedded in the cleaver frowned and explained that although the god was weakened, sacrificing his life would still give him enough strength to destroy the earth. After all, a high-ranking god possessed such terrifying ability. The clone dropped to his knees within a chamber lined with tall windows. The hero smiled bitterly, feeling as if the ultimate attack had squeezed every last drop of strength from him. He silently apologized to the protagonist, deciding that he would handle the remaining burden alone. The guy asked him somehow to save the earth. Meanwhile, the enormous sun moved closer to the planet, crushing buildings beneath its overwhelming heat. The sword demon frowned, noting that the creature had endured even the sword god attack. Kang raised his brows in disbelief at the impossible sight. The hero closed his eyes, wondering whether the world would end before the abyss dragon even arrived. The hunter turned toward the protagonist standing before him and admitted that there seemed to be nothing left to do, believing that not even a hero could prevent the apocalypse. The guy hesitantly asked if there truly was no solution. The main character smiled calmly and replied that giving up without trying was never his way. He rested the cleaver on his shoulder and explained his decision. The protagonist pushed the blade forward. The cleaver questioned whether the boy truly believed there was still an escape from this situation. The hero answered that there was no alternative. When asked if he intended to proceed, the boy smiled and said he would pour every fragment of his divine power into a single decisive strike. The cleaver warned that such an action could destroy the hero himself. Gripping the hilt firmly, the protagonist acknowledged that death was a real possibility. Still, if sacrificing himself meant protecting what he cherished, then he accepted that outcome without hesitation. The boy looked ahead with a determined smile. The blade glowed brilliantly and admitted that the boy was different from its former master, who had failed to protect someone dear. The weapon cried out eagerly, promising to strike with everything it had. A voice echoed that it could help only once. The boy realized the presence belonged to the goddess of justice. The girl folded her hands together while the goddess of justice appeared, explaining that she had grown weaker after losing the battle against the god of destruction. Even so, she could still grant him her sweet moonlight of justice. A system message appeared, announcing that the evil piercing moonlight sword had temporarily become the hero temporary follower. The mission to advance into a middle-class good god updated its progress. Followers of S-class and above reached 100 plus 30 out of 100. Moments later, the system congratulated him for successfully ascending. The protagonist had become a middle-class god. The radiant sword unfolded its wings as blinding light gathered in the boy's hands. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and shouted. The goddess of justice called for enlightenment to descend upon the strongest sword god beneath the sun. Another notification declared that the god-blind eye had advanced to A-class and time itself would halt for 1 minute. A vision revealed the history of the evil-piercing moonlight sword. A man devoted to a goddess stood clad in armor, holding a shining blade. Though once ordinary, the knight had surpassed the limits of the divine. The hero commanded 1,000 blades to eradicate evil, unleashing a brilliant torrent of energy that pierced the monster's massive fangs and carved through its dark body. The knight rushed forward, vowing to fulfill the promise made to his goddess. Dust rose beneath his steps as he swung his blade, leaving glowing traces across space itself and calling forth death. With the sacrifice of 1,000 blades, he split the god of destruction into hundreds of pieces. Yet the god of destruction existed even before the world creation. Jewels of light rained downward as the being reformed. Even someone who surpassed the gods could not destroy him completely. A blinding explosion shattered the sky, scattering fragments across the universe. The knight in shining armor ultimately fell, though his attack divided the god of destruction into hundreds of pieces. Floating in the air, the knight spread his arms and waited for a successor who would inherit both his sword and his will, someone destined to finally eliminate the god of destruction. The sky demon looked upward, recognizing the legendary technique that had once split the god of destruction. He believed it might also kill the sun god. The boy reacted with surprise when asked whether one could learn such a technique after seeing it only once. The protagonist calmly replied that he could use it. The sky demon widened his eyes in disbelief. Holding his blade forward, the boy admitted he did not fully understand how it happened. Brilliant energy gathered around his hand and the cleaver. Perhaps becoming a middle-class god allowed it, but the technique had engraved itself into his mind the moment he witnessed the knight's story. Facing the blazing image of the sun god, the protagonist raised his hands as light surrounded his body. He spoke to the knight, promising that his will would be fulfilled. The sun god sensed the ominous aura of the sword and quickly realized what was happening. The protagonist smiled, deciding that it was time for the god to disappear forever. The blade acknowledged that those were the words of a true knight. The protagonist clenched the cleaver with both hands as the image of a knight in shining armor appeared behind him. A brilliant stream of energy surged forward. The sun god recognized the power of 1,000 blades too late. The attack struck its chest, forcing the fiery bird to scream as light engulfed its body. The sun god cried out in disbelief. Soon, a clear blue sky replaced the chaos. The protagonist smiled up at it, feeling refreshed. The system announced that 3 worlds had been saved and that he now qualified to attend the Festival of the Gods. Touching the system window, the guy remembered that the eternal seeker of truth had mentioned this festival before. The hero frowned slightly, sensing that it might not be as pleasant as it sounded. Back in the temple of the sun god, the clone stood amid shattered stone, holding his sword. Watching his body fade, he asked if his time had finally come. He admitted he never imagined the protagonist would grow so powerful. Smiling, he reminded him that he had entrusted this task to him. As the clone vanished, he warned the hero not to act arrogantly since his death would drag them both down. The protagonist complained about his rudeness, while the clone admitted that the guy looked surprisingly cool today. The protagonist rubbed his chin proudly, pleased by the compliment. The sword demon and Shin appeared behind him, smiling brightly. The guy glanced sideways, feeling their intense stares. The sword demon praised the sword god for reaching a new peak, while Shin eagerly asked to learn the incredible technique. They rushed toward him excitedly, forcing the protagonist to raise his hands and beg them to leave him alone. King observed quietly from the side. Lowering his head, he reflected on how unexpected the outcome had been. He had nearly given up, yet the protagonist never did and ultimately saved the world. Tears formed in Kang's eyes as he realized that only this man could achieve such miracles. Spreading his arms, he respectfully greeted Lord God protagonist. The guy exclaimed that he was present too. Embarrassed by the praise, the protagonist ran away, while telling everyone to stop chasing him. Suddenly, a system window appeared before his eyes. He froze and clenched his fist as the others watched in confusion. Shin addressed the sword god cautiously, while the sword demon asked whether he was unhappy. Smiling brightly, the protagonist said that it had finally happened. The system announced the successful completion of the mission. This world is wonderful, requiring 10 million good deeds. Current count 9,999,999 out of 10 million. As a reward, generous abundance presented him with a secret resurrection potion. The protagonist happily held the shining bottle, realizing that he could finally save Hugh. A group of people stood gathered near Hugh's house. Angels were carrying a girl, their bodies trembling under her weight. Everyone raised their heads in shock, trying to understand who she was. Tears suddenly filled the man's eyes as recognition struck him, and his hands began to shake. The angels were carefully bringing Hugh back. When her feet finally touched the ground, the girl's mother rushed toward her while crying out loudly. Hugh slowly opened her eyes, confused about where she was. She stared at her mother in surprise. Nearby, a young man held a phone, recording the emotional reunion between mother and daughter. The protagonist wiped away his tears and silently wished the girl a happy life. Thousand Blades, however, showed no interest in his emotional reaction. Slightly annoyed, the young man responded to him and recalled the question he had asked earlier. He had asked whether Thousand Blades knew a certain fair-haired knight. The protagonist soon learned that he needed to pay a price to receive the answer. Irritated, he raised a finger and began complaining at his counterpart. At that moment, the goddess of justice mentioned that there were many things she wished to say, but ultimately chose to remain silent. The young man frowned, unable to understand what had happened between them. Soon after, a notification appeared announcing that Ho had entered the warrior's tower. The protagonist smiled, pleased to hear the news. He dropped onto his bed, wondering when his next promotion mission would arrive. As he felt that his moment had come, a tree appeared among the fields of grain. The girl, whose lap supported his head, gently stroked his hair. With a soft smile, she told him to rest and regain his strength. The protagonist smiled back and thanked her. The scene shifted to the 42nd floor of the warrior's tower, a place covered entirely in sand. Beyond it stretched a green field filled with dandelions, their seeds drifting through the wind. Tears formed in the girl's eyes as she expressed happiness that the forest had returned. Turning toward him, she said that everything was thanks to number one. He smiled and replied that she deserved the gratitude instead. His companion felt surprised when he suddenly decided to continue onward. Gazing into the distance, the young man said he sensed that his brother had already begun conquering the tower. The girl listened quietly while holding a shining object in her hand. With a gentle smile, she handed it to him. Number one asked what it was and learned that it was the essence of the goddess of water. Accepting the gift, he expressed his thanks, but the object suddenly dissolved in his palm. He froze in shock as he realized it had been absorbed into his body. A system notification appeared, announcing that he had successfully completed the test of space and time. His reward was the blessing of water, meaning he would never again feel thirst. Overjoyed, he thanked the girl for such a valuable gift. Smiling warmly, she wished him success. Number one slowly began to fade away, saying that he hoped they would meet again someday. The girl watched quietly as he disappeared, then folded her hands in prayer, wishing for all his dreams to come true. Back in the protagonist's apartment, he lay snoring on his bed. When he opened his eyes, he looked confused after hearing a loud noise. Suddenly, a girl appeared beside him, her sparkling eyes fixed on him as she smiled in an unsettling manner. Frightened, the protagonist shouted, thinking she was a ghost. After calming down, he realized that the visitor was Xiao Ming. Still shocked, he asked why she was inside his home. She explained that she had finished the task assigned to her. After thinking for a moment, the protagonist remembered that his clone had entrusted her with something important. Lowering her gaze, Xiao Ming described everything she had done. Feeling awkward, the protagonist thanked her sincerely. She smiled, happy that her efforts had been worthwhile, and quietly said she wanted to look at him one last time. Reaching up, Xiao Ming removed the hairpin from her hair and declared that she had no regrets. Her smile remained gentle as she wished the protagonist a long and happy life. Her hair fell freely over her shoulders while he watched in confusion. Suddenly, she raised her hand, preparing to strike her own neck. The protagonist's eyes widened in horror, and he immediately used force to stop her from harming herself. With a deep frown, he demanded to know what she was doing. Only indignation appeared on Xiao Ming's face. It seemed that this situation had begun right after the battle with the three heroes. Turning his head, the protagonist saw his clone giving instructions to the girl. She gazed at him with admiration. The command had been absolute. She had been ordered to end her own life. The protagonist gripped the girl's wrist tightly. He was completely stunned when he realized the order his clone had given her. A frown appeared on his face as he concluded that killing the woman now would not benefit him in any way. Taking the hairpin from her, he informed her that the order had been cancelled. The girl looked at him with surprise for a moment before quietly agreeing. The protagonist then firmly instructed her to return home. Lowering her head sadly, she accepted his command. As she rose to her feet, her tense expression made it seem as though he was sending her to her execution. Extending his hand, the young man called out her name. She instantly spun around with excitement. Believing that something urgent had come up, the protagonist gave an awkward smile and invited her to have a meal with him. Xiao Ming's face immediately lit up with happiness. Her cheeks flushed as she imagined him as the heroic lead from a romantic drama. The protagonist was caught off guard when she suddenly started removing her clothes and hurriedly told her to stop. Elsewhere, inside the Hunters Association office, a man sat behind a table. Lifting his head, he noted that only 2 months remained before the hunting wars. A list containing the names of outstanding A-class candidates had been handed to him, and he began carefully reviewing it. Before long, something unexpected caught his attention. The protagonist's name appeared among the candidates. Resting his chin on one hand, the man smiled with interest. After seeing the young man's photograph, he decided to assess his abilities personally. Meanwhile, the protagonist was busy eating noodles. Xiao Ming smiled as she told him that a similar dish existed in China. However, her expression soon darkened when she noticed several unwanted visitors approaching. Mina shot her a hostile glare and demanded to know why she was there. Holding onto the boy, Mina remembered that Xiao Ming had once tried to kill the protagonist. A moment later, Xiao Ming recalled that Mina had also attempted to kill him. The realization left her confused, and she lowered her head before offering an apology. As he continued eating, the protagonist noticed that Xiaoming's behavior had changed as well. He picked up a dumpling and handed it to Mina. The woman awkwardly accepted it. Watching this, Xiaoming tightened her grip on her chopsticks, her body trembling with anger. She suddenly asked whether the two of them were dating. The protagonist looked puzzled, while Mina blushed in embarrassment, maintaining a strained smile. Xiaoming pointed out several things that seemed unusual for people who were supposedly just friends. Caught in an uncomfortable situation, the protagonist immediately denied being in a relationship with Mina. Raising a finger, he confidently stated that his feelings toward her were more paternal in nature. Smiling, he asked whether Mina agreed with that assessment. Her only response was to slap him across the face. The boy frowned, utterly confused. Getting to her feet, Mina informed him that she had brought his dungeon raid schedule. Turning around, she firmly stated that complaints would not be accepted and that he was required to appear at the listed address the following day. Before leaving, she angrily pointed at Xiaoming and began threatening her. The protagonist could only watch in bewilderment. Mina cursed at him one last time, and moments later, the door slammed shut with a loud bang. Xiaoming lowered her gaze before looking back at the young man with curiosity. Wearing a bright smile, she casually stated that she would not mind becoming his lover. Annoyed by the remark, the protagonist immediately began taking her home. While doing so, he examined the schedule Mina had given him and wondered whether she had misunderstood something. Suddenly, tears of generous abundance warned him that she had a bad feeling about tomorrow and advised him to prepare carefully. The protagonist was surprised and began to suspect that the girl knew more than she was letting on. The following day arrived, and police officers were stationed outside the dungeon entrance. The protagonist was surprised by the extreme level of security, but he still needed to enter. At that moment, Mina called out to him with her hands planted firmly on her hips. Frowning, she complained that he was late. Offering an awkward smile, the protagonist explained that traffic had delayed him. An irritated man nearby gritted his teeth and remarked that millions of lives could have been at risk during the 5 minutes he was absent. Staring at the protagonist with a threatening expression, the man wondered whether the player was capable of passing the upcoming test. Remaining confident, the young man reflected on how those people had already held a grudge against him long before today. Pointing toward Hayek, Mina explained that he would be the one conducting the examination. Suddenly, Mina stiffened. Noticing her reaction, the protagonist turned his head toward the girl riding on his back. After seeing the confusion in Mina's eyes, he casually explained that the child was his niece. Hearing this, Mina immediately began shouting at him for bringing a child to a workplace. Hayek also became furious and started lecturing the protagonist about his irresponsible attitude toward work. After dismissively waving his hand, he walked away. Moments later, sharp rocks emerged around the area. A blue tongue extended from the girl's mouth as she called out to the protagonist. A crown materialized above her head as she decided it was time to deal with the boy. Her eyes shone brightly when the woman declared that the festival of the gods had officially begun. Mina lowered her head thoughtfully, a frown forming on her face. She explained that this raid served as a test to earn the S-class title. Protagonist was taken aback, and the girl quickly realized he had not bothered to read the contents of the folder. Placing her hands on her hips, she informed him that clearing the A-class dungeon would officially grant him the rank of an S-class hunter. The revelation made protagonist tense up as he recalled that he was a middle-class god. Looking up, he understood that ignoring a dungeon of this caliber was not an option. A smile appeared on his face as he assumed he would have to deal with everything himself, but he soon learned that several S-class hunters would accompany him as support. Caught off guard, he asked whether Mina would be joining him. Instead of answering directly, she pointed toward the person assigned as his actual escort. Gal approached with his arms folded across his chest, shaking his head. Although protagonist smiled awkwardly, he convinced himself that everything would work out fine. Suddenly, a strange scent reached his nose. He slowly turned his head, sensing that something was off. Warning notifications began appearing one after another. Shock spread across protagonist's face when he discovered that the Lord of the Abyssal Swamps had requested a festival of gods. Furrowing his brows, he remembered that this was the goddess worshipped by the snakes. Information regarding the festival's rules immediately appeared before him. Carefully reading the system window, he learned that a festival of gods request could not be refused if it came from a deity of a lower class. Realizing this, protagonist let out a relieved sigh. Moments later, another notification appeared. It stated that the deity chosen to oversee the festival had bestowed upon him the blessing of slaughter. The moment he saw the goddess's name, protagonist stiffened and assumed she must enjoy battle. A prompt appeared asking whether he would accept the challenge, while the goddess actively encouraged him to do so. The young man slowly lifted a finger, clearly uncertain. After a brief moment of thought, he chose to reject the offer. A confirmation message immediately appeared. Looking upward with annoyance after witnessing the goddess's displeasure, he frowned and bluntly told her to leave. His response completely infuriated her. Without warning, the ground began to shake violently. Panic instantly spread among the people nearby. Gal gritted his teeth and demanded to know what was happening. Protagonist and Mina both looked upward, their expressions growing tense. It soon became clear that the goddess had decided to eliminate the boy herself. The right of the blind eye of God was activated. An image of the world from which the scanning originated materialized overhead. Throwing her head back, the goddess unleashed an immense amount of magical energy. Lowering her gaze once more, she ordered the snakes to awaken from the abyss bubbles. Almost instantly, a hand emerged from beneath the ground, followed by monsters crawling out with glowing eyes. A fierce determination filled the goddess's face as she declared that Protagonist and his entire world would be destroyed. The creatures immediately charged forward. Gritting his teeth, the boy realized that she was capable of sending her forces through the dungeon itself. Crimson lightning crackled across the surrounding rocks as several notifications announced that the dungeon's level was increasing. Chung's eyes widened in disbelief when he realized there was still time left before the dungeon was supposed to activate. Then a massive hole tore open in the earth. Countless red eyes stared from the darkness below. Moments later, monsters surged out of the abyss. Gal frowned and instantly activated soul armor. Clenching his fist tightly, he released his power, and armor rapidly enveloped his entire body. Protagonist watched in admiration, impressed by the spectacular transformation. Gal radiated overwhelming strength and fury, while detailed information about him appeared. However, one particular detail in the description immediately irritated Protagonist. Turning toward his niece, he felt relieved to see that she was still asleep. Mina stared at the young man in astonishment. After he asked her to watch over his niece, the child instantly appeared in her arms. Frowning deeply, Mina called out to him, demanding to know what he intended to do. A determined expression settled on his face. The only thought running through his mind was that he needed to solve this problem himself. Ignoring Guile's attempts to stop him, he continued walking forward. Then he suddenly halted. Standing directly in the path of the charging monsters, he calmly faced the approaching snakes. One of them opened its jaws wide, intending to devour the deity before it. Protagonist remained completely still, watching them approach with a broad smile. The goddess eagerly anticipated his death. At that moment, he slowly raised a finger. A spark of light flashed at its tip. Even after he activated force, the snake continued its charge. Then its fangs shattered instantly. The monster's body darkened as crimson lightning wrapped around it. A notification appeared, announcing that he had earned 20 million god coins. The remaining creatures immediately became confused and terrified. Protagonist simply licked his lips when he saw the reward for killing a single snake. A frightening grin spread across his face as he wondered how many coins he would receive if he wiped out every last one of them. Overcome with fear, the monsters attempted to flee, yet they began dying one after another, while messages announcing additional rewards continuously appeared. The goddess's hands started shaking uncontrollably. She was horrified after realizing that the creatures Protagonist had effortlessly slain were monsters of tremendous power. Meanwhile, Protagonist continued moving forward, delighted by the enormous amount of money he had earned. Turning his gaze toward the abyss, he wore a determined smile and suggested that they put an end to everything today. The hero stepped into the dark cave and extended a finger, activating the god's crushing index finger switch. Streams of dark energy spread across the silver scales, carving a deep gash into them. The girl could only stare in disbelief, unable to understand why someone with such overwhelming power would avoid combat. The protagonist casually scratched his cheek and explained that he was simply too lazy, then told her to return to wherever she had come from. Moments later, the silver scales broke apart into glowing pixels. Guile stood frozen in shock and demanded an explanation for what he had just witnessed. Nearby, Mina was carrying the protagonist's niece and asked whether he was capable of sealing dungeons. The little girl slowly opened her eyes and immediately announced that she was hungry. After calling Mina as pretty as a doll, she began asking for food. The protagonist quickly apologized for her behavior and reminded Mina that she was still only a child. When he asked what she wanted to eat, the little girl excitedly requested a hamburger. The protagonist approved of the choice and prepared to leave with her. Mina stopped him and pointed out that walking away now would cost him his promotion. The protagonist shrugged and replied that he had no interest in promotions anyway. In his mind, becoming an official S-class hunter would only mean endless work and responsibility. Zhao took those words personally. Believing the boy was mocking the S-class rank, he became furious. Although he acknowledged the protagonist's strength, he could not tolerate such disrespect. He challenged him to appear at the association's training hall at 9 o'clock the following morning. Flames burst from Gal's armored boots as he departed, vowing to teach the boy the true worth of the S-class title. As Gal vanished into the distance, the protagonist found himself admiring the man's armor. Even the blind eye encouraged him to claim it for himself. Mina slapped her forehead and asked why he kept provoking people. She reminded him about Gal's previous clash with Hyan and warned that his promotion would never happen without Gal's approval. The protagonist calmly explained that promotion did not matter to him. He had only come there to apologize for what happened the day before. Hearing that, Mina's cheeks turned red. Once she realized he was serious, The protagonist invited her to join him and his niece for burgers. Surprised at first, Mina quickly accepted the offer and ran off to find sunglasses and a mask. Far away in the forests of Antria, enormous dark footprints stretched between towering trees. Alpha sat with his back against a trunk, breathing heavily and seething with anger. He cursed the traitor responsible for wiping out all of his brothers and swore revenge. Before long, a mysterious figure dressed in a black robe emerged and commented that it was fortunate at least one survivor remained. Alpha demanded to know who the stranger was. Ignoring the insult, the hooded figure asked about his arachne. Alpha coldly informed him that the spider was already dead. The robed man lowered his head in disappointment and wondered why she had rushed ahead instead of waiting for him. When Alpha ordered him to return him to his own world and threatened to kill him otherwise, an overwhelming aura exploded from the stranger. Brilliant energy wrapped around his body. Alpha immediately felt crushing pressure, unlike anything he had experienced before, and could not comprehend the identity of the person standing before him. The stranger moved closer and declared that he was a great god. A blinding flash erupted through the forest, and Alpha screamed in terror. Later, in Seoul, Mina sat at a table alongside the protagonist and his niece while nearby customers stared in surprise after recognizing her. The protagonist could only think that her disguise was completely pointless, since everyone still knew exactly who she was. As they got ready to eat, a brilliant bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. The little girl looked up and wondered if it was thunder. At that exact moment, the cafe door swung open. Miri entered with a cheerful smile and walked directly toward the protagonist. He was surprised to see her and asked how she had managed to find him. Miri casually replied that she had followed his scent. The protagonist immediately checked his clothes, wondering whether he actually smelled bad despite washing every day. Meanwhile, Mina quietly put on a cap and glasses, preparing to slip away unnoticed. Unfortunately, Miri spotted her immediately and asked why her sister was there. Mina rushed over and embraced her, thrilled to see her again, before inviting her to sit down and eat with them. Miri pointed out that everyone was staring. The protagonist joked that because of their reunion, even more attention was being drawn toward them. Within moments, a crowd had gathered around the sisters. Watching the growing crowd surround them, the protagonist furrowed his brows and wondered if it would be easier to simply go home. A loud scream echoed from the window of a tall building, causing the protagonist to raise an eyebrow. He could not understand why she had shown up again. Xiao Ming was dressed in a maid outfit. With a cheerful smile, she explained that since he had not given her a new assignment, she figured she could at least help around the house. Mina immediately frowned and pointed a finger at her, reminding Xiao Ming that she had promised to kill her if they ever met again. Closing her eyes with a smile, Xiao Ming replied that jealousy was unattractive. She then went on to call Mina a middle-aged woman who shared a father-daughter relationship with the sword god. Mina's face instantly darkened. Raising her fist, she declared that she did not care if Xiao Ming was SS class. She would kill her regardless. Grinding his teeth, the protagonist quickly stepped between them and ordered Mina to calm down. Miri lowered her gaze and asked why he was allowing such a strange person to stay in his house. Turning toward her, the young man insisted that she had completely misunderstood the situation. The girl immediately shouted that she was disappointed in him. Bright lightning spread throughout the hallways of the building. The protagonist froze as he struggled to hold back Mina, who looked more than ready to start a fight at any moment. Meanwhile, the little girl tilted her head and touched a finger to her lips. Looking at her uncle, she innocently asked which of the two women was his girlfriend because she was completely confused. The hero frowned and answered that neither of them was his girlfriend. Eventually, he dropped onto the sofa and leaned his head back. Muttering to himself, he decided that living alone was far better. A nervous smile appeared on his face as he remembered what had happened earlier. Mina and Xiao Ming had refused to stop fighting, forcing him to knock both of them unconscious before dragging them to the infirmary. After stretching out comfortably on the couch, he smiled and decided that it was no longer his problem. He had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep in a very long time. The next day arrived. The sky outside was bright blue when the doorbell suddenly began ringing. The hero slowly opened his eyes and sat upright. Rubbing his head, he wondered who would visit so early in the morning. Making his way to the intercom, he frowned and muttered that whoever was outside would eventually break the bell if they kept pressing it nonstop. When he looked at the screen, he saw Guile staring back with a deep frown. The hero sighed and remarked that this guy simply refused to give up. Turning away from the intercom, the protagonist declared that he did not care. He could not see anything, and he certainly could not hear anything. A moment later, a deafening crash echoed through the apartment. Guile had smashed the front door apart. Furrowing his brows, the man confidently declared that the boy was definitely inside, especially since he had been instructed to report to the association's training hall that day. The protagonist immediately dropped to his knees in front of the shattered remains of the door and lamented how expensive it had been. Guile frowned and asked whether the boy had heard a single word he had just said. Clenching his fist, the man demanded to know if he really needed to beat the message into the boy's thick skull. With that, he lunged forward. The protagonist glanced downward with a frown. Calmly extending a single finger, he stopped Guile's punch. Bright energy wrapped around Guile's hand as he gritted his teeth in disbelief. His full-powered attack attack had been halted by nothing more than one finger. The protagonist frowned and declared that he would never forgive him for destroying the door. Even if Gal was his senior, he was no longer willing to tolerate his nonsense. Gal gritted his teeth and swung his arm again, calling the hero an arrogant brat. His eyes widened in shock when the protagonist effortlessly flipped him over. The hero crashed heavily onto his back, furrowing his brows. The protagonist ordered him to pay for the door and leave immediately. He warned that this was his final chance. Gal frowned and asked whether the boy was mocking him. If that was the case, then he would stop holding back as well. Opening his mouth, the hero summoned his soul armor. The protagonist narrowed his eyes as brilliant streams of energy gathered around Gal's body. Then his eyes widened. A powerful explosion erupted through the building, sending debris flying high into the sky. Using the propulsion from his boots, Gal rose into the air. The man frowned and admitted that the boy had pushed him far enough to activate his armor. Even so, he acknowledged that the hero was truly powerful. Excitement sparkled within Gal's eyes. He told the hero not to expect mercy and ordered him to draw his weapon so they could fight fairly. The hero gritted his teeth and complained that he had spent countless hours decorating the interior of his new home to celebrate moving in. It was the first place he had genuinely grown attached to. Raising his head, the protagonist pointed out that Gal had destroyed everything. Powerful winds began swirling around him, lifting dust into the air. At the same time, a cleaver materialized in his hand. Frowning, the protagonist swung the blade and declared that he no longer respected Gal. From that moment onward, he considered him nothing more than a terrorist. Bending his knee, the protagonist called upon the memories of the sky demon. Then he activated the step of emptiness. In the blink of an eye, he shot toward Gal, who was hovering high in the sky. Gal gritted his teeth the moment he recognized the technique. The step of emptiness was a movement art that only the greatest Murim masters could perform. Even now, he could not understand why the hero possessed such overwhelming power. Gal crossed his arms and blocked the incoming wave of dark energy. Although he successfully defended himself, he remained stunned by the terrifying force hidden behind the attack. The protagonist instantly appeared behind him, leaving a streak of brilliant energy across the sky. Realizing the danger, Gal quickly spun around. Before he could react further, the hero drove a punch into his head and sent him hurtling toward the ground. Gal crashed directly into the middle of a forest. A massive crater exploded outward from the point of impact. The protagonist frowned and remarked that if the battle continued, Gal might actually die. However, he was still willing to stop if the man offered a sincere apology. Dust slowly rose from the crater. Gal stood up and asked whether the hero genuinely expected him to apologize. That was never going to happen. Extending both hands forward, Gal admitted that he had not intended to use this technique, but he no longer had any other choice. Deep indentations opened in his palms and began filling with brilliant energy. The hero frowned as he explained that this attack possessed enough power to kill an S-class monster in a single strike. If the boy died, he would have nobody to blame but himself for forcing him to use it. As the energy continued to gather, a gigantic fiery dragon's head materialized in the sky and slowly opened its mouth. Gal narrowed his eyes and unleashed the soul armor cannon dragon fist. The enormous dragon roared forward, charging directly at the protagonist as he hovered in the heavens. Facing the incoming attack, the hero calmly raised his index finger and declared that he would not back down. The dragon and the hero's power collided. A tremendous explosion shook the heavens, and a blinding flash of light swallowed the sky. Gal's eyes widened in disbelief, insisting that it was impossible. A blinding explosion erupted in the center of the forest. Glowing embers drifted through the air as a massive crater was carved into the ground. The protagonist walked toward the man sitting at the center of the destruction. Young Attack crouched low, covering his head with both hands and pressing himself against the earth. Trembling, he repeatedly apologized and promised that he would pay for all the damages. The guy lifted an eyebrow, thinking that he had been so furious that he had completely lost control. Even so, the man had managed to survive an attack of that magnitude. Armor like that had to be incredibly valuable. Suddenly, bright green particles appeared throughout the air. The hero frowned as he watched them gather together. Moments later, the armor spirit materialized before him. Opening its mouth, it requested that its new owner accept it. Protagonist frowned, surprised that the spirit was capable of speaking. He asked what exactly it meant by acceptance. The armor spirit turned toward the defeated man and coldly stated that it no longer wished to serve such a loser. Gal stared in disbelief and asked what had happened to the armor spirit. The creature explained that during the 23 days and 12 hours it had been with him, the man had improved by only 2%. According to the spirit, he should have achieved at least a 6% increase during that time. Someone like him was simply unworthy of being its master. The man's eyes widened as he stared blankly ahead. The armor spirit stretched out its arms and declared that the guy standing before them was completely different. His strength and talent existed on an entirely separate level. Compared to him, the man was nothing but cosmic dust. Protagonist gave an awkward smile. The armor spirit continued speaking, saying that he was the heir of the all-loving Mother Eye. Therefore, he absolutely had to evolve into a transcendental existence. Its eyes gleamed brightly as it formally requested that Protagonist become its master. The guy frowned as a bead of sweat rolled down his face. Scratching his temple, he admitted that this was not an easy decision. Holding up his phone, he told the spirit not to misunderstand him. There was simply someone who was more suitable for the position. He showed number 1 on the screen and explained that he spent every day fighting. Because of that, he believed the spirit would be better off serving him instead. The armor spirit's eyes widened. It said that it could feel tremendous power coming from him. Looking at the image on the phone, it remarked that number 1 clearly shared a strong connection with the protagonist. The boy confirmed that this was true. Protagonist smiled awkwardly, thinking that he could still borrow number 1's skills whenever necessary. Giving the armor to someone who trained and fought every day seemed like the most reasonable choice. The armor spirit placed a hand over its chest and bowed respectfully. It stated that it would follow the protagonist's wishes. Its eyes shone brightly as it bid farewell to its previous master. Soon, the spirit's body dissolved into streams of light that flowed directly into the protagonist's phone. At the same moment, armor appeared on the guy's hand. Number 1 smiled when he noticed the armor on himself and turned toward protagonist. The protagonist told him that it was a gift that would help him overcome the tower's trials. Number 1 grinned happily and lifted his hand, thanking the sword god. He promised that he would work even harder from now on. Gal's eyes widened in complete shock. The scar left by the explosion remained etched into the mountain. Watching through a laptop screen, a man muttered that what he had witnessed was beyond imagination. A man rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He pointed out that the guy had effortlessly defeated Guile while he was wearing the armor. That alone proved he was far beyond the level of a B-rank hunter. A girl stepped closer and added that the armor itself had wanted to serve him. The man looked surprised and asked if the armor spirit had truly made that decision on its own. Looking down, the girl replied that she was convinced the hero had once slain an SS-rank monster. The man lowered his gaze and admitted that such a possibility seemed very likely. He then asked about the extent of the damages. The girl folded her hands in front of her and reported that the losses exceeded 1 billion won. Looking at his secretary, Jay asked whether there had been any civilian casualties. The girl closed her eyes and answered no. The man nodded with relief and said that was good news. He then asked where protagonist was currently located. Under a bright blue sky, the protagonist and Mina walked through a hallway. Mina frowned, wondering just how badly he had beaten the man. If an S-rank hunter had ended up hospitalized for 3 weeks. The guy rubbed the back of his head and explained that Gal had destroyed his home, which was why he had lost his temper. Looking at his hand, protagonist asked if she was absolutely certain he would not be forced to pay compensation if he healed the hero. Mina assured him that it was true. According to the president of the Hunter Association, if he healed the injured hunter, not only would he be forgiven, but obtaining an S-class hunter license would also become a simple matter. The protagonist frowned and let out a quiet sigh. Thinking about the billion won he had nearly been forced to pay, he reflected that S-class hunters seemed capable of getting away with almost anything. Pressing his lips together, he decided that he should properly heal Gal. The man lay in a hospital bed wrapped in casts and bandages. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and shouted, demanding to know why the armor spirit had abandoned him. Had it really liked protagonist that much? Gal continued complaining, asking what was so special about a guy who wore sportswear everywhere he went. He desperately begged the armor spirit to return. The other heroes watched him awkwardly through the window and doorway. Mina frowned and asked what was wrong with him. The guy gave a nervous smile and admitted that he was curious about that as well. The protagonist pointed a finger forward, deciding that entering the room would only upset the man further. It would be better to heal him from a distance. Activating the healing ring known as Finger of a God, he released brilliant streams of energy that wrapped around Chung's body. Protagonist smiled and told Mina that they could leave now. However, the girl grabbed his hand and stopped him. Frowning, she suggested that they visit the mall because he could not keep going around dressed like that. The guy looked annoyed and asked exactly where he was supposedly not allowed to dress like that. A few days later, events unfolded inside the Hunter Association building. Heroes dressed in formal business suits sat around large round tables. Josh pulled the microphone closer and thanked everyone for attending, explaining that today marked an important occasion for S-class hunters. Mina smiled and gave him a thumbs up, telling him that the suit looked great on him. Miri smiled and said it had been an excellent choice. She admitted that she had wanted to buy him a suit herself because they suited him so well. Mina clapped her hands together and proudly asked whether she had done a good job. The protagonist glanced at her and thought that Mina's acting skills were becoming more impressive every day. At this rate, she could become a professional actress. The guy frowned after noticing someone staring at him for the entire evening and looked directly at the person. Miri followed his gaze and immediately called the man a terrible person. Protagonist asked whether they knew each other. The girl frowned and explained that it was Steven, the man who had overseen her S-class test. He constantly bragged about turning down a lucrative offer from a major American guild just to remain in Korea. On top of that, he repeatedly asked for her phone number and continued bothering her despite being rejected many times. Miri gritted her teeth and clenched her fist in frustration. The protagonist wondered how someone could be so shameless. Frowning, he silently labeled Steven a fool. At that moment, a status window suddenly appeared before him. To his surprise, it seemed to belong to Steven. The screen displayed his name, his age of 25, and a note that described him as a teleporter. The guy smiled faintly and rubbed his chin, finding the note surprisingly interesting. He began wondering whether he should walk over and introduce himself to Steven. Steven clenched his fists in frustration, grumbling to himself that he had been thrilled when he learned Miri would be attending as well. Yet, he was not even given a seat beside her. His expression darkened when an unexpected commotion suddenly began. Protagonist walked over to the guy, who immediately responded rudely by asking whether they even knew each other. With a cheerful smile, protagonist replied that they certainly did, causing Steven to become irritated because the stranger was acting overly familiar with him. Protagonist's smile widened as he recalled the information displayed by the status window. He then asked whether Steven was Choi Bong, since the window described Steven as a teleporter, an unusually unpleasant person who was extremely jealous and deeply embarrassed by his real name, Choi Bong. Steven's face turned red with anger as he demanded to know how the other person knew his name. At that moment, the host began speaking from the stage about the S-Class Hunter Award ceremony and instructed everyone to take their seats. Both Steven and protagonist looked around in surprise when they were called to the stage. Steven clenched his fist and swore that he would deal with protagonist later, only for protagonist to casually call him by his real name once again. As soon as they reached the host, assistants placed bracelets on their wrists. The host explained that the devices measured mana levels and also served as a form of S-Class identification. Looking at it with interest, he thought that he was curious about his current mana level as well. Steven smirked confidently, believing the test would be effortless. He clenched his fist and activated the bracelet, which immediately announced that his mana limit was 1050. Whispers spread through the audience. People commented that an average S-Class usually had around 800,000 mana, while Steven's result was 1050, which was exactly what they expected from someone of his caliber. Steven cast a superior glance toward protagonist, convinced that the other man would never surpass his result. Suddenly, protagonist's bracelet displayed a mana limit of only 5 points. The crowd instantly broke into confused whispers, noting that such a result would mean he could not even qualify as an S-Class, let alone take the licensing test. Steven grinned mockingly. He had assumed protagonist was powerful, but this result made his strength look pitiful. Protagonist stared at the bracelet with disappointment. Everything appeared exactly the same as it had at the academy, making him think he needed to use a different method. He then activated number 1 skill transfer. Using steel body, his jacket immediately burst apart around his expanding muscles, exposing his powerful physique. The bracelet suddenly started fluctuating wildly. First it displayed 5,000, then jumped to 177,000 before shifting again as 26,000 appeared. Steven wanted to curse, but the shock was so great that he could not even finish speaking. Eventually, the bracelet settled on a final result of 35,000. Even the filming crew could not contain their astonishment, shouting that it was a brand new record. They pointed out that even Gal had only reached 31,000 while wearing armor. The host calmly explained that the device must not have functioned correctly at first, and stated that everyone could now clearly see that protagonist deserved the title of S-Class. Protagonist laughed with satisfaction before asking Steven to repeat what he had said earlier. Leaning closer, protagonist asked whether Steven still intended to deal with him. Once the event ended, everyone returned home. Protagonist stretched out comfortably on the couch and complained about how exhausted he was. He reflected on how Twain had ultimately apologized, deciding that he might as well try bothering him one more time. Looking upward, protagonist noticed that Sword Demon and Xiao Ming seemed to have repaired the ceiling. They even appeared to be getting along better now. A message suddenly arrived on his phone from Kang. According to the message, an S-Class dungeon would appear in 3 days. Inside it was an SSS class item that protagonist could truly benefit from, the Balance God scale. Although he had no idea what the item actually was, he trusted Kang's judgment. If Kang recommended obtaining it so strongly, then it was definitely worth pursuing. doing. The screen displayed a satisfied number 1, who had already reached the 44th floor. There, the trial of space and time had begun, and the objective was to save the great cosmic island from danger. Protagonist had no idea what kind of challenge that was, though he believed number 1 would somehow manage to overcome it with the armor. Next, he checked on Croaky. At that moment, the system window informed him that a new transferable skill had become available, Dragon Awakening, Croxy's ultimate ability, powerful enough to threaten even divine beings. Excited, Protagonist nodded to himself. If it was truly the skill he thought it was, then he would actually be able to transform into a dragon. He wanted to try it immediately. He headed toward the nearest mountain range, figuring there would be fewer problems there. A sinister grin appeared on his face. Spreading his arms, he activated the transfer of Croxy's Dragon Awakening skill, and golden flames instantly engulfed his body. Meanwhile, Steven sat slamming his fists against a table, while cursing internally. The memory of being forced to apologize to that pathetic human filled him with rage, and thoughts of revenge occupied his mind. Suddenly, his bracelet vibrated, drawing his attention. A notification appeared stating that an S-class level monster had been detected, and that reinforcements were required. Steven immediately saw this as the perfect opportunity to prove he was superior to Protagonist. Determined to arrive first, he reminded himself that he was the only teleporter in Cray. He was surprised to discover that the reported S-class monster was located in the mountains. Raising his head, he finally saw it standing before him, a gigantic dragon. The dragon narrowed its eyes and opened its enormous mouth. Instead of roaring, however, it addressed Steven in surprise. Steven immediately blushed and demanded to know how the creature knew his real name. The dragon's lips curled into a smirk. It continued teasing him by repeatedly using his real name. Steven clenched his fists in annoyance. Now even a dragon was calling him music. Raising his hands, he launched an attack and declared that the dragon had chosen a terrible time to appear, because he desperately needed something to vent his anger on. The dragon seemed genuinely surprised that the boy was still upset. Without allowing it to finish speaking, Steven teleported and instantly slammed into the massive creature. The dragon did not even move. Looking down at him, it remarked that Buck must have a death wish. Preparing another attack, Steven demanded that the monster remember his name before dying. Missiles that appeared to materialize out of thin air immediately shot toward the dragon. The boy shouted that his name was Steven. The dragon merely sighed in disappointment. A tremendous explosion echoed through the mountains, and towering flames shot into the sky. Smiling furiously, Steven asked how the dragon liked that attack, boasting that giant monsters were still easy prey. The dragon emerged completely unharmed and casually replied that it had stung a little. Infuriated that the creature had survived such a bombardment, Steven prepared to unleash every bit of ammunition he possessed. The dragon suddenly swatted him aside with a massive paw and reminded him that it had already said he was foolish. After lifting its paw, the dragon immediately apologized, explaining that it was its first time transforming into a dragon, and that it had not yet learned to control its strength properly. Then something else caught its attention, causing it to sigh. A group of approaching warriors had assembled into a team and were preparing to launch a coordinated attack. The moment Protagonist saw them, he realized he was completely screwed. The warriors charged toward the dragon at the same time, preparing to attack. Protagonist was bewildered because he had no idea how to undo the transformation. Left with no other choice, he accepted the situation. Spreading his leathery wings, he turned away from the attackers and decided that escaping was his best option. In this form, he was certain that no one would pay attention to Geo. Without warning, he shot into the sky. Even though he had never known he could fly, Protagonist was so thrilled that he started performing all kinds of aerial maneuvers. At times he flew upside down, then flipped over again. To his surprise, he found himself enjoying being a dragon. Suddenly, something caught his attention. A sharp pain surged through the dragon's body, and his head felt heavy. A system notification appeared, informing him that he lacked enough divine power to maintain the dragon's form. At the same time, the giant monster's massive body collapsed. Closing his eyes, Protagonist realized that the strain was too much. His strength was fading rapidly while he was still high in the air. The dragon's image began to dissolve, and he reverted to his human form, slowly fading from his clenched fists, causing him to curse in frustration. A cloud of dust and sand erupted from the impact when he crashed down. A bright light eventually brought him back to awareness, though he was in no rush to open his eyes. Someone called him darling in an affectionate tone, and Protagonist immediately opened his eyes in surprise. A stunning young woman stood before him, surrounded by a purple aura that shielded her from the monsters nearby. Protagonist managed to sit upright and ask who she was, but the woman seemed surprised that he failed to recognize her voice and admitted her disappointment. She introduced herself as Bodge, the Lord of all evil, and explained that he knew her by another name, the Silent Nightmare. Protagonist was stunned because he had never imagined that the notorious villain was actually a woman. On top of that, he could not tell whether he was dreaming or not. The Silent Nightmare moved closer, sat beside him, and and gently lifted his chin. She remarked that he was even more handsome up close, before once again calling him by that affectionate nickname. Although protagonist was clearly unhappy about it, she urged him to listen, because they did not have much time. Blushing slightly, protagonist hoped she was not about to confess her feelings. Muttering that he was not prepared for that, he suddenly noticed streams of energy rushing toward him. A vision of the solar system exploded into his mind, where an enormous purple creature floated above it. The monster declared that it was hungry and decided to consume Earth. Its gigantic fangs lunged toward the planet, and Earth was immediately surrounded by a glow as it prepared to be devoured. Without hesitation, protagonist raised his fist and shouted for the god of destruction to leave Earth alone. Before anything else could happen, the silent nightmare pulled him out of the vision. Once he recovered, he quickly asked what he had just seen. The woman explained that she had shown him a possible future by spending karma points. She added that seeing such visions would become possible once protagonist surpassed the advanced god level. Protagonist protested that he had not even completed the mission necessary to become an advanced god yet. In response, she explained that the quickest way to increase divine power was by absorbing another god, though protagonist still did not fully understand what she meant. Licking her lips with a predatory smile, the silent nightmare suggested that he simply win the god festival and devour whichever god he defeated. Doing so would allow him to surpass the advanced level and ascend into a great evil god. She pointed out that the road of a good god was far too long. Leaning closer until her face was near his, she warned him that a challenge would soon come from a lesser god who would borrow the power of a powerful beast, along with the Lord of the Abyss. Narrowing her eyes, she added that protagonist would have no way to refuse the duel, because the challenger would be below his own level. Frowning, the boy wondered who could possibly challenge him. His eyes widened in shock when he learned that it would be Emperor Antonia. He was even more surprised that the challenge would take place during the god festival. The silent nightmare lightly held his chin and told him not to even think about dying. Then, without warning, she kissed him. Protagonist discovered that he could not move at all. He wanted to pull away, but his eyelids became heavy and shut on their own. The next instant, he awoke in a hospital room. Touching his lips, he could not help thinking about how the silent nightmare had completely ignored his wishes and done whatever she wanted. Mina immediately jumped to his feet and greeted him with a cheerful smile, asking whether he was finally awake. Across the room sat Miri, who immediately began complaining about how worried she had been, although protagonist did not understand why. Nina quickly joined in, scolding him for going after an SS-class monster without waiting for reinforcements and reminding him that everyone had been worried sick. Awkwardly looking away, protagonist asked what exactly they were talking about. A man entered the room and congratulated him on becoming an SS-class hunter and accomplishing such an incredible feat. Holding the dragon's fangs in his hands, he explained that the dragon had completely disappeared and that all they had found at the scene was protagonist along with the fangs he had been gripping. After a brief pause, protagonist realized that he must have held onto them out of pure fear while falling. Then it suddenly dawned on him that everyone believed he had defeated the dragon. Curious, Miri asked how he had managed to accomplish such a thing, but protagonist could only respond with an awkward laugh. With a bright smile, she explained that both the association and the media were currently in chaos because they believed he had saved the entire world. Protagonist coughed into his fist as the realization struck him that he had unintentionally become a fraud. The association representative continued speaking, saying that protagonist was now considered a global hero and that he would soon receive an appropriate reward from the association. Feeling uncomfortable, protagonist thanked the representative. Later, after everyone had left, protagonist rested his head on the pillow and enjoyed the silence of the room. At least, he thought, there was also a reward waiting for him. Regardless of everything else, he knew that he needed to complete the promotion mission. The god of destruction would have to be stopped soon. A system window suddenly appeared before him, displaying missions for promotion to an advanced class good god or evil god. After thinking about it briefly, he decided to review the requirements. A moment later, protagonist stiffened, unsure whether what he was seeing was actually correct. Far away in the Antria Empire, the great god quietly whispered protagonist's name. Climbing a long flight of steps, he reflected on how he had sacrificed everything to obtain his current power, only for protagonist to take everything away so effortlessly. It was completely unfair that such a pathetic wretch possessed power like that. In the end, the great god made up his mind. He would devour protagonist, and once he did, that power would belong to him instead. After finally receiving the mission to advance to an advanced class good god, protagonist could only stare at the system window in frustration. The requirements were absurdly difficult. To qualify, he had to gather 1 trillion permanent followers, recruit 10,000 S-class followers with transcendental potential, or win the god festival, and devour the defeated contestant. He recalled the way the soundless nightmare had licked its lips greedily, and realized that becoming an advanced class evil god would have been far easier if he had followed its advice. Unfortunately, the path of a good god was much more demanding. Although the challenge made him tense, protagonist was determined to stop the god of destruction. Clenching his fist, he resolved to give it at everything he had and decided that his first goal would be the God Festival. The Silent Nightmare had already warned him that, although his opponent would belong to a lower class, the enemy would be strengthened by power-enhancing blessings from other gods. That meant Protagonist needed a way to increase his own strength. Thinking about it, he remembered the scale Kang had mentioned. His first objective was to find the Harmony God scale. However, before anything else, his stomach growled loudly, convincing him to look for food. A while later, he walked through the hospital corridors with his hands resting behind his head. Having heard that the hospital served excellent meals, he was looking forward to trying them. Then something caught his eye. Standing near a wall was Stephen, leaning over a young woman with a smug smile. He proudly introduced himself as Stephen, the peerless class hunter, and seemed genuinely shocked that she did not recognize him. The girl nervously explained that she had no idea who he was because she was only there to visit her relatives. Watching the scene, Protagonist thought that perhaps he had not beaten Stephen hard enough before, considering how confidently he was still bothering people. Stephen pulled out his phone and offered the girl the chance to become closer to him simply by accepting his number. Unsure how to respond, she hesitated. At that moment, Stephen suddenly heard someone call him by his real name. Instantly irritated, he spun around and demanded to know who dared address him that way. The answer was Protagonist. Showing his fist, Protagonist asked whether Stephen had a death wish. Stephen immediately became nervous and questioned why Protagonist was there. Stephen could not help remembering the reports claiming that Protagonist had killed a dragon barehanded. He himself had not even been capable of scratching the creature. When Protagonist asked why he was bothering the girl despite barely being able to stand properly, Stephen awkwardly claimed that she simply reminded him of someone he knew. The girl immediately rushed to Protagonist's side, clinging to his arm and calling him her teacher while complaining that Stephen had been harassing her. Protagonist hesitated because he could not remember her at all. Then a realization struck him. Turning towards Stephen, he angrily demanded to know how he dared bother one of his students. Stephen quickly insisted that it was all a misunderstanding. Unimpressed, Protagonist ordered him to disappear from his sight. Grumbling that the girl had liked him first, Stephen turned around and fled. Still annoyed, Protagonist asked the girl whether they actually knew each other. His question visibly surprised her. Feeling hurt that he had forgotten, she introduced herself as Hugh, the girl he had once saved. Only then did Protagonist understand. The reason he had failed to recognize her was because he only remembered her former appearance. At that moment, the blind eye of God activated. The system informed him that Hugh had obtained a completely new body through the blessing of generous abundance. Smiling with satisfaction, Protagonist placed his hands on her shoulders and admitted that he was impressed by the transformation. Hugh explained that she had come specifically to congratulate him on his promotion. Elsewhere, Stephen stood by a window, trembling with frustration. One arm remained trapped in a cast as he muttered that Protagonist was constantly ruining his plans. Then his eyes widened. Below, he saw Protagonist and Hugh walking together while chatting happily. To Stephen, it looked as though his rival had stolen the girl who had caught his attention. Grinding his teeth, he vowed to kill him. Meanwhile, Protagonist asked Hugh whether she had decided to pursue farming after graduation. She happily confirmed it, explaining that after returning home, she had developed a strong interest in agriculture and genuinely enjoyed it. Protagonist wondered whether this was the influence of the blessing of abundance or the blessing of the harvest. Suddenly, Hugh interrupted his thoughts by bowing deeply. With a smile, she thanked him for helping her mother and said that neither of them would ever be able to repay what he had done. To his surprise, the system announced that Hugh had become one of his followers from Earth. It also revealed that she possessed transcendental potential thanks to the blessing of the Tears of Bountiful Abundance and had access to the transferable skill, Blessing of the Harvest. After saying she still needed to visit the academy, Hugh promised to see him again before leaving. Watching her go, Protagonist felt as though generous abundance had somehow tricked him into the situation. Not long afterward, Stephen secretly approached from behind. Hidden behind a column, he prepared a powerful spell. Even if Protagonist was stronger, Stephen believed he would never be able to defend himself while completely off guard. At that very moment, Protagonist was calmly thinking about how Hugh had added another S-Class follower to his collection. Unfortunately, S-Class followers did not simply fall from the sky. Then someone screamed for his death. Turning around with an annoyed expression, Protagonist saw mana bombs and rockets rushing toward him. Veins bulged on Stephen's forehead as he shouted that he was doing this because Protagonist had interfered with his love life. A massive explosion erupted. Ash and dust instantly filled the area. Holding his injured hand, Stephen proudly declared that he had won because he was stronger. Then footsteps echoed from inside the smoke. To his horror, Protagonist emerged completely unharmed. Looking pleasantly surprised, he remarked that perhaps S-Class followers really did fall from the sky after all. Fear crawled through Stephen's body. The pressure coming from Protagonist felt exactly like the terror he had experienced when facing the dragon before. In that instant, he realized his opponent was not human. Protagonist advanced with a frightening aura, while Stephen found himself unable to move. A heavy hand landed on his shoulder. Calling him a brat, Protagonist squeezed the shoulder attached to Steven's injured arm and calmly explained that there was only one way for him to survive. Terrified, Steven asked what it was. In a quiet voice, Protagonist told him to believe in him. If he did, everything would be forgiven. Steven failed to understand what that even meant. Protagonist then raised his fist threateningly and warned that refusal would result in immediate repayment in kind. Unable to endure the pressure, Steven instantly surrendered. Tears streamed down his face as he swore that he believed in Protagonist with every fiber of his being. The system windows immediately announced that Steven had become Protagonist's follower. His transferable skill, Spatial Lord, became available. Another notification followed, stating that the Advanced Class Good God promotion mission had registered one more follower above the S-class rank. The total had now reached 767 out of 10,000. Satisfied, Protagonist praised Steven for being smart and ordered him to stop causing trouble. Steven obediently agreed. When Protagonist appeared dissatisfied with the response, Steven quickly corrected himself and answered in a more respectful manner. The next day, Protagonist traveled through the Kairi Mountains. As he moved between the trees, he reflected on how incredible the Spatial Lord's skill was. Thanks to it, crossing the world could now be accomplished in a single breath. Eventually, he looked toward the mountain containing the seal. According to his information, this was the dungeon where the scale of the God of Harmony could be found. Cracking his knuckles, he prepared to begin. Before he could take another step, however, several system windows appeared before him. They announced that the wedding ceremony between Number 1 and the child, carrying the bloodline of the God of Destruction, was about to begin. The spaceship of the Empress of the Great Space Alliance moved steadily forward. Number 1 and his bride stood together at the altar. The girl wore a gentle smile, while the ant beside her looked slightly awkward. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist assumed, without a word, that someone had somehow drawn his friend into this situation. Despite the blood of the God of Destruction flowing within her, the protagonist suddenly spoke out in anger, urging his friend to regain his senses. The man jolted upon hearing him and glanced at the phone before repeating the message. Esmeralda lifted her gaze and asked if this was truly the god. At that moment, the system indicated that the blind eye of the god had been activated. The description revealed that the woman had returned to herself, breaking free from the influence of the God of Destruction's blood thanks to her fiancé. Above the infant, a massive yellow eye hovered ominously. This girl had been selected even before birth to become the heir of the God of Destruction. She had constantly struggled against that destiny and the will imposed upon her, yet she had never succeeded. Esmeralda held her head in her hands, ready to surrender after exhausting all possible efforts. Then, Number 1 stepped forward and vowed to save her. With a single motion of his hand, the ant destroyed the clone of the God of Destruction. After the intense struggle, tears welled in the woman's eyes as the dark energy drained away, freeing her from the chains of that bloodline. Understanding what had truly occurred, the boy narrowed his eyes. The girl joined her palms and stated that her fiancé had remained loyal to his god, deciding that she too should bow before him. Placing a hand over her chest, Esmeralda requested permission to serve the god faithfully and sincerely. The system then announced that the low-class deity had become a follower, and the entire Great Space Alliance was prepared to believe. Seeing that this amounted to 10 S-class believers, the young man smiled, realizing his follower count would soon increase significantly. Resting a hand on his belt, the player thanked his companions and congratulated them on their wedding. Number 1 and his bride were overjoyed. Clenching his fist, the protagonist understood that this development would greatly accelerate his journey toward becoming an advanced class god. Before the massive seal, the protagonist decided it was time to obtain the scale. Half an hour later, he was moving through a cave, using his finger as a torch. Lifting his brows, he sensed that he was already close to the correct location. Ahead of him lay a hall filled with stone statues. One of them held the scales of the god of balance. The young man wondered if it would be possible to simply take them. Suddenly, a chill ran through him. Stone fragments dropped from a gargoyle as the statue came to life, revealing its sharp fangs. The writer raised his index finger, thinking these obstacles would not be too difficult, but strangely, his spell failed to activate. A strong gust of wind swept past the player. He examined his hand in confusion, wondering why his skill had failed. He attempted other abilities, but none of them worked. A notification confirmed that the laws of cause and effect had been temporarily disabled. Grinding his teeth, the protagonist realized that some unknown being had sealed his powers, and he wondered who could possess such authority. Thousand Blades concluded it must be the work of the God of Destruction. Generous Abundance regretted that he could not assist. Looking upward, the young man understood he was trapped, with only 5% of his power remaining. He needed a way out. The monster advanced, baring its teeth. Narrowing his eyes, he thought of his followers and his friend. Clenching his fist, he attempted skill transfer. Using a super, tempered steel body, he struck the monster's face. Lightning crackled through his arm, and he believed that would be enough. However, a massive paw crashed down onto the ground. The protagonist's eyes widened. Two gargoyles now stood before him. Frowning, he realized he could manage one, but not both at once. The eternal seeker of truth intervened using the principles of cause and effect. Upon learning that the god of the sword needed help, Number 1 tensed and shouted that his god was in danger. Below, Esmeralda sensed the situation situation was critical. The ant quickly explained that immediate assistance was required. Smiling softly, she told him to go, saying that helping the god mattered more than anything else. She took his hands and looked up, promising to wait for his return. The man replied that he could not guarantee anything. His body dissolved into green particles as the follower closed his eyes, hoping he would return to her. A weapon then formed in his hands. Number 1 arrived at the cave of the god of balance. Looking back, he felt relieved to be there. The writer, surprised, asked why they were now the same height. The ant asked if this was due to the god's divine power. A notification explained that his body had been adjusted to match the conditions of the floor. The player wondered which deity had done this. Gripping his sword, he suggested they handle the enemies first. The protagonist then asked for his soul armor to be returned temporarily, as his divine powers were completely sealed. The follower agreed with a smile, and the armor enveloped the protagonist's body. Looking at his hand, he felt slightly embarrassed to take back his own gift, though it was necessary under the circumstances. The gargoyle flapped its wings, unleashing a violent gust. The protagonist struck with his fist, releasing bursts of lightning, while Number 1 cleaved through the creature with his blade. The defeated monsters fell across the ground. The young man remarked that he had expected them to be weaker. Together, they advanced toward the statue of the goddess of balance. Looking up, the writer asked where the final boss was, his excitement burning. The statue then opened its eyes, revealing hidden magic circles. The scales began to glow. The goddess explained that light and shadow always coexist, and that creation is inseparable from destruction, forming the essence of balance. One side of the scale tipped. If creation were erased, only destruction would remain, turning into a force that devours everything. Suddenly, the ant clutched his head. The player frowned in confusion. The woman explained that the protagonist carried her blood and blessing, but that it changed nothing fundamental. She handed him the scales and urged him to look beyond them, to perceive the true enemy and understand his own limitations. Then, the scales burst into light, illuminating the entire hall. 2 colossal monsters loomed over the forest. Above them, the protagonist floated in ghost form, clenching his teeth. He could sense an overwhelming divine presence, one so mysterious that even the system was unable to identify its characteristics. These beings were advanced, class evil gods. The powerful and cunning beast narrowed its gaze, while the lord of the abyssal swamp stared downward with a deep frown. Watching from above, the young man wondered whether they intended to eliminate him. The giant snake looked below and ordered someone to bring forth the god responsible for killing their followers and stealing their powers. Lifting one of its claws, the creature declared that it wanted to devour the culprit and drain every drop of his blood. Standing on the ground, the man opened his mouth and warned them not to order him around. Lightning crackled across the surroundings. Pulling back his hood, the great god explained that he was only cooperating because circumstances demanded it and told them not to treat him like a subordinate. The emperor's expression darkened. Squinting, the protagonist questioned why that man was present and what kind of alliance they had formed. Showing his fangs, the lord of the abyssal swamp accused him of being arrogant. Clearly irritated, the iron-blooded lord demanded that she stop talking and hand over what had been promised. Closing its eyes, the snake scoffed at the idea of an insignificant insect speaking so boldly. The god of Antria replied by asking how she planned to defeat their enemy without his assistance. The beast's pupils contracted. Looking toward its ally, the cunning predator admitted that defeating their opponent would indeed become much harder without him. A wicked grin spread across its face as it claimed that such boldness was necessary to accomplish great ambitions. It then remarked that he should be thankful they were willing to share their divine power with him. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted from its hand and shot toward the emperor. The moment it struck, the iron-blooded lord let out a painful scream. The system announced that the user had gained access to his past memories. Long ago, a gigantic dome known as training appeared above Antria. Inside were terrified people selected by a god. Their bodies had been shrunk down to the size of matchboxes. A system notification informed them that they had been chosen as the god's seeds. Trying to comfort her child, a woman gently stroked her son's head and assured him that everything would be all right. The boy glanced around as the system declared the beginning of the training. It further explained that only a single survivor would earn the right to join the Divine League. Every participant received unique skills and was ordered to exterminate both bugs and fellow competitors. After 239 brutal hours, only 3 contestants remained alive. A young mother risked her life to shield her son from a gigantic ant. However, a man pushed them aside and ordered them to distract the creature, claiming they were doomed to die anyway. Among all the participants, the strongest was the Lord of the Power of Fire. Without hesitation, he sacrificed the mother and child to the insects. At that moment, a blazing inferno descended upon the ant and destroyed it. Although he lost his right arm in the process, the monster's severed body parts burned fiercely within a pool of green blood. Soon, the full 240 hours came to an end. Only 2 survivors remained. The man stared in disbelief and asked what was happening. Nearby, a cocoon resting on the ground began to tremble. The system announced that the user had obtained the young parasite god right. At the same time, the Devar skill activated, granting him the ability to absorb the abilities of any enemy he consumed. The remaining survivor, terrified and wide-eyed, demanded an an explanation. Inside the cocoon was the child, who had been swallowed together with his mother. Emerging from within, the boy stared at his hand. Through the blessing of the great evil god, he had inherited an extraordinary survival ability. That child was destined to become the Emperor of Antria. Dropping to his knees, the man desperately begged for mercy. In response, the boy raised his hand and unleashed incinerating flame. A blazing whirlwind erupted before him. The system announced that only one participant remained alive. The training had officially ended. The enormous dome covering Antria vanished into thin air. Looking toward the heavens, the child swore that he would never forgive those responsible for his mother's death. He vowed to destroy every one of them. Gathering a mass of energy in his palm, the iron-blooded overlord combined the powers of Parasite and Devar. Through those abilities, he absorbed the strength of every active god in Antria and forged his own empire. Seated upon his throne, the god of Antria realized that the ant tribe remained beyond his reach because of their deity. As a result, he decided he wanted to absorb that god's power. At that instant, the protagonist's eyes widened. The emperor looked directly at him and asked how much longer he planned to continue spying. Raising his hand, the iron-blooded overlord questioned whether it was fair that someone could gain such tremendous power merely by pressing buttons on a phone. The system then announced that the ruthless insect lord had requested a festival of gods. The protagonist narrowed his eyes as he recalled the silent nightmare's claim that this ant was weaker than him. Grinding his teeth, he realized there was no way to avoid the challenge. According to the rules, he could not reject a request from someone weaker than himself. A notification immediately confirmed the creation of the Festival of Gods. A seal of carnage and madness appeared on the boy's shoulder, while an identical mark manifested on the hand of the god of Antria. Touching the seal, the emperor swore that he would slit his enemy's throat the moment he acquired the power of an advanced class god. When the protagonist opened his eyes, he heard the voice of his companion. Holding his head, he struggled to rise. Number 1 stood nearby with his sword drawn and ready for battle. Wearing a grin, the goddess of harmony revealed that she had intended to kill the protagonist. However, he had escaped from the captivity of illusions much sooner than she expected. Confused, the protagonist quickly realized that everything had been caused by her ability. Turning around, the ant urgently told his ally to leave immediately. The giant statue waved its hand and confidently declared that he would fail. Without hesitation, the boy charged forward. Determined to destroy the enemy, he leaped toward the massive hand rushing at him. The woman instantly knocked him backward. Crashing into the ground, the young man realized that even his armor could not protect him from such devastating damage. His expression hardened. He declared that he would handle the enemy personally and told God not to stain his hands fighting such a monster. Smiling calmly, the girl pointed out that the majority of the enemy's powers had already been sealed. The protagonist rose to his feet and boldly declared that nobody would touch his followers while he stood before them. He swore that he would never run away. With a fierce grin, he shouted that death was preferable to retreat. A notification suddenly appeared, announcing the activation of Littlefinger. At the same time, a 95% of his power was restored. The protagonist stared in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. A green aura enveloped his body as his lost strength returned. The system detected the transcendent divine energy of karma and reported that soul armor had evolved into ultimate god armor. Spreading his arms wide, the protagonist released a thunderous battle cry. The goddess of harmony gritted her teeth and demanded to know how his divine power had increased so dramatically in such a short time. Gathering energy within his palm, the boy coldly declared that her end had arrived. A massive torrent of divine energy exploded from his hands and raced directly toward the enemy. Witnessing the scene, the girl could only stare in disbelief. Showing her teeth, she screamed that such a thing should have been impossible. A moment later, the divine energy engulfed the woman and reduced her to nothing. Number 1's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed the overwhelming destructive force. The ant smiled, remarking that such power was exactly what one would expect from a god. The protagonist replied that he could never have accomplished it without his assistance. The system then announced that the user had successfully cleared the tower test. As the message appeared, the man's body gradually broke apart into countless particles. Smiling, the follower said it was time for him to return. The hero raised an eyebrow and reminded him to stay safe. With that, Number 1 vanished. Staring at the collapsing temple around him, the protagonist decided it was time for him to head back as well. Later, while sitting on the couch, protagonist found himself deep in thought. Resting on the table was the scale of the god of balance. According to the note attached to it, the artifact was currently sealed. Narrowing his eyes, he admitted to himself that he had no idea how to use it and decided to leave it for the regressor instead. A news broadcast soon appeared on the television. The host announced that the roster for the upcoming hunting wars had been finalized and proceeded to reveal Korea's representatives. When he heard that Gal had been assigned the role of instructor, after falling into shock over the loss of his armor, the young man gave an awkward smile. Shaking his head, the protagonist understood why he had been chosen for the hunting wars. His strength far exceeded that of ordinary S-class hunters. However, he still had preparations to make for the festival. Smiling to himself, he suggested sending his clone in his place, since the clone enjoyed fighting just as much. Leaning back with his hands behind his head, the hero concluded that defeating the emperor took priority. Generous abundance informed him that absorbing the divine powers of 2 advanced class gods would require anywhere from 2 to 6 months. Silent Nightmare advised him to eliminate the emperor quickly and complete his promotion mission. Clenching his teeth, the protagonist realized there was no escaping this battle. In the end, he promised to focus on the promotion mission. Suddenly, the sound of someone turning the door handle interrupted his thoughts. Rising from the couch, protagonist wondered who could be visiting. He opened the door and asked who it was. Standing outside were Hyuju and Miri. Looking troubled, the girl explained that they needed a favor. After inviting them in and taking a seat at the table, the guy asked what the problem was. Lowering her gaze, the girl revealed that the issue involved Steven. The young man guessed that the villain had been bothering her again with his teleportation abilities. Raising her eyebrows, Hyuju explained that Steven had become unbearably arrogant and irritating, and that her friend had suggested seeking help from their master. Frowning, the protagonist decided that, as Steven's master, he could simply order him to stop. Still, he felt that beating him up first would be more effective. At that moment, the watch on his wrist lit up. A warning flashed across the screen as a voice announced that 3 dangerous S-class monsters had been detected. Miri immediately jumped to her feet and declared that it was time to move. However, after glancing at the watch, the hero told her to wait. Looking out the window, the protagonist spotted a gigantic pterodactyl flying through the sky. The creature opened its enormous beak. Nearby, Steven grinned and proudly stated that the monster's greatest advantage was its incredible speed. The girls turned their attention to the television. The news confirmed that 3 S-class monsters had invaded Seoul. Staring directly into the camera, the blonde secretly hoped that Hyuju was watching. Squinting in annoyance, protagonist admitted that he wanted to punch him. He then asked his girlfriend for her helmet. Without hesitation, she handed over a motorcycle helmet. After putting it on, the guy confidently declared that the monsters would be easy to handle. Steven dramatically waved his hand. His eyes were wide with excitement as he shouted that the pterodactyl was about to end. Before he could finish, the young man struck the monster directly in the neck. Grinding his teeth, the blonde stared in confusion. Suddenly, a fist appeared right in front of him. The rider's punch slammed into his jaw. Throwing his arms up, the villain demanded to know who had dared attack the Lord of Space. The hero frowned and promised to reveal his identity after he was finished beating him up. The protagonist swung once more. A flash erupted as Steven activated his teleportation ability. Touching his cheek, the hunter realized he had teleported in a rush and miscalculated the destination. Looking around the city, Steven discovered that he had landed on the assembly building nearly 10 kilometers away from where he had started. Despite the mistake, the blonde smiled. He was amazed by how far he could teleport now and felt pleased with how quickly his abilities were developing. Then a voice asked if he was lost in his fantasies again. The villain immediately turned around. Protagonist was floating in the air directly above him. Frowning, the hunter demanded to know who he was. The mysterious figure lifted his visor. With a faint smile, the young man explained that Steven's obsession with his student had gone too far and that they needed to have a serious conversation. Steven gritted his teeth, unable to come up with a response. Narrowing his eyes, the protagonist suggested that they communicate through their fists instead. Another flash of teleportation appeared on the rooftop. Looking away in frustration, the hero wondered why everything had to be so troublesome. Elsewhere, several people stood before a giant city map. Raising an eyebrow, the man in the suit commented that everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly. His assistant reported that Steven had reached the scene first thanks to his teleportation ability and that an unidentified man wearing a helmet had appeared behind him. Resting a hand on his belt, the chief asked whether the monsters had been handled. The girl confirmed that they had and added that the battle had already moved to the National Assembly building. The giant orc lifted its massive fist. The blonde immediately rushed forward, desperately pleading with the god to stop. The protagonist chased after him, shouting that he would catch him sooner or later and beat him up because his follower never seemed to learn any other way. The monster glanced back and noticed them approaching. Tears filled the villain's eyes as he begged for forgiveness and promised that he would never do it again. Suddenly, a huge shadow covered him. The monster raised its foot, preparing to crush him. At the same moment, the orc slammed its fist into the ground. The asphalt shattered, and a cloud of dust exploded outward. As he tumbled to the ground, the hunter realized that only his spatial abilities had allowed him to avoid being crushed. Hearing an unusual sound, the monster turned its attention elsewhere. Taking a step forward, protagonist asked if it wanted a punch to the face as well. Wrapped in dark energy, the young man declared that he would deal with the monster first, and then return to his follower. Launching himself off the ground, the young man charged forward. The monster stared in disbelief as he closed the distance. Pulling back his fist, the protagonist struck with tremendous force. His punch slammed into the orc's face, sending blood spraying from its mouth. Footage of the incident soon appeared on television. The news presenter reported that the S-class hunter had eliminated the threat. Representatives expressed their hopes for continued successful cooperation. While speaking on the phone, the hero thanked his sponsor. Glancing at the package before him, he reflected on how differently people treated him after he had been included among the world's most promising rising stars in the novel industry. The man on the other end informed him that a special reward reward had been prepared if he managed to secure first place. His fingers moving across the keyboard, the protagonist promised to do everything he could. With a determined expression, he uploaded the next 5 chapters. Looking at his phone afterward, he realized that since becoming an advanced class god, his writing speed had improved dramatically. Meanwhile, little niece sat on the couch and excitedly declared that she would tell all her friends that her uncle had become famous. Smiling, the young man promised that he would even give them autographs. A system notification appeared, informing him that he had received 2 clones as a reward for eliminating 3,000 S-class victims. The hero grinned as he remembered that defeating a single orc had somehow earned him credit for all 3,000 victims. Curious, he wondered what kind of clones he had been given. After discovering that he could now summon 2 clones simultaneously, he decided to test the ability. His eyes shone with anticipation as he raised a multiplying god thumb. Instantly, lightning flashed throughout the room. The child stared in amazement as 2 identical versions of her uncle materialized before her. The protagonist observed that the clones appeared surprisingly young. Climbing onto his back, the girl asked how he had managed such a feat. One clone pointed at the original and uttered a single word: destroy. Moments later, the doppelganger placed a hand over his rumbling stomach. Understanding immediately, little niece smiled and offered him some burgers. The group later arrived at a cafe. Watching the 2 doubles, the protagonist decided it was time to give them names. Looking carefully, he named the clone with a mole on his forehead Clone 3, while the one carrying a pen became Clone 4. He recalled that Clone 4 seemed eager to leave, claiming that he had other matters to attend to. Folding his arms, the young man wondered what abilities the clones possessed. According to his description, he was the seed of the god of destruction. The second clone, holding the pen, was identified as the seed of the god of creation. The hero narrowed his eyes, puzzled by the origin of such powerful seeds. Suddenly, an alert announced the appearance of S-class monsters near Gandong Station. At a nearby table, a cafe customer picked up his phone and nervously wondered whether the end of the world was approaching. Before anyone could react, a gigantic foot smashed through the cafe ceiling. The enormous monster revealed its sharp fangs, causing people to flee in panic. Remaining calm, the hero asked his niece if she felt scared. Little niece confidently replied that as long as her uncle was there, she feared nothing. Raising a finger, the protagonist assured her that he would handle everything. Without warning, Clone 3 leaped onto the table and shouted destroy. A massive surge of energy erupted from his hands and blasted toward the giant shark. The protagonist stared in disbelief. The monster's eyes narrowed for an instant before its entire body dissolved into particles. Clone 3 opened his mouth and absorbed the released energy. The civilians nearby were left speechless, unable to understand how a child had just destroyed an S-class monster. The young man watched his clone with astonishment. The double frowned, sighed, and repeated his trademark phrase. Terrified, several people assumed he was speaking about them. Placing a hand on the clone's shoulder, the protagonist calmly explained that everything was fine and introduced him as his student. The civilians ignored the explanation and hurried toward the exit instead. Soon, only the heroes remained, staring sternly at the clone. The protagonist realized that he had fired a destructive beam and then absorbed the monster's power. The stalkers concluded that this doppelganger was too dangerous to keep around. Though generous abundance insisted that he could still grow into a good child, the hero privately considered whether getting rid of him might be the better option. Suddenly, Clone 3's body began to melt away. The protagonist frowned, unsure of what was happening. The clone reached out to little niece and gently patted her head. She smiled and asked him to return soon. Drawing his brows together, the clone quietly said destroy. Moments later, his body broke apart into countless particles of light. Back at home, the protagonist settled onto the couch and thought about everything that had happened. Smiling to himself, he admitted that the doppelganger ability was extremely useful. With clones like these, defeating the Emperor might actually be possible. The system then explained that little niece's kindness had helped remove the evil energy residing within Clone 3. Remembering the moment when the clone had patted her head, the young man began to think that the stalker's judgment had been mistaken. Lowering his gaze, he realized that he still knew very little about Clone 3's true abilities. The pen carried by Clone 4 also continued to seem suspicious. Another system notification appeared, announcing a new mission. The requirement was participation in a blockbuster film. The hero stared at the message, completely confused by its meaning. Soon afterward, the system declared that teleportation to the fleet of the Great Space Union was beginning. The protagonist protested, explaining that he still needed to fight the Emperor. Before he could stop it, his body dissolved into blue particles. The ants immediately noticed the arrival of their god. One of them enthusiastically raised his arms and welcomed the guest. A worker at the space station recalled that this was the very god who had saved the Empress. His companion agreed and added that he was the only individual capable of standing alongside number 1, the legendary ant warrior. Grabbing the guest's hands, a beetle explained that they were producing a new film designed to spread awareness of their god's heroic achievements. However, since the protagonist was trapped inside the tower, they believed he would be unable to participate. Realizing that they viewed him as little more than a substitute, the protagonist waved dismissively and said he was too busy. Refusing to give up, the ant grabbed his hand and begged begged him to reconsider, promising to turn him into a superstar. The boy frowned deeply and demanded that the ant release him. At that moment, the system announced that the citizens of the Space Empire were thrilled about his potential movie appearance and that his follower count would rise significantly. Hearing this, the boy lowered his head and asked how many citizens the Great Space Empire actually had. The beetle casually replied that the population exceeded 50 trillion. The hero licked his lips as an idea formed in his mind. The possibility of gaining the faith of an entire civilization was extremely appealing. Immediately grabbing the director's hands, he agreed to sign the contract, convinced that this opportunity would provide the followers he needed to raise the level of a good god. If you're excited for the next part, leave a comment and I'll do my best to bring it to you as soon as possible.